Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the County Board meeting of February 12, 2022. For those joining us virtually, I'm Katie Crystal, the chair of the board. I'm joined by my colleagues, Vice Chairman Dorsey, Mr. Carantonis, Mr. DeFerranti, and Ms. Garvey. Good morning. Thank you for those of us who have joined us today in the boardroom, as well as those remotely. A few announcements as we get underway. If you are here, good morning. We're glad to see you. Please, we ask that you do wear a mask while you are here to protect each other and to sit 6 feet away if possible. There are signs on the back of the chairs that can help you. I think there should be. Know where to sit. And we also have overflow space in the atria if you'd like a little more distance and somewhere to watch. We are all wearing masks ourselves and social distancing to the best of our ability to try to protect one another and ask that you join us. For those participating remotely, good morning as well. You'll be working with our clerk and deputy clerk today for public comment and other parts of our procedure. If you are speaking in person today, you are welcome to remove your mask when you're doing so to be heard clearly. That podium height can be adjusted by using the up and down arrows. And if you can make sure to speak clearly into the microphone, that helps not only us hear your comments, but those online hear them as well. If you will be submitting documents as part of your testimony, please hand them to your clerk, to our clerk. And if you could include your name, your clerk as well. That's right. That's right. With your name and your contact information on those documents so we know how to follow up with you. For those joining us remotely, please keep your microphones muted and your cameras off until you are called upon to speak, especially with so many speakers. That helps us keep the teams up, functionable, and not crashing. If you are calling on the phone, you will need to use *6 or click the microphone button if you are calling through your computer. After speaking, you can exit the call if you like, and you can also continue to participate by the live stream online or cable channels 25 and 1085, as well as Verizon Fios 39 and 40. I'll repeat all of this before our item for which most speakers are here. We do have a Spanish language interpreter on the line. Good morning, buenos dias.
Good morning, this is Charlene Varela, your Spanish interpreter.
Excellent. Ms. Varela, would you mind introducing yourself in Spanish?
Yes, of course. Buenos días, mi nombre es Charlene Varela. Estoy aquí para ayudarles en la interpretación al español. Gracias.
Good morning. We're so glad to have you. And Ms. Barrio will also be here for item 29 as well as for public comment. Occasionally, and especially for a long hearing like today's, board members will need to get up and stretch our legs or use the facilities. Please know that we can still hear you and we can see you. We have both screens and audio in the back, so we are not missing a beat even if you don't see us for a moment. With that, we are ready to hear from our public comment speakers. A quick reminder that the purpose of public comment is to let individuals alert the board to issues that are not subject of regular hearings, not subject to an upcoming public hearing, and to ensure that we can hear a range of topics and to be fair and consistent to everyone. We have a one speaker per topic rule. That also helps us manage the meeting so that we can get to the items on the regular meeting and to respect the time of your neighbors who may be waiting. So we appreciate your help in adhering to those meeting procedures, the one speaker per topic rule, to be fair and respectful to fellow residents. Okay, if you are interested, if you're with a group on behalf of a public comment speaker and you'd like a more dynamic conversation or deeper exploration of your concerns, there are lots of other ways to get in touch with us. We recommend in particular Open Door Monday, where you can bring as many colleagues as you wish and not be limited to one speaker per topic. Okay, so Madam Clerk, I'm going to ask you to go ahead and call our public comment speakers this morning.
First speaker is Meg Tusillo, excuse me, thank you, followed by Alan Gajahar.
Good morning.
Thank you. Good morning. I am Meg Tusillo. This past week, I pulled up the current community survey entitled Measuring Community Satisfaction in County Services and began providing my responses. For many of the services, I could honestly reply, I thought the county is doing a great job. I love Arlington. Then I came to the section on the quality and capacity of the county stormwater runoff system, efforts to help preserve and protect the environment, and efforts to manage and plan for growth and development. And I had to stop and take a deep breath. I live on Ridgeview Road off Military Road, and our little cul-de-sac of 9 homes is, I'm told, currently the location of the largest single-family development, residential development in the county at the moment, with 3 huge new homes on one side and another 7,000 square foot home just completed. The real issue, though, is the change in the landscape of the area as a result of this construction. While there were many mature trees on all 4 plots, they're no longer there, and a huge mound of dirt, denuded of tree roots and other natural stormwater controls to control stormwater down the hill to Quincy Street, begs for a big rainstorm to demonstrate the stormwater problem this creates. To cut down so many trees in order to, as reported, provide an unobstructed view of the Washington Monument with the blessing of the county is not indicative of efforts to plan for future growth and development and preserving and protecting the environment. So sadly, my responses will need to be in the negative on both of these vital areas in the survey. My understanding is that the builder did cut down more trees than permissible. I'm not sure, but that's part of the issue. My neighbors join me in saying Arlington needs better oversight and enforcement of tree protection areas.
I'm sorry, your time is up. I'm sorry, our buzzer was not working.
All for a better view of the Washington Monument.
Our next speaker is Alan Gadjahar, followed by Jane Zimmerman.
Good morning, Ms. Crystal, members of the County Board, Mr. Schwartz. I'm pleased to present a summary of the Civic Federation resolution on stormwater flooding and remediation that was approved on Tuesday with 97% of the vote cast. There's a full copy of it displayed on the screen, which I've also emailed to you, but I'm going to read to you a 2-minute summary. Arlington faces continuing and increasing challenges in managing stormwater using infrastructure and practices that do not adequately address current conditions or account for climate change impacts. Arlington's ability and willingness to confront these challenges and flood threats to its citizens and businesses represent one of its greatest challenges in the decade to come, and effective watershed planning and community support for a 10-year CIP is critical to achieve tangible progress in flood prevention and mitigation. The CivFed recognizes the diverse mitigation challenges of each watershed, and we facilitated collaboration with watershed-based groups of civic associations as well as with the county. An effective plan for dealing with the dangers of stormwater runoff and flood risk must be holistic, proactive, and a mandatory part of all land use planning decisions and site plan and permitting proposals. The county does not have a system for collecting and reporting on the changes in the demand placed on the stormwater system from actions funded or approved by county authorities. Therefore, be it resolved that the Civic Federation stands ready to partner with the county to devise a 10-year strategic plan through the CIP that will address the stormwater and flood threat. This document will serve as a stormwater flood mitigation roadmap, should identify the objectives and outcomes for each county watershed, guide execution of effective stormwater flood mitigation efforts, and specify how Arlington County will engage with the public. Accordingly, we recommend the following county actions, broken out into great detail in the submitted document. 1, provide a public explanation and documentation of the stormwater management challenges and potential strategies of the county for each watershed. 2, move forward with pending stormwater management and drainage improvement projects that have already been approved. 3, incorporate stormwater considerations into planning and implementation processes to ensure that the county minimizes demand on the limited capacity of the stormwater management system and maximizes opportunities for expanding capacity with every project.
Thank you, Mr. Gadjahar. Appreciate it. Our next speaker, Jane Zimmerman, followed by Ann Bodine.
Good morning. I am Jane Zimmerman, and I have lived in Arlington for 29 years. I'm one of over 300 Arlington residents who came away frustrated, angry, and demeaned by county staff during the Plan Langston Boulevard community meeting on December 13. Their deeply flawed processes, poor communication, and high-handedness have alienated many previous supporters like me. As the planning staff prepare to present the preferred concept plan to you, the county board, this spring, I strongly encourage each of you to take the time now to view that recording. You shouldn't have to do so, but you are not getting the straight story from the planning staff. This is a pattern, as you'll likely hear when this meeting proceeds with other items on the formal agenda. This comes at a time when many Americans lack confidence in their elected representatives, local government, and civic institutions. Please show us that you are listening and putting first the people you represent. I'd like to use the rest of my time to share with you a few excerpts from a very lengthy transcript of residents' comments from the December 13 meeting. Quote, "This process has been intentionally deceptive from the start, with talking points about eminent domain and not rezoning, when that's the purpose of the GLUP changes, skewed and misleading summaries. It's shameful, really." Quote, "County employees shouldn't be telling Arlington taxpayers what's quote-unquote tolerable as regards the extent of development that impinges on homeowners. That's a political question." Quote, "I think we've made very clear about what we find intolerable. The question is whether or not our concerns are being heard." Quote, "Please don't talk down to us when you say that you'll move forward and quote-unquote change is hard." The characterization of public engagement is not accurate. Don't tell residents to go back and wade through reams of data. That is staff's role, and to do so accurately. Quote, "Decision makers should have an accounting of the public's feedback on an alternative and those of property owners captured in each area." Thank you.
Next speaker is Ann Bodine, followed by Juliet Hisney. Ms. Bodine.
Ready? Could we go back one? Good morning, Madam Chair, members, and staff. My name is Ann Bodine. I'm here from Arlington Tree Action Group to talk about tree loss during by right construction, which means it's done within existing zoning, building, and stormwater codes. Next slide. Here we see several by right projects ATAG has tackled in recent years. We have made good faith efforts to engage staff, board, and builders to save hundreds of trees. Next slide. But we end up with clear cuts, and you tell us there is no legal recourse. This tree should have been a heritage tree, the only category of tree that Arlington protects. DC requires permits to cut any tree over 14 inches in diameter. But there's only one private heritage tree now in Arlington, one tree. Next slide. These are three types of single-family homes in my neighborhood. From left, a home built up from the old footprint, then a small 1930s home, then a home built to maximum zoning setbacks and lot coverage. Newer zoning has led to major tree loss. You have the power to address that. Next slide. At left is the outline of a lot's excavation boundaries called the limit of disturbance, or tree demise in my rule book. At right are stormwater systems designed to absorb runoff in place of the trees. This savage retooling of land leaves little room for even new shade trees to ever reach the heights we know now. Let's credit mature trees with stormwater best practices and tweak setbacks and lot coverage. Next slide. ATAG has identified several challenges by engaging on real-world cases, and we are happy to share what we've learned to help shape new policy. Next slide. As of 2016, Arlington, by area, was 41% tree canopy, 61% of which was in residential areas. But it's slipping away, mostly from development, but other causes. If we hope to retain 40% coverage, we must lobby hard in Richmond to have higher tree canopy replacements. Next slide. Next slide. We need a new tree canopy survey as climate change is upon us. We ask you to explore your authorities and approve a tree ordinance that would protect more than one private tree. We seek better enforcement of rules and dissuasive penalties for infractions. Finally, we want trees fully integrated into policies related to biophilia and sustainability. Next slide. These 37 people and organizations support our remarks. Thank you very much.
Next speaker is Juliet Hisney.
Good morning, members of the board. My name is Juliet Hisney. I'm here in my own capacity. On February 1st, 2022, Paul Thompson is the sixth Black man of color to die in custody of the county jail since 2015. His is the third death in 15 months. This is an alarming acceleration, and it appears that none of these deaths have anything to do with the pandemic. I was able to access some police records for closed cases through FOIA, but the sheriff's office claims they do not have to release records specific to any of the deaths, even for closed investigations. One major concern stands out to me, and that is the failure to screen or properly monitor for medical needs, including alcohol intoxication and alcohol withdrawal. It's not just the sheriff. In 2015, the police arrested a homeless man named Edward Strawn. He had a blood alcohol level of 0.34. This is a deadly level of alcohol intoxication, yet he was transported not to the hospital, but to the county jail, where he was charged with drunk in public and trespassing. He was homeless, and he was dead in less than 24 hours. I wonder what would have happened to a white college student who blew a .34 in our community. Would he have been transported to the jail charged with drunk in public and trespassing? Absolutely not. I think we all know that's true. We are failing men of color. We are failing people who are homeless in this community, and we do not have proper detox procedures in the jail or through the police department. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, does that conclude our public comment speakers?
Yes.
Excellent. Well, thank you so much for coming in this morning, everyone. As is our custom, we'll take just a moment and respond to some of those concerns briefly before moving on to our main hearing items. Ms. Jusela, nice to see you. Thank you for sharing that experience that you and your neighbors are facing right now. I am not certain of your development. I suspect it may be one that this board and our staff have been engaged in quite a bit over the years. In fact, we have been able to cite our stormwater permitting as a reason to deny previous efforts to redevelop those properties, if yours is the property or yours is the neighborhood I'm thinking of. And I am sorry to hear that they have moved forward at this point. I think this is something we can follow up on, and particularly salient to me is your point that they may be cutting down more trees than permissible. We're not sure. I think this is absolutely something we can get more information, and if they're in violation, bring forward the full penalties as well as keep you and your neighbors informed about that. Mr. Gajahar, thank you so much for the work of the Civic Federation on stormwater management and environmental resiliency. I was really pleased to read the resolution that you sent to us in full. I think it aligns really well with the flood resilient Arlington efforts underway, including the focus on watershed level planning, the necessity of not only large scale capital investment, which we know is going to be needed, but also of individual education and the role of site planning and permitting. So I think there is a lot of good work underway with flood resilient Arlington right now that we can continue to share. I know CivFed delegates have been part of that citizen work group in the planning. I suspect we'll get a great opportunity at an upcoming work session with DES to dig in there and can certainly continue to figure out what sorts of fora can be the best way for this board to follow it in collaboration with you all. And to just note your call about measurement was a really interesting one to make sure that we're adequately making progress against those goals, be they large scale capital investments or reforms to permitting and education outreach. Ms. Zimmerman, thank you for coming today to talk about Plan Langston Boulevard, in particular for calling our attention to the December 13th meeting and your urge that we watch that recording. I think I can say that we will do so and we will follow up. At this point, we are, of course, waiting for the next round of designs, but understanding what the processes look like to date is absolutely worthwhile, and I appreciate you and your neighbors coming in to urge us to do so. Ms. Bodine, thank you for your comments as well. Thank you for the ongoing engagement of ATAG. You often bring forward new approaches for us, I think some of which we have tried to seize on, for example, lobbying for the ability to use trees as best management practices. You flagged today what was really interesting to me, because this is very much within our control, is potentially the limits on disturbance, on land use disturbance in redevelopment preclude the return of tall canopy. So that's something I'm going to follow up on in particular. And just wanted to note, you mentioned about lobbying for a 20% tree canopy in single-family redevelopment, as well as a 15% canopy cover in multifamily development. And I think we've seen, on the multifamily development, often because there's a seeking of bonus density, we actually can control that and get something like 15%, or in the plan we'll hear later today calls for 20% in multifamily. We have struggled on the single family, and I'm really intrigued about that as potentially the right way to shape our next legislative lobbying step because I do think that would get to this sounds like a pun, the root of the problem, but the issue that you all raise is ultimately trying to protect the total of the tree canopy and how single family houses sum to that. Thank you very much, Ms. Hisney, for coming in. We appreciate you very much. I think that you are exactly right to point out that the county has a role in diverting people from getting to the jail in the first place. This is something that I know we all take immensely responsibly. The challenge, of course, of diversion is that, as they should, people who are in some kind of behavioral health crisis have rights and cannot be compelled to go into alternative services. That has informed our strategy to try to replace police as a first response with mental health providers as a first response. That was one of the chief recommendations of the police practices group and something that this board asked, or this board did fund, and we are working to have implemented soon. I think it is certainly demonstrably true in research as well as the experience of our officers that police officers in uniform and with weapons are triggering for individuals in behavioral health crisis. And so I think we are all optimistic based on extensive research that having a mental health first response instead will much more effectively divert people to the services that they need, be that detox, as you described, mental health facilities like our Crisis Intervention Center, or in some cases the Homelessness Services Center, as was the case with Mr. Thompson. And we certainly grieve the loss of life for anyone in our community and take responsibility for the death of anyone in the custody of the community. So those are a couple of areas where we will be working to prevent people from ending up in our jail facility in the first place, especially when they need help. I see colleagues might want to weigh in on any of those points. Let me start with Mr. DeFerranti.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Ms. Zimmerman, I've had a conversation on the December 13th meeting. I want to follow up further, and I will seek to find your email through our clerk to do so. Thank you, Madam Chair, for your comments on the fatality in our jail, and Ms. Hisney for your points. The investigation into Mr. Thompson's death is still ongoing, but we know that any death while in government custody is a terrible tragedy. I would only add to Ms. Crystal's great set of points that there's a number of different entities. There's the magistrate's office, there's healthcare protocols at the jail, there's our Commonwealth's attorney, there's the public defender, there's our mental health services at DHS specifically, and our substance abuse services as well. There are a lot of questions. I look forward to following up on each of those questions with staff and with subject matter experts. I think that's pretty critical. As a board member and as a county government, we absolutely must be sure we are doing everything we can to prevent avoidable deaths in the jail.
Thanks very much, Mr. DeFerranti. Mr. Dorsey.
Thank you, Ms. Crystal. I will just comment on the last speaker and pick up where Mr. DeFerranti left off. You know, unfortunately, every day in our community, whether it be through acute alcohol intoxication, drug overdoses, hypothermia, catastrophic medical events, there are people in our community, most of whom are people of color, who die, who unfortunately don't have those deaths reported in the paper, don't seem to pierce the public consciousness is an area of concern. And I say that not to blame anyone, but to just underline that we have a societal problem that we've become immune to, and that is the death of people who are indigent and homeless. And we even describe them antiseptically as being of no fixed address, and it gets a small mention in a newspaper or some sort of a incident report. When they are in our custody, however, that becomes a much bigger story, and I'm not decrying that. Whenever we have an opportunity to touch someone who is in distress, we have a responsibility to make sure we are doing everything that we can to get them the proper care, whatever that may be. And as Mr. DeFerranti mentioned, when they become a part of our custody, and I'm not just talking about through the police, whenever they get touched by local government, we have to really look under the hood to see whether or not we're doing everything that we can to provide them the care that may be necessary, particularly if it can improve their life or prevent a loss of life. But this is not something that is solely within the purview of a police department or a sheriff. There's a whole systemic nature of what we need to look at, and I hope that this becomes, unfortunately, the way in which we can do so constructively and with purpose. The death of Paul Thompson, a 41-year-old man, is something that is extremely, extremely concerning. And Anyway, I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Dorsey. Okay, unless I see any other comments, we will go ahead. Oh, Ms. Garvey, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, and I'm sorry,
I
Mr.
think
Carantonis.
yeah, it's not so
Thank you for
visible,
scooting that
sorry.
over, yeah.
Just to add to that, Ms. Hisney, the first thing I have to recognize is that we can have a very long conversation here about all the critical points of failure, systemic, occasional, a combination of. This will be of no, it will not provide any good explanation or any valid excuse to anybody. We lost another life, and this is the bottom line here. And so this alone warrants looking, like Mr. Dorsey said, looking under the hood more carefully. The police practices group has identified a lot of these issues already. We also took action in several. So we are recognizing, like our chair said, that we need to make our diversion protocol as effective as humanly and legally possible. When a uniformed law enforcement officer responds to a mental health crisis or to an issue like Mr. Thompson, the legal channels to get the appropriate care and to care about this person are right now really convoluted and problematic. We need to have civilians take that role. And we need to do that as fast and as soon as possible. And I know that our county manager is already working at this. It's not an easy deliverable, but we are committed to do that. And plus, we're committed to the investigation is still ongoing, but we are really committed to shed as much light as possible and have a continuation of the public dialogue that already has been ongoing with the county sheriff's office and with the public, with the part of the police practice group that focused on that. So thank you for the testimony as well. Thank you for all other testimonies. They were very well taken. Ms. Bodine, you have submitted the slides, right? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Carantonis and Ms. Garvey.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to thank, I align myself with all of my colleagues' comments. I thank everybody for coming in and speaking. These are two of the most frustrating issues we deal with, in part because it is so systemic, so there's just major kind of cultural systemic change we have to undertake, and we are. It's slow. And then there are a lot of legal problems. I think it was Ms. Bodine referred in her slides several times to press Richmond. You have to push Richmond, which we are trying to do on the tree issue. And I just say we all get pretty frustrated with it too. I appreciate people coming in though, because when these problems are so difficult, sometimes you kind of can slack off. And when we really appreciate advocates coming and pressing us, obviously for the it's way too slow. It's too slow for the trees that are gone. And it's far too slow for the gentleman who lost his life. And so appreciate people coming in, continuing to push us on this, and we share a lot of your frustration. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Garvey. All right, with that, we will close public comment. Thank you all again for coming in and move into our consent agenda. Madam Clerk, do we have any items removed from our consent agenda that have been full?
Yes, we have one item removed. That's item 16, which is a license agreement for Arlington Public Schools White Fleet Vehicle parking.
Thank you very much. So we will hear that item on Tuesday and begin taking comments on that at 6:30 and discuss it in greater detail.
Madam Chair, I'll move approval of the consent agenda with the exception of item 16.
Second.
Great. Thank you so much. That's been moved by Mr. Dorsey, seconded by Ms. Garvey. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, that passes unanimously. As is our practice, I'm going to take just a moment and highlight a couple of the items that just passed on consent. Just because they are non-controversial does not mean they are not important. So I think we have a couple of slides to assist me in doing so. First, neighborhood conservation. This is a long-standing program in Arlington County that helps improve our neighborhoods, empowers residents. It asks them to come together, come up with plans that they'd like to see to improve their neighborhoods, and then come forward to funding. So today, we are funding, among others, pedestrian safety and street improvements on George Mason Drive between 10th and 11th Street. That's in the Waycroft Woodlawn neighborhood. A beautification project, as well as a pedestrian safety project on North Ohio Street and the John Marshall Trail in Overly Knolls. And finally, the installation of new LED Carlisle lights in Douglas Park. All really exciting ways to improve those neighborhoods aligned with the plans that those civic groups in those neighborhoods brought forward. We also appropriated congestion mitigation. Did that work? All right. All right, great. We also approved an appropriation of congestion mitigation and air quality funds. That is a federal funding stream that comes through the state that encourages or that allows us to invest in transportation alternatives that reduce emissions. In this particular case, Capital Bike Share. I think we might have an illustration on the next slide, or no? Great. We will be using CMAQ to invest in Capital Bike Share, which is a affordable and convenient e-bike service, bike share service to everybody in the region. It now features e-bikes and connects a network of 600 stations across not only Arlington, but jurisdictions across the region. It funds a program specifically called the Community Partners Program, which is a joint effort between Arlington and Washington, D.C. that works with local organizations to provide registration assistance, helmets, trainings on how to ride the bikes to populations that may have been historically underserved. I think, there we go, our illustrative bikes there. And then finally, just to highlight one that we're really excited about, maybe even beyond just the particular contract award, we did award a contract to conduct interior improvements at 6 fire stations around the county. What is exciting about that, although of course we do support the modified gear locker area, et cetera, but the reason we're doing this is because of the implementation of the Kelly Day, which is the result of committed funding across multiple years, dedicated advocacy on behalf of our firefighters to really modernize the schedule of the Arlington Fire Service to improve their balance of life and quality of life, to make ACPD or ACFD more competitive among the region. So we're really excited to see the Kelly Day implemented as a way of thanking and respecting our firefighters as the professionals that they've been, especially our firefighter EMTs who have worked so hard during the pandemic. And on a related note, one of the items we passed is an amendment to our civil service code that is going to allow a little more time for unions to form within our county, among our county government employees as part of the implementation of collective bargaining that passed last year. So thank you for the opportunity to feature a few of those less controversial but really important items. And with that, we will move into our regular agenda. A quick programming note for those who may be in the room for item number 29, the Pentagon City Sector Plan. First, we have an item on a development in Roslyn that I would say conservatively will take at least half an hour, maybe more. So if you did want to go get a cup of coffee, stretch your legs, and come back in time to testify on Pentagon City, if you give us half an hour, it will likely take longer than that, but I don't want anybody to miss their chance to speak. We will be focused first on the Marbella. So with that, let me turn to our clerk to call that item for us. Sector plan, first we have on a development in Roslyn.
Okay.
I would say,
Good.
Yes, if we can mute our lines on Teams.
Okay.
All righty, thank you. Item 28 is a site plan 463, site plan for multifamily residential development at 1300 and 1305 North Pierce Street, as well as ordinance of vacations and allotment of affordable housing investment loan funds.
thank you so much. I'm going to turn things over to our manager, Mr. Schwartz, to introduce the staff who have a presentation on this item.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. Michael Cullen will be making the majority of the presentation and joined as needed by Chris DeMatzis and Sarah Pizzo, all of CPHD. So over to you, Mr. Cullen.
Good morning, members of the board.
Good morning, Mr. Cullen.
So pull up my presentation. Okay. Hello again. I am Michael Cullen with the Arlington County Department of Community Planning, Housing, and Development's Planning Division. So I will be speaking to the first two items on the agenda today, which include a new site plan request for redevelopment of the Marbella apartment site and an associated vacation of an easement for public purposes. The site location is within the Roslyn Metro Station area and immediately adjacent to the Courthouse Metro Station area. It's approximately 1/2 mile from each Metro Station entrance. The project site is located on the east and west sides of North Pierce Street in the Radnor-Fort Myer Heights neighborhood, which is comprised of varied housing types and styles, which range from scattered single-family and townhouse units to low-rise garden apartments, 5 to 8-story mid-rise multifamily buildings, and some taller buildings, such as the 11-story Prospect House located on North Oak Street to the east. To briefly summarize the project proposal, Arlington Partnership for Affordable Housing, or APA, has filed a site plan application that proposes 2 new 12-story multifamily apartment buildings to be constructed in 2 phases with a total of 555 units at approximately 260 units per acre, a combined parking ratio of 0.48 spaces per unit, and 2 adjacent properties identified here for reference include the Lisa Court townhouses located north of Site A and the Flats at Pierce Court condo building, which is located south of Site B. The GLUT map designation for the site is medium residential, which outlines a base density range of up to 37 to 72 dwelling units per acre. The site is not located within a special planning area or subject to a special GLUT study. However, the current GLUT map includes a note regarding additional density that may be approved by the county board when a development is consistent with county goals, policies, and plans, including the objectives identified in Section 1559 of the zoning ordinance. The site is zoned RA 615, multiple family dwelling district, which corresponds to the medium residential GLUT designation and allows for multifamily buildings up to 60 feet in height at up to 48 units per acre under by right development, or buildings up to 70 feet in height at up to 60 units per acre through site plan approval subject to Section 1239 of the zoning ordinance, and up to 60 additional feet of building height with no specified limit on density may be permitted under Section 1559 for projects with full commitments to low and moderate income housing. However, the county board may also consider projects with less than a 100% affordability commitment. The zoning ordinance has been periodically amended to permit a building's maximum height to exceed district standards by special exception approval options, so long as the building's residential units contribute to the county's supply of affordable housing. In recent years, the county has experienced increased interest in redevelopment within the RA zoning districts, which culminated in an amendment in 2019 that to eliminate a bonus density cap in conjunction with prohibiting additional building height in unplanned areas. This was followed by a recent amendment in 2021 to provide an interim tool that reintroduced a 60-foot bonus height provision, again with no specified density limit, enabling near-term consideration of increased building heights for affordable housing developments on a case-by-case basis. The zoning ordinance section 1559 provision for additional building height for affordable projects identifies a number of broad mitigation strategies to ensure projects are designed to establish effective transitions to lower density residential areas. I'll also mention there is a countywide study underway known as the Multifamily Reinvestment Study, currently in early planning stages for community engagement, which will seek to address the housing challenges facing unplanned multifamily areas. The study is expected to yield design guidelines and other policy recommendations that may help shape development to better fit within lower density surroundings in the future. So these images illustrate examples of the building height mitigation strategies outlined in 1559, which have been implemented in county projects and include adapting to site topography, implementing landscape buffers, controlling sense of scale through architectural facade treatments, transitioning to lower density typologies through building taper, and increased setbacks between buildings. Evaluate whether the project meets these standards required by 1559. Staff completed a building height analysis of the project that considers urban design elements in an area-wide context, including existing building height and age, HRI or historic resource inventory status, type of property ownership, topography, surface parking inventory, existing setback patterns, and an assessment of whether properties may be more or less likely to change or redevelop over time. Through this broad building height analysis, staff identified what we call priority transition frontages that seek to focus on more effective use of the mitigation strategies outlined in Section 1559, including use of potentially intensive tools such as additional building taper, greater building setbacks, and greater landscape buffers to soften building height transitions. Staff reviewed several projects that represented relevant examples of appropriate building transition on similar sites, with common elements of those including building tower stepbacks at the 3rd, 4th, or 5th floors, greater building separation through setbacks or implementation of alleys and open space, and also incorporation of compact unit types along project edges that front lower density areas. Primary examples include the Union on Queen project in North Fort Myers Heights, the Monroe Building in Virginia Square, and the approved American Legion project currently under construction on Washington Boulevard. So incorporating comments and feedback received from staff, community, and the SPRC members, APA has incorporated design revisions in both buildings since the initial submission of the site plan application. The buildings have been sculpted on all sides to improve transitions along priority frontages, in addition to increased building setbacks on North Ode Street and greater landscape buffer area on the north side of Site A. Proposed pedestrian paths were also consolidated to the south side of both buildings. Compared with the original submission, the currently proposed design achieves a greater compatibility with the neighborhood and better transition to adjacent lower scale development. Primary focus for staff and neighbors included achieving effective building transitions to the adjacent Lisa Court Townhouses site on the north side of Site A, which now includes greater building taper and sculpting along this sensitive frontage. Although the resulting transition between the Site A building and abutting townhouses is perhaps not as successful when compared with more deliberate transitions achieved in the aforementioned example projects, in general, the proposal overall strikes an acceptable balance between achieving a building design and massing scheme that meets the additional height criteria in the zoning ordinance and achieving several affordable housing master plan goals. There were a number of challenges during the review of this project, including that it was the first to take advantage of the 2021 provision for additional building height and significantly increased density, while there was an absence of detailed planning guidance or standards for the, effective transitions to lower density areas. And the NOFA approval timing relative to the site plan review process created some tension between initial unit tabulations and the following recommended design revisions. We've also identified the following findings relative to the project. As mentioned, staff finds that the site plan acceptably meets the criteria outlined in the zoning ordinance for additional height. Staff review was based on the proposed affordability commitment. However, the applicant also proposes condition 42C to address the Virginia housing financing requirements consistent with other recent affordable site plan projects, although this introduces a possibility that in a foreclosure scenario, only a minimum of 20% or 111 CAF units would be subject to affordability requirements. In this, what we think is a very unlikely foreclosure scenario, additional building height would still be in furtherance of the housing master plan goals and is permissible under Section 1559. As noted previously, the project proposes to achieve a full commitment of affordable dwelling units in addition to delivering 57 affordable Type A units. And as a site plan, the project will deliver standard benefits such as contributions to the public art and utility underground funds, and in addition to streetscape improvements that include sidewalk improvements and undergrounding of existing utilities around the site, the project will also achieve Earthcraft Gold certification. Proposed zoning modifications include additional density and building height, required parking, and density exclusions for garage level space that does not increase the size or mass of the building. The SPRC held 4 opportunities for input on the proposed site plan amendment between October and November of 2021, including 2 virtual meetings, an online engagement opportunity, and an on-site walking tour. Transportation Commission heard the project in late January 2022 and recommended approval. Housing Commission also recommended approval for the project on February 3rd, and the Planning Commission recommended approval of the project on February 3rd as well, with 1 motion passed to recommend posting information signs during the public review process for future site plan projects. There is also an associated vacation request for an existing easement for public purposes located along North Queen Street and highlighted here. So that concludes the presentation for the site plan and vacation items. Thank you. And now I'll turn over to my colleague, Chris Dematsis, to discuss the AHIF allocation request.
Thank you, Mr. Cullen.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you. Michael, so we're here to talk about the Site A AHIF as well as the revitalization area resolution. So Site A proposes a net 203, net new affordable housing units on a site that's controlled by the developer, which is advantageous for additional density of affordable housing in this case. The project went through in the AHIF process. The notice of funding availability round in the middle of 2021, which recommended this site for funding, both on the 9% and the 4% tax credit sides, because this project met nearly all of the criteria for funding under the NOFA guidance, including long-term affordability, majority family-sized units, transit accessibility, sustainable design elements, permanent supportive housing, as well as deeper subsidized units, a resident-focused program, and digital equity. Last, the action item for revitalization area resolution, which supports both the 9% tax credit application as well as loan applications further with Virginia Housing, is for consideration for action. Next slide, please. Thank you. So the timeline, we have the county board meeting today. The 9% application is due in the beginning of March. Anticipating closing, assuming credits are awarded, anticipating a closing in spring 2023 and beginning construction, and approximate completion of construction in spring of 2025, assuming everything goes well as planned. There was considerable community process and community input in this process that Apple led from the Civic Association, neighbors ongoing from the middle of early 2021 until to the present day. This went through, as Michael discussed, the site plan review committee process, and met with the Housing Commission 4 times, including December and January's information items, February for a bricks and mortar analysis on the financial components, and then got the recommendation in February 3rd to recommend approval for both the AHIF and the revitalization area resolution. So a little bit about the financing details on the 9% side. It's a $10.5 million AHIF new loan allocation, as well as rolling in and assuming some existing AHIF debt on a 30-year term on a 0.75% interest rate with a 2-year construction 0% interest rate, which leverages $4.50 of funds for every dollar of county funds. Notable here is a significant deferred developer fee as well as a sponsor loan. We can see the sources and uses, predominantly tax credit equity funding on the sources side, but the county allocation, as well as some first mortgage debt from Virginia Housing, and then the deferred developer fee and sponsor loan that we talked about. And then on the uses side, some standard acquisition, construction, as well as developer fee for a total estimated project cost of about $48 million at this time. On the 4% side, on the 4% transaction, this is a $10.9 million AHIF loan request, and with an estimated $257,000 of existing AHIF to be rolled into that. Same essential terms to match the 9% loan with a 1% interest rate, leveraging nearly $6 in other funds for every $1 in county funds. Again, a significant sponsor loan and a significant deferred developer fee, as well as some outside funds from Virginia DHCD penciled in here. To show the sources and uses briefly, most significantly on the sources side, we have 4% tax credit equity being generated as this is a 4% project. The county loan that we discussed, as well as Virginia Housing first mortgage loans and deferred developer fee and a sponsor loan. And then on the uses side, similarly, acquisition, construction being the most significant piece as a new construction project, and developer fee for a total estimated budget at this time of about $66 million. So the revitalization area resolution is being proposed for the site, which really supports both the tax credit application as well as subsequent debt. This is supported by the Roslyn sector plan and the Roslyn metro sector area, and is a key piece for competitive tax credit financing, and therefore is recommended.
The other one.
So I'll turn it over to Michael to finish the full recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank you, Chris. So in closing, staff recommends approval for the site plan for redevelopment consisting of two 12-story building towers and associated modifications, including all modifications as necessary to achieve the proposed development plan. Staff also recommends approval of the request to vacate an easement for public purposes located on the east side of North Queen Street. Finally, staff recommends allocation of AHIF loans of $10.5 million and $10.9 million to support acquisition and construction for Marbella Site A, as well as adoption of the revitalization area resolution. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cullen and Mr. Demotzis. I believe we have representatives of the applicant with us. We're looking for, perhaps online. Mr. Ullman, good morning. Mr. Chiappa, welcome. Turn it over to you to present on behalf of APA.
Good morning. I'll pull the presentation up.
Mr. Chiappa, I think you're on mute.
Of course. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. It is a real pleasure to be here this morning and present our redevelopment plan for the Marbella campus. I want to begin just by thanking the county staff, as was noted in the staff presentation. This is the first use of the new zoning tools that are available for increased height and density for affordable housing. And we certainly had a lot of discussion about the appropriate implementation of those new tools, but county staff was really with us side by side throughout this process to ensure that we ended with a project that was ambitious in scale to meet the need in the community, and that is still economically feasible and also on schedule so that we can make our tax credit application deadline next month. So I want to thank the staff on behalf of APA, particularly Michael Cullen, Chris Kreider, and Chris Demotzis and Sarah Pizzo from Housing. Let me jump right in. Matt, can you advance to the next slide? I won't spend too much time talking about APA, but I did want to note that we have been expanding in recent years and currently have a little over 2,000 affordable homes and 1,400 more that are in active pre-development, including the Marbella project. And we continue to focus on 30 to 60% AMI with a commitment to permanent supportive housing at about 10% for all new units. Next slide. APA's mission, to develop, preserve, and own quality, affordable places to live, promote stability and opportunity for our residents, and to advocate with the people and communities we serve. I think this project really gave us a chance to live all parts of this mission, and again, excited to be here to present the final product. On the next slide, I just wanted to touch on some of the need in the county. I won't spend too much time on this, but I did want to highlight one aspect of this project is a portion on Site B that is proposed to be committed for seniors. And there's currently less than 1% of the county's total housing stock that's committed affordable for seniors. And this is a rapidly growing population. Over the next 20 years, the number of residents age 65 plus is projected to increase by 28% to nearly 30,000. And on the next slide, there's a couple of other statistics that speak to this. The number of adults 65 and older has increased 25.1%. This is from the 2020 housing needs analysis. And this is also the most cost-burdened age group. I guess I just wanted to pause here and say, I know there was a lot of discussion about the loss of some of the 2 and 3 bedroom units on one of the sites, but I wanted to take this opportunity to highlight the need for housing for smaller households, and seniors is a subset of that, but the shortfall for 1 and 2 person households earning below 50% of AMI is 7,000 units. So I think we are achieving a huge increase in the number of affordable units at the Marbella campus, and there is need for all of those units, whether they are 1, 2, or 3 bedroom. I will turn it over now to my colleague, Charles Sims, Director of Real Estate for APA, to take you through some of the specifics of the project.
Good morning, Mr. Sims.
Good morning.
Thank you. Good morning. So I'd like to just start walking through kind of the overall Marbella campus. So there's a renovation development which is happening in red, or highlighted in red, and that's the preservation of 62 units of affordable housing. The subject of this item are sites A and B, which site A is 234 units on top of what's currently 31 for an increase of 203 committed affordable units, and site B, 321 units on top of currently 41 units for which is going to be the hybrid senior family building. Matt, can we go to the next slide? 100% of the units at Marbella will be affordable, with a focus on 50% and 30% of AMI units. This is across the site A and B buildings. On the site B building, that's going to have 125 senior units and 196 family units. Matt, can we go to the next slide? So we just wanted to highlight kind of the AHIF request that's before you that Chris mentioned briefly. So you have 21.4 million in AHIF across the 9 and 4% project of Site A, and this is also going to include the revitalization area designation. All right, Matt, the next slide. And just to kind of touch on some of the recent approvals that we've had throughout and kind of the community engagement that we've begun from early 2021 through now, culminating in unanimous approvals from the Transportation, Housing, and Planning Commissions. And at this point, I'm going to turn it over to Matthew to continue the presentation.
Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you, Charles, and good morning, everyone. I'm Matt Allman, land use attorney with Venable LLP in Tysons, Virginia, and very pleased to be here this morning on behalf of APA. I'll quickly show you the site in the context of the Arlington County zoning map. You can see it's zoned RA 615, highlighted here in red. That's consistent with the zoning for much of the surrounding Ray Farm neighborhood. Staff has already shown you a copy of this slide. On the left, you have Building A. That's a 234 unit building with a parking ratio of 0.45 and a 12-story height. On the right, you have Building B. That's the multi-generational building containing the senior housing units. And that's a 321 unit building with a 0.5 parking ratio, also 12 stories. This site focuses on building access points and how you might interact with the site as a visitor or a tenant. Highlighted in yellow are the main pedestrian entrances on Pierce Street, both lobbies front on Pierce Street. We've also highlighted in yellow secondary access points to each building. All 4 of those access points are fully accessible. If you're interacting with the site on bike, you can take advantage of the relocated Capital Bike Share Station here on North Queen Street, or any number of outdoor bike parking racks along each street frontage. The residents will also have access to secure bike rooms in each garage. And finally, if you're visiting the site via a car, you can take advantage of either parking entrance on Queen Street for Building A and Ode Street for Building B. We've also widened North Pierce Street to institute a lay-by area, which will help facilitate short-term pickup and drop-off and short-term delivery. You can see we've instituted a crosswalk and new curb cuts in that location to help provide ease of access to either building lobby. And finally, loading docks you see are highlighted in purple. This site focuses on the public realm. We've highlighted the pedestrian circulation routes in yellow. All of the sidewalks along the public street frontages will be widened to a 6-foot clear width, and new easements will be conveyed over the reconstructed sidewalks. They'll also have the county standard tree pit treatments. We've also instituted new cross-block connections along the south side of either building to help improve circulation through and around the sites. There will be new easements over those as well. The vehicular travel patterns are highlighted in blue, and I'll just call attention to this turnaround area here on Pierce Street, which is being instituted since Pierce Street is a dead-end street currently. This turnaround area will help facilitate better circulation. This is our landscape plan viewed from the perspective of the roof. So starting at the highest point and working our way down, you can see where we've hatched in gray areas called for solar panels. Working our way down the building, we've taken advantage taking advantage of the step backs and setbacks and terracing of the architecture to institute green roofs and planted roof areas. On the ground plane, you see courtyards in each building for the private use of the tenants, as well as an expanded sidewalk area here that we like to call the Pocket Plaza. It's sort of a casual use space designed to promote interaction between tenants and neighbors. You can see that the site is quite lushly landscaped, particularly along the transition zones that staff highlighted during the SPRC process, here on the north side of Building A and the north and east side of Building B. On the east side of Building B, we were able to institute a double row of trees in order to provide for a better buffer and a better pedestrian experience. All of the required tree replacement is taking place on site, and the tree canopy coverage will exceed the county goals for the Ray Farm neighborhood. This slide tracks the evolution of the building throughout the public process. I won't read through every bullet point here, but you can see generally where we started on the far left and where we ended up on the far right, and start to get a sense of how the building has been tapered and sculpted, and the introduction of setbacks and stepbacks to help break up that mass. Similarly, on Site B, you can see the evolution throughout the course of the project, and you can see how changes in plane and changes in sculpting and massing have helped modulate the appearance of that building as well. This elevation is of Site A, viewed from North Pier Street, looking towards the main lobby. This slide shows how the changes in stepbacks and setbacks work together with the architectural design and color selection to help break up the mass and appearance of the building. Building A features this distinctive green brick color, as well as some darker grays. This is Building B, also viewed from Pier Street. A lot of the same architectural strategies in terms of the tapering and massing have been employed on this site as well, although the color palette is a little bit warmer with tan and cream brick. This rendering is Site A, viewed from Queen Street. You can see, again, kind of the changes in tapering and massing moving across the building frontage. You can start to see the landscape buffer zone at the base of the building. And for reference, you see the Lisa Court townhomes in the bottom left and Building B in the background. This is also Building A, zoomed in. You can see the landscape buffer treatment a little more clearly in this slide. And this is also Building A, moving up the hill to Pier Street. Again, you see the landscape buffer zone, the other side of it, as well as the truck turnaround area here. Building A from Pier Street. And Building B as viewed from the courtyard of Building A. And I think this slide gives you a sense of how the pedestrian connections and the open spaces have been aligned on an axis to help promote visual interaction and connectivity between the two open areas. This is Building B viewed from North Ode Street. Again, you can see the double row of trees, and you can get a sense of how the changes in plane and changes in building materiality help break up the mass. And finally, this is Building B, viewed their main lobby area here. You can see the pedestrian cut through in the bottom left and a little bit of the courtyard in the bottom right. Our community benefits include committed affordable housing, both in the new development and in the renovation sites. The new development will also achieve Earthcraft Gold and Energy Star certification. There are plenty of wraparound services and amenities for the tenants themselves. We see the list of standard county contributions. I'll only focus on the TDM plan, just to briefly note the importance of that TDM plan in promoting multimodal transit and reducing reliance on single occupancy vehicle trips. The site is very close to 2 metro stations and several metro bus stops, so it's a very well-suited site for that TDM plan and for multiple modes of transportation. And finally, the reconstruction of the sidewalks, the conveyance of new easements over those areas, and the relocation of the Capitol Bike Share Station. That concludes our presentation. We'd like to thank you again for your time and consideration, and certainly want to thank staff and for all the stakeholders who've invested so much of their time throughout the course of public review. And we have our whole team here and happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Holman. As we move into comments from residents, we'll begin with representatives of our advisory group. I understand that we have planning, housing, transportation, and climate change, energy, and environment all represented today. So we'll begin with Planning Commission. Mr. Lantelmi, are you with us to present in person? Nice to see you, sir, on behalf of the Planning Commission.
Good morning, Madam Chair and County Board members. For the record, I'm Jim Lantelmi, and I'm here representing the Planning Commission. We heard the application for site plan 463, the Marbella Apartments, at our last meeting, and we voted unanimously 8-0 to recommend approval of this project and the accompanying vacation. We also approved an additional motion I'll get to a bit later. Prior to our vote, we had 7 public speakers, including 5 from or representing the immediate neighborhood. All supported affordable housing here. Those in Radnor Fort Myers Heights continued to raise their concerns about the height and massing effect on the surrounding residents. I want to emphasize the point that the neighbors are unanimous in their welcoming additional affordable housing on this site and participated in all the meetings and worked with staff and the applicants to come to this where we are today. The issues we discussed at Planning Commission included affordable housing and the mix of units, building form and transition to the surrounding neighborhood, parking and loading, open space, and the neighbor concerns. The Planning Commission's deliberations were mostly centered on the tension between the number of units and the effect of design changes made to better address transitions to its surroundings. This is the first project for all of us under the recent change to the zoning ordinance, allowing an additional 6 stories for 100% affordable unit projects. As such, we had to wrestle with the interpretation of the transition requirements of the zoning ordinance. Some of us saw the number of units in the Notice of Funding Availability, the NOFA process application, as a minimum number of units. Others saw a transition as unnecessary because the site and its surroundings were all in the same zoning district rather than adjacent to an R zone where we more typically see setbacks and transitions. The discussion also recognized that the surrounding residences, including the Lisa Court townhouses, are stable and are unlikely to be redeveloped for decades. Further discussion was about the size mix of units and the county-wide need for family-sized units. A number of commissioners were disturbed by not just the reduction in proposed units, but also the reduction in bedrooms resulting in fewer large units. The APA representative to the SBRC made clear to us that there is an overwhelming need for all sizes of units. Over the course of the SBRCs, numerous changes were made to the project to have the buildings better relate to their surroundings. Pathways were relocated, setbacks and notches introduced in response to community feedback. All of these were noted by the Planning Commission. Design guidelines would be very useful should there be other projects that will be developed under this zoning ordinance. And the relationship between the NOFA and the SBRC really needs to be sorted out too. Ultimately, the Planning Commission voted to recommend approval. By separate motion, Planning Commission voted unanimously to recommend better notification of proposed projects by on-site billboards while they're still conceptual. The proposed vacation also passed unanimously as being consistent with the comprehensive plan. Thank you, and I'm available for questions or comments.
Thank you, Mr. Lantelmi. We appreciate you. I believe next we have Kellen Macbeth representing the Housing Commission, who may be with us virtually. Mr. Macbeth, do we have you on the line?
Yes.
Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you. Again, my name is Colin Macbeth, Vice Chair of the Housing Commission. The Housing Commission voted 10-0 to advise the County Board to approve the AHIF loan to APA, as outlined in the staff report, to help finance development and construction of the Marbella Site A, and to adopt the resolution to designate the site as a revitalization area. The Commission is very supportive of this project because of the 234 newly constructed CAFs, which will be affordable for 75 years. We were happy to see that 10.3% of the units will be constructed to meet the American National Standards Institute Type A accessibility requirements, and 5 of those units will be accessible for individuals with hearing/visual impairments. The development also included 9% of the units as permanent supportive housing units and 110 which will meet universal design guidelines. And we were also happy to see that the project will support lower income households, and 9% will be affordable up to 30% of AMI, 28% will be affordable up to 50%, and the remaining 64 affordable up to 60% of AMI. The commission did, however, have, or I would say rather, several members of the commission discussed over the course of many meetings concerns about the site plan review process and concessions that were made during that process. These concerns included that the SPRC composition had members from the surrounding townhomes, but no renters from the Marbella property itself. Some of the commissioners were also frustrated that the SPRC process resulted in 31 fewer family-sized units, given the great need in the community for affordable family-sized units. Specifically, during discussion at commission meetings, there was concern that the direction that planning staff gave to APA to downscale the building due to massing concerns led to the conversion of these 31 two-bedroom units into one-bedroom units. The question was raised multiple times whether this type of direction was consistent with the county affordable housing goals and the particular zoning amendment that the county board had made last year to allow this type of density on sites like this for affordable housing developments. The commission voted to include these concerns as part of our letter and statement to the county board, in addition to our support for the overall project. Additionally, our liaison from the Disability Advisory Commission noted that the Marbella project is an excellent example of an affordable housing project that advances many of the goals of the Affordable Housing Master Plan. However, it did not address several elements related to common area and unit accessibility. Specifically, the liaison raised concerns about one of the building entrances to having a main entrance with a path of travel from the street that requires using stairs with a separate path of travel that is accessible for persons using mobility devices, such as manual and power wheelchairs or scooter and walkers, which is separate from the main path of travel, which actually has a large staircase. This type of design, also used in the American Legion project, tends to reward a view that separate building entrances that are accessible rather than making them inclusive. And that is, those are all of our comments. If you have any questions, happy to address those. Thank you. Thank you so much,
Mr. Macbeth. Appreciate your insights. Do we have Mr. Slott with us on behalf of the Transportation? Good morning, Chair Slott.
Yes. My name is Chris Slatt. I'm the chair of the Transportation Commission, and I will be representing the commission this morning. In the interest of time, I'll give a brief summary and refer you to our written comments for further details. The commission, by a vote of 8-0, recommends that the county board approve the proposed Marbella site plan. The commission is supportive of the proposed parking ratio and is confident in the transportation network's ability to support these additional housing units in this area. Additionally, we're happy to see the streetscape improvements that this development will bring. The commission's only voiced concerns about this site plan are over the number of units and the number of bedrooms that have been lost from the project over the course of site plan review, and that the Virginia Fire Code once again appears to be forcing a wider, less safe street than we would otherwise build in Arlington, specifically the 13-foot wide travel lanes that pedestrians will have to cross on North Pierce Street. Nonetheless, the commission unanimously recommends that the county board approve this proposed site plan, and I am available if the board has any questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chairman Slatt. And finally, but certainly not least, Mr. DeLessio, on behalf of our Climate Change, Energy, and Environment Commission. Good morning. Thanks for joining us.
Hello, my name is Stephen DeLessio, and I'm here representing the Climate Change, Energy, and Environment Commission, or C2E2. There are many aspects of the Marbella Apartments design that deserve praise. The affordable housing benefits that this project provides are essential to making Arlington an equitable and just community to live in. C2E2 also finds much to appreciate in the attention to environmental impacts by the designers. The project includes many laudable sustainability elements, such as committing to Earthcraft Gold, installing Energy Star and WaterSense appliances and fixtures, including biophilic elements in the landscape design, and incorporating PV panels. The world is facing a catastrophic climate crisis that requires immediate action by individuals, governments, and businesses to avoid the worst consequences, and all future development needs to align with these goals. To do this, all new buildings need to be zero carbon ready, highly energy efficient and all electric, and where feasible, powered from on-site and or off-site renewable energy sources. C2E2 assesses that this project falls below minimum standards based on our evaluation methodology, although we were not able to get sufficient information during the SPRC process, such as a zero carbon assessment or energy modeling to fully assess this project. We know that the plans call for natural gas-powered hot water systems, and we are unsure about other planned uses of natural gas for HVAC or cooking. We recommend that the buildings either be either all electric from the outset or if plans to become so. As soon as the county achieves its 100% renewable electricity goal, all electrified buildings in Arlington will be operationally carbon neutral, while buildings still using fossil fuels will not. Elimination of on-site use of natural gas will also improve public health and safety by eliminating a major source of indoor air pollution. Earthcraft Gold requirements ensure a high level of energy efficiency, but we lack sufficient information as to determine whether additional opportunities for energy efficiency gains over current baseline requirements can be made. A zero carbon assessment would offer useful guidance to achievement of both these goals. The applicant has indicated that some parking spaces will have EV chargers, but has provided no details on the number of proposed spaces. C2E2 recommends that the applicant make at least 50% of all spaces EV ready, meaning conduits in place to meet the future demand needs for a full transition to electric vehicles and avoid the need for much more expensive retrofitting. The applicant should consider smart charging technology to maximize the number of vehicles that can be charged while reducing demands on the electrical capacity available at site. While C2E2 strongly supports this project's contribution to meeting the county's affordable housing needs, we believe the county's equity goals ensure that this and similar projects should be built to zero carbon standards to avoid more expensive retrofits in the future. Even in the short term, maximizing electrification can improve indoor and outdoor air quality by reducing pollutants that have harmed marginalized communities. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. D'Alessio. Appreciate your work in that of the commission. We'll move now into our public speakers on this item. Madam Clerk, I'll turn to you to call them.
Yes, our first speaker is Jane Green, followed by Corinne Parker. Jane Green.
No, we saw her. Oh, Ms. Green, good morning.
Oh.
2 greens for the price of 1 this morning.
I'm sorry, we're in a little...
No need to apologize at all.
All right.
And you know you can lower, there you go.
Yes. Oh, there it goes.
All right. Good morning.
Good morning. I am speaking today as a resident of the Radnor-Fort Myer Heights Civic Association. I asked the board to allocate the AHIP funds to support the redevelopment of the Marbella apartments. This project will bring much needed affordable housing, including housing for families and seniors, to an opportunity-rich neighborhood, and I know because I live just a few blocks away from the project. During the SPRC process, the Arlington Partnership for Affordable Housing addressed concerns from staff and neighbors to create a project that delivers on our community goals. While the project has fewer units and fewer 2-bedroom units than it started, it should go forward without delay. Time is never on our side when it comes to housing supply. This project will make our neighborhood a place for people of all stages of life, all income levels, and all abilities. It includes units of deeply affordable housing, accessible units, family-sized units, and the building includes valuable community space. For these reasons, and more that will be expressed today, I ask the board to allocate the AHIP funds necessary to approve this project and bring it to fruition. One note, the Marbella's redevelopment has been noted that it uses the first to use the new zoning amendment ordinance that offers 60 feet of bonus height to residential projects proposing 100% affordable units if they're located in unplanned RA zones. I believe the staff too strictly defined the lower density zones needed in this neighborhood and required more excessive buffering because in fact all the surrounding parcels have the same RA 615 zone, and this is what resulted in some of the loss of units. So I hope you will provide clarity on this amendment which could help future affordable housing projects. Thank you so much, and thank you to everyone who was involved.
Thanks, Ms. Green.
Our next speaker is Corinne Parker, followed by Adam Theo. Corinne Parker.
Hello, my name is Corinne Parker. Can you hear me?
We can. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, community members, APA residents, and members of the county board. My name is Corinne Parker, and I am speaking as an individual community member in support of the construction of the new Marbella project. I moved to Northern Virginia from DC 3 years ago last month to escape an abusive relationship. I gave up my home because I had the financial support to do so. I made this decision for myself alone because, unlike many people fleeing abuse, I did not have any children or even pets to worry over. I found a lot of help when I moved to Arlington. The organization called Doorways on Fairfax Drive helped to set me up with counseling. Arlington County Police Department helped me to orchestrate my court documents. One thing I did not need help with, unlike many domestic abuse survivors, was housing, because I was able to hold onto my job throughout this ordeal and make enough money to afford a new home. A comment that survivors frequently hear is, why didn't you just leave? Without affordable housing, many survivors have no place to leave, too. For survivors with children, this becomes doubly concerning. A parent in this situation may end up forced back into the abusive relationship due to financial constraints, involuntarily making their child a witness to abuse and thereby normalizing it. The fight for affordable housing is not a destination. It must continue against the tides of housing inflation, high property taxes, and strict zoning laws. The market will always threaten the existence of these affordable units. Last year, Arlington made a small step toward making affordable homes more possible by offering bonus density in exchange for affordability, and this project will use that. The planned Marbella apartments are family units that make the most efficient use of the space. The building is a short commute to the subway for residents that cannot afford cars. I'd like to ask the county board to consider what one of these homes would mean to a person escaping domestic abuse. Consider what it would mean to our community, creating a safe and affordable option for those who qualify. Consider how Arlington as a community would benefit by avoiding a situation where a person and their children escaping abuse do not become indigent, as Mr. Dorsey said. Please put your voice forward in support of Marbella affordable housing development.
Thank you, Ms. Parker.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Adam Theo, followed by Anna Olson.
Good morning. I'm Adam Theo, independent candidate for Arlington County Board. With hundreds of committed affordable units gained through the proposed Marbella affordable housing redevelopment, I'm particularly excited about 125 of those units being dedicated for senior residents. Senior residents are a demographic that's growing rapidly. They're particularly vulnerable to all kinds of housing insecurities due to a wide range of health issues, loss of physical mobility, property tax increases, rent increases, and other financial shocks. Right now, Arlington has about 24,000 residents that are 65 years or older. That's about 10% of our population. And from 5 years ago to about 10 years from now, the number of adults aged 80 or over is expected to double. It's a population in need that's often avoided in affordable housing programs because of the extra on-site health and well-being services needed for them. Although I'm disappointed in the reduction of proposed units for older residents as this planning process has gone on, from 132 down to 125 now, as well as worried about them being in the later phase 2 stage, risking construction problems, delaying delivery, I still give a big thank you to APA for being sure to include senior affordable housing units in this plan. I urge the Arlington County Board to not only approve the HF funds and the site plan, but also continue to place affordable housing for senior residents as a high priority in all neighborhoods of Arlington County. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Theo.
Our next speaker is Anna Olson, followed by Ted Hicks.
Good morning, Ms. Olson.
Good morning. My name is Anna Olson, and I am an Arlington resident. I live in APA housing in a committed affordable unit, and I'm a member of Clarendon Presbyterian Church, which is how I knew about this, which is a member of Voice. And I'm very happy to speak today in support of the Marbella project. When I first moved to Arlington, I was working as a preschool teacher, and I was working here for 3 years before I was able to afford an apartment. And I So I was commuting for 2 hours each way from Montgomery County, and then working in Arlington, and then going home. And I was so happy when I was able to find a place to live in Arlington. And I really worry about all the people who are unable to afford to live in Arlington currently. And I've also noticed, and it's only anecdotal, but when I walk through Clarendon and I walk through other parts of Roslyn, I notice all of the help wanted signs. And I can't help but think that more people would be available to work in these businesses and support the community if they were able to afford to live here. I wouldn't want to live or have to pay more than I could afford to live in a place that didn't feel supportive to me. So I urge you to vote for the approval. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Olson.
Our next speaker is Ted Hicks, followed by Stuart Stein.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
As a member of APA's Board of Directors, I speak on behalf of and advocate for the residents. Thank you for the opportunity to support an essential addition to the affordable housing stock. Specifically, Marbella's rehabilitation is an important piece of property in a somewhat forgotten parcel on the other side of Route 50. Marbella is special to me because I lived there for 11 years in the late 1990s until 2010, when I relocated to Park Roslyn. These two APA properties are still connected through AFAC, the food service, resident programs, and by the support and ownership by an attentive and resident-focused nonprofit. This development property, Marbella, will be one of the few new additions to the Radnor-Fort Myers Heights Civic Association and welcome new homes to the current and future residents. There will be 555 new apartments, but an important component of that is 125 essential and specific apartments dedicated to seniors. We, and by that I mean Arlington, as a whole benefit from the continued investment in the affordable housing stock. Here in an ever-increasing Arlington, we as a community stand tall as one of, if not the best area for everyone, including those in need, to have a wonderful, affordable home in a constantly caring Arlington County. Please give an approval to the development project to provide additional affordable units to the stock. And in this manner, keep this county as the most important jurisdiction for all to revel in and aspire to reside. We at APA care about families, as I know Arlington County does as a whole, and the rehabilitation of that property is going to be essential for everyone to be able to rise up and improve their lives. Thank you for your consideration. The Arlington Way continues to thrive due to your support and understanding of the value of lifting up the lives of those in need through supporting quality homes for families. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hicks.
Our next speaker is Stuart Stein, followed by Alice Hogan.
Yes.
Good morning, Mr. Stein.
Good morning. First of all, I want to fully associate myself with Stan Carson's statement that you will hear soon. I think this project illustrates the reasons that staff had concerns about reinstating additional height after removing caps on density. They were right to be concerned. It was wrong to do it. The dismissal of Lisa Court and their concerns by some in this process was outrageous. The staff and the developer have shown much more concern for the community than those making the comments, especially in SPRC 1. By definition, site plans are site-specific. The impact of a development on a community is of great importance. In my opinion, none of my neighbors are expendable. Billionaires, people who need help with their rent, and everyone in between. They are equally my neighbors if they live in penthouses, efficiencies, or a group home, or dare I say, in single-family homes or townhouses. Rayfom's primary concern has always been for its current residents. I think that this amount of development is inappropriate and out of context for our area. I want to thank the staff for their efforts to work with the community and to try and mitigate some of the impacts of this massive development on neighboring buildings. I want to thank the developer for making some of the changes and for embracing zero displacement and for keeping Marbella affordable for the long term and reaching down to 30% AMI. There are so many good things about the building. About the project. The building itself is massive. And that being said, the good things, the scale and massing of this project should be smaller. The contribution to affordable housing would still be sizable at much less than 6.3 FAR or 260 units per acre. As much Fort Myers Heights and Radnor Heights are as much as anywhere in the county communities, no matter how inconvenient it might be for some to consider that. Thank you very much. And I feel that you should do whatever you can to accommodate the surrounding buildings, and particularly Lisa Court, who has been more than welcoming and extremely reasonable in their requests. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stein.
Our next speaker is Alice Hogan, followed by Sine Kubota.
Good morning. I'm Alice Hogan. I'm representing Alliance for Housing Solutions this morning. Can you hear me?
We can. Good morning.
Good morning. Alliance for Housing Solutions is a nonprofit here in Arlington that works to promote policy and public education around affordability of housing in our community. We stand very much in favor of the Marbella redevelopment. As you've heard, we will have 555 new constructed CAFs for a period of 75 years in our community. This is an enormous increase in our portfolio, all while preserving the other garden-style apartments found on the site. This development is being proposed by a trusted, mission-driven affordable housing county partner, known for its comprehensive on-site resident services and its commitment to housing families earning under 60% of our area median income. We wanted to point out this is an ideal utilization of the county's new zoning code amendment, allowing additional height for buildings containing 100% affordable units. This is a forward-thinking new zoning tool to help the county achieve its own affordable housing goals. And while it was a difficult compromise among all parties, we feel the result is excellent. To point out a few of those components, the affordability is incredible. Over 30 units at 30% of AMI. This is an enormous increase in this deepest level of affordability, which is almost non-existent in Arlington. Another 150 units at 50% of the area median income. Also an incredible addition to a small portion of all units across Arlington, including CAFs. And of course, more than 350 at 60%. In terms of unit size, we'll have over 300 units will be family sized, either 2 or 3 bedroom units, which is an extremely sought after size in Arlington, particularly in this resource rich neighborhood. This is an excellent example of responsible and effective infill development in an area zoned for height and density with a goal of creating hundreds of additional CAFs to help the county achieve its goal of 17% of all housing across the county being affordable. This project is also an example of transit-oriented development with CAFs for lower income earners who rely more heavily on public transit than average residents. Creating 125 affordable units especially designed for Arlington's growing senior population is a wonderful addition to the portfolio. And we also point out there will be hardwired free internet access to all residents, which helps us achieve our digital equity goals. The deep affordability and on-site permanent supportive housing are another excellent component, and we applaud the sustainable design of Earthcraft Gold and including rooftop solar panels to the project. We thank you for your support. We applaud the efforts of the staff, and we encourage you to support the project. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hogan.
Our next speaker is Sinead Kubota, followed by David Broyles.
Good morning.
Hi, my name is Sanai Kubota, and I'm a homeowner within Lisa Court. I've been a resident of Radnor Fort Myers Heights, actually directly adjacent to the Marbella property, for over 20 years. I appreciate that the zoning ordinance amendment was passed last spring to enable much needed expedited action on affordable housing projects. I understand the urgency, commend the county on taking action, and fully support the benefits my current and future additional Marbella neighbors will see as a result. The zoning ordinance amendment requires an effective transition from higher density affordable housing to lower density neighborhoods, but does not provide criteria. Without established guidelines in place to define an effective transition, staff instead identified 3 example projects that they believe do have appropriate transitions to lower density residential surroundings. Without other explicitly defined criteria, the bar is set by those example projects. While the staff report and earlier presentation indicate that the project is generally compliant with the vague language of the zoning ordinance, it was specifically noted that it is, quote, not as successful when compared with more deliberate transitions achieved in other exemplar projects. The report and earlier presentation each dedicated a full page to scale representations, which show just how much more jarring the transition is from the Marbella proposal to Lisa Court as compared with each of the 3 exemplar sites. For anyone who wants to see this again, it's page 35 of the report, and the site section shown on page 34 is a great illustration as well. Planning commissioners also noted last week that they would, quote, like to see even more significant consideration and scaling to the surrounding homes and what is in the existing community, and, quote, felt that the effective transition was not successfully met. I understand that perfect is the enemy of good. I'm not asking for perfect. I'm asking for good. I'm asking for a design that is on par with the existing examples, not subpar. It was frequently noted during the SPRC process that these new buildings will be around for 75 to 100 years. Let's get it right. The next century is worth the effort now. I understand that there's a threshold for financial viability of projects, and I acknowledge that it's possible that increasing the setback from Lisa Court may result in breach of that threshold. But rather than assuming that is the case, due diligence should require APA to prove it and show why subpar is necessary. There are a number of characteristics that make our neighborhood fairly unique. One of them is the wonderful diversity that we have. Another is that we're a fairly distinct pocket of an area, and there are only a few entrances. Marbella and Lisa Court sit at one of these entrances. We're at the end of the Road Street Bridge, which every day sees a steady incoming stream of commuters, cyclists, runners, tourists, and people in search of a good crab shack. The new Site A building will be the greeting that our neighborhood conveys. I'd like for it to be a welcome invitation, not a wall. I ask the county board to defer approval of the Marbella proposal until it includes an effective transition.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Bonner.
Our next speaker is David Broyles, followed by Andreas Eltrich.
Good morning.
Good morning. My name is David Broyles, and I live at 1620 Arlington Boulevard, part of the Lisa Court townhouses. I've lived here nearly 10 years. I want to start by reiterating my support for the goal of more affordable housing in Arlington. Throughout this process, I and my neighbors have raised a number of questions and concerns about the Marbella redevelopment project. Our concerns are not about the affordable housing aspect of this proposal. Our concerns are about the effective transitions, setback distances, parking, sunlight, and yes, even the rodentia. We would have the same concerns even if this building were for luxury condominiums, because it would still be a 12-story building being built 12 feet from our property. This morning, I will focus my comments on 2 items: the art of effective transitions and precedents. First, effective transitions. We've had a lot of discussions about them. During the meeting on February 3rd, Several commissioners raised concern about the lack of guidance and clarity on what constitutes an effective transition and how they should weigh the need for more housing against it. And we've had discussions about how this process is more of an art than a science. However, during this whole process, at no point have we been given any insight into this so-called art, or more importantly, the limits of it. Are further setbacks not feasible? If not, why? I don't know. I've seen zero information. So I'm left with the conclusion that the actual accommodation of our concern was never seriously considered. I have this image of Elaine Bennis sitting in a bathroom stall, hoarding all the toilet paper and telling her stall neighbor that she doesn't have a square to spare. I don't have any information to the contrary, so I will call this proposal what it is, a failed transition. That leads me to my second topic, precedent. Again, several commissioners raised concern that this project will set a precedent for future projects, which further heighten their desire for clearer guidance. The Marbella project is the first one to make use of the new zoning ordinance, so more are on the way. For some, a successful project means maxing out the housing potential, no matter the impact on the environment and the neighborhood. For others, it means striking a balance and ensuring we all end up with a nice quality environment for the entire community. If this site plan is approved today, I can only ask that you get out here as soon as the skeleton of this building goes up so you can see it for yourself firsthand. Drop on by, knock on the door. We can crane our necks up together to look at it. I think it will inspire you to provide a bit more thought and guidance to the artists who are resculpting Arlington. Because if you don't, you're just going to get more. We still do have time to make a wiser choice here. I asked the county board to defer approval of the Marbella proposal until it includes an effective transition. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bro.
Our next speaker is Andreas Eltrich, followed by Stanley Carson.
Good morning. My name is Andreas Eltrich. I'm affiliated with the EMBs of Northern Virginia. I think the chair. I just wanted to briefly speak in support of this. There's a lot of housing that needs to be developed in the region, especially affordable housing. I am a little disappointed that there are less units in total than in the beginning, but overall is a benefit to the community. And with that brief remark, I yield back. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Eltrich.
Stanley Carson, followed by Cecilia Carpentier.
I just did.
Good morning, Mr. Carson.
Stanley Carson.
Oh, yes.
Good morning, Mr. Carson.
Ray Farm fully supports those in our area that are most impacted by this project, like Lisa Court and the others surrounding the site. We support them in their concerns and their desires to expand affordable housing in our area, too much of which has been lost to redevelopment. We commend the developer for committing to a goal of zero displacement of current residents. This is something Ray Farm has been fighting for throughout the years. The county should make this a requirement rather than relying on developers who might not be as dedicated as APA. We commend the staff for trying to work with the adjacent buildings to try and mitigate some of the impact of this huge development. Throughout this process, it has been clear to us that this amount of redevelopment and density is inappropriate and out of context for this area. The scale and massing illustrates why it was wrong to change the zoning to remove caps on density. Everything cannot be solved in one site. There would be a significant contribution to affordable housing at a smaller scale. While we are aware of county parking goals, we feel the project is absolutely underparked and it will add to what is already a difficult situation. Context and impact on a community is of great importance, and I cannot emphasize that enough. Every accommodation should be made for the residents of Lisa Court, who have been welcoming and more than reasonable with their requests. Thank you.
Next speaker, Cecilia Carpentier.
Hi, good morning.
My name is Celia Carpentier, and I represent the homeowners of Lisa Court. Lisa Court is a development of 6 townhomes that is adjacent to Site A of the proposed Marbella redevelopment. In April of last year, I appeared before you to express our concerns with a zoning ordinance amendment that would enable the Marbella project to achieve 12 stories of building height rather than the 6 stories allowed by right. We had learned of the proposed amendment and the plans for the Marbella redevelopment only by chance and just 3 days before the board meeting. At that meeting, you instructed us to work to address our concerns through the SPRC process. Since then, we have made our best efforts to engage in this process in a reasonable and a productive manner by providing written comments on the proposed redevelopment, participating in 2 SPRC meetings, and meeting with APA to discuss our concerns with the redevelopment. However, there were several barriers in this process that lead us to believe that the site plan that is before you today still falls short of meeting the requirements for an effective transition. While we are greatly appreciative of the changes that have been made to the site plan, as were just described by APA in their presentation, we note that these changes only provide a very minimal transition between this proposed 12-story building and our 2-story townhomes. As stated in the Planning Department's report, the proposed transition between the Site A Marbella redevelopment and the surrounding housing is not as effective as the transitions in other projects in the county. During the SPRC process, the county staff identified the Union on Queen, the Monroe at Virginia Square, and the American Legion project as good examples of meeting urban design principles regarding transitioning to lower density housing. The setbacks in these sites are 32 feet, 27 feet, and 47 feet respectively. The setback in the Marbella development proposal is a minimum of 12 feet. It is well established that good public policy requires affordable housing to be indistinguishable from similar market rate or non-subsidized housing in the area. Yet the proposed Marbella project is clearly inconsistent with other projects in the county with respect to transitions to lower density housing. In our most recent communications with APA in December of last year and January of this year, we provided both written and verbal comments regarding the transition between the Site A redevelopment and our townhomes, and suggested that the minimum setback should be 20 feet, a compromise which is still less than 75% of the shortest setback among the examples, which is at the Monroe site. Also note that the Monroe building is only 9 stories tall and on level ground, as compared with the Marbella project, which is 12 stories and will begin at a 30-foot grade increase. Therefore, it seems that the topography of the site would require that any setback and other mitigation measures at Marbella Site A should exceed that of the other exemplar projects rather than fall short in comparison. For this reason, we greatly regret that we are unable to relay our support for the site plan that is before you today. While we remain 100% supportive of increased affordable housing at the Marbella site, we remain concerned for the abrupt and jarring transition the new building will create, both from our homes and at one of the major entry points to the neighborhood. Therefore, we are asking the board to not approve the Marbella site plan today and instruct APA to work with staff to develop an effective transition for Site A that is in line with the exemplar projects cited in the county staff's report. We ask that APA and the county staff come up with a site plan that meets this requirement for effective transitions, and that the Planning Commission and board review the revised site plan in time for the March 10th tax credit deadline. While we acknowledge that this would be a very tight time frame, we believe that where there's a will, there's a way. We are asking today that the board show a will to ensure that the project provides a nice quality living environment for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Carpentier. Madam Clerk, does that conclude our speakers?
Yes.
Thank you so much. The conversation is now with the county board. To organize us, I think it's quite obvious that the major issue for discussion is the one of transition. So I'll begin with questions or comments from colleagues on that, and then we'll take the opportunity for a round of questions on other topics as they may present themselves. Would anyone like to begin with thoughts or questions about the transition issue?
Sure, Madam Chair, I'm happy to. Thanks very much.
I can hang up or get out of this.
I'll give just 1 second. I think this is, for Mr. Cullen, I believe this is slide 15 of the presentation, just talks about this, and I think the applicant also addressed this partially, but slide 15 talks about the changes from the original 4.1 submission to the public hearing version. There's also some, in the staff report, it's page 33. Just so, is there a way you could describe in feet kind of the steps back as you go up in elevation? I see a number of, on page 33 of the staff report, I see a number of 15 feet, 33 feet, 43 feet, and then towards the top there's a larger amount. Is there a way you can kind of describe that numerically? Because the picture on the public hearing design does help, but I wonder if you could kind of describe, and I think also the garage was moved around in addition to the line of trees, but maybe just start with the feet setback and sort of helping me understand the numbers at the bottom right there.
Sure, I can do that. So it's a little bit hard to illustrate graphically exactly what's going on here because of the grade change and the angle of the building. So the 12-foot distance is to the property line with Elisa Court townhouses, and it's to the garage podium at the eastern edge of the Site A building. And actually, if I can just go back a slide, you can see a little bit better. So it's for lack of a better term, it's almost like a pinch point. That's the closest that the building is to the property line. However, if you account for the grade change, the garage podium is I think nearly at grade once you get up to Pierce Street. So there's the measurement where it discusses 15 feet. That's to the building tower. It's almost effectively a 15-foot distance or setback at that point. And again, one of the changes made throughout the process was the removal of the garage podium that previously projected out. So now there is almost a triangular shaped buffer area that allows for a little bit better landscaping and separation. Does that, have I clarified that for you?
Sure. No, that's helpful. And so then further up, there's additional setbacks. Do you know the floor? I guess you've done it in terms of feet. 70 feet, there's another setback as you go up. And I don't know, it's magically, Mr. Allman has appeared, so it might be for you, Mr. Cullen, or it could be for Mr. Allman, whichever.
I think I would let the applicant design team add more detail there.
Yes, thank you. I was just going to offer that we do have a view somewhat similar to what you have on the screen, but more zoomed in to call out some of these dimensions, and it may be useful just to bring that up for a moment. And Tess, I see your screen. I have it up. If you want to share it, that's fine.
Oh, whichever is easier here.
Okay. Thank you, Tess.
Sure. And just to answer that question, I thought this elevation was helpful because it has the levels on it. So we can see the 10-foot setback at level 7, and then an additional 15-foot setback approximately at level 11.
And Ms. Crane, would you mind just introducing yourself for the record?
Oh, yes, pardon me. I'm Teresa Crane with KGD Architecture, the architect for the Marbella projects. And then let me really quick pull up the plan that Matt was referencing.
Thank you.
So this plan kind of shows more clearly the dimensions at the base of the building from the property line, and then, of course, the Elisa Court townhomes, and they kind of step a little bit further and then back towards the property line. And the location where we're closest to the property line is to the east, actually beyond where the Elisa Court townhomes are, near to the Marbella Site C, which is set back almost 60 feet from the property line.
So I'm sure there'll be other questions on this. One question I'll have is about the trees, and so I can yield. So help me recall the stage. Part of our challenge is we have mature trees have so much more, provide so much more of a buffer, and they're better for the environment. But you can't just pick up a mature tree that's 50 years old and put it right there. So can you describe a little bit the process? On-site will be the provision. Do you have an age of trees, or can you talk a little bit about how long before we get the sort of thick buffer that we want, or that we might want?
Sure, thank you. I think our landscape architect is best suited to provide detail on that, but I can tell you generally the plan is for a mixture of plantings in this area, some that will limb up and grow more quickly and some that will take more time to mature. So Dan, if you want to add some color to that.
Yeah, we'll plant this buffer, and I think it'll be, immediately it'll be pretty effective from those townhomes. But generally, trees take about 2 years to kind of heal in and get accustomed to their environment. And then, within about 10 years, you'll see a significant, canopy from those trees. That's in terms of time frame, that's about what it is. Landscape architects are famous as they get older because the landscape matures, but it'll take about 2 years, and then you'll see significant growth come out of it.
Thank you. I think that sort of starts my questions on this topic.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Dorsey and Mr. Karantonis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My two questions were where Mr. DeFerranti went. So to continue with the tree conversation, it's my understanding, since the landscape architect is still near, that while it comes at a greater expense and greater risk, but people who know how to do it can properly plant maturer trees that are somewhere around 10, 15 feet in height pretty successfully. Is that something that you would consider here?
The trees that we're going to install will be about 15 feet in height for the mature canopy tree, or the canopy trees we would be installing. The other material will be, shorter, 12 feet, 10 feet. There's a thought, let's plant very large trees, but actually, I think, staff would back us up on this. Smaller trees, not small trees, but smaller trees that can more quickly adapt to their environment and haven't, been growing in a different environment, will actually thrive and provide a better canopy in like 10 years versus planting larger trees that, have been growing in a different environment and have to adapt more to that. So
thank you for that.
It's a balance.
And in terms of the setback, so if I was reading the prior slide correctly, structure to structure, which is not the way we talk about setbacks, but the way people experience setbacks, looked to me by my quick math, we're at a minimum of 25 feet to a maximum of 40 feet.
Yeah.
Is that right?
In this, yeah.
Correct.
And so the question, I think, for staff, I seem to remember we did reviewed a project at 11th in Vermont, which caused great consternation because of the low amount of setback between it and surrounding townhomes. Does anyone on staff recall what those numbers actually were?
I'm afraid that was not one of our case studies.
And that was going to be the second question. Is there a reason why?
We were trying to focus on projects that had been developed. We did highlight the American Legion project, which of course was approved, primarily because that was a recent project, and there was a lot of discussion about transition to the existing, in that case, single-family neighborhood.
Right. Yeah. I guess I understand that methodology. I do think it's a reasonable but unfortunate circumstance that the community surrounding this project rightfully sees the demonstration of precedent examples as being the complete subset of examples that exist, and I don't believe that that's in fact the case. So, we'll learn better for next time, but when we're going to include things as precedent, we might want to include the full set of applicable circumstances. I think that's it for now.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Dorsey. Mr. Karantonis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Along the same line, within the same bucket of questions. So one of the reasons why we put so much emphasis on neighborhood manners and transitions is also shading and how the building shades the bigger buildings, shades the smaller building. In this case, I understand that shading is not so detrimental for the owners of the condo, but I want to hear how the proposed transition, the final proposed transition, helps with light and the feeling of not being shaded, especially in the winter months.
Were you looking for reactions to that, Mr. Karantonis, from staff?
The question is whether we have a problem with shading, whether the landscaping would suffer under the shade of the building, whether this would be, whether we have any adverse condition there besides the.
That may be a question for the applicant, their architect, Mr. Ullman.
Sure, and I'll again call upon our landscape architect to fill in any detail I leave out. Because that is a northern building frontage, we know that there will be shade, particularly in the winter. We did evaluate sun impacts of various different development types, even starting with a by right 6-story building through a market rate site plan building, and then the various iterations of our proposal, and found that there would be some degree of shade along that frontage in any condition. So mindful of that, we'll need to focus very closely on species selection and make sure that we are planting things that are shade tolerant and are well suited to thrive in that condition. Dan, I'll turn it over to you to help fill in any detail.
Yeah, all the material we're proposing for that property line is well suited for, a medium shade to a deep shade. And we're planting that buffer as to mimic more of a forest where you have a canopy, an understory, evergreens, and then a ground plane. So we think it'll actually be quite successful. And just to note, landscape does grow on the north sides of buildings. You can see that all throughout Arlington. So we know we can create a successful landscape as viewed, from Lisa Court and the surrounding neighbors.
Thank you.
Thanks. A question that I have for our staff, Mr. Cullen, particularly about getting to some sort of adopted guidance regarding transitions. I think this was a theme we've heard from both proponents of the project who would have liked to have seen less of a step down and concerned neighbors of the project who would like to have seen more, with sort of the lack of kind of formally documented or adopted guidance about those transitions. And so I know we've sort of talked about that in context of the zoning ordinance amendments that allow for this type of project. But one of the other areas where I think this has come up in terms of greater height in edge areas, so to speak, is with our multifamily reinvestment study. And I wondered if it would be correct to hope, or if not, to ask if some guidance on transitions in edge or unplanned areas would be forthcoming with that analysis, which I know is underway right now.
So my understanding is that is our expectation. And we did work with our comprehensive planning staff during review of this project, sort of on that front, and just to see if there was maybe preliminary guidance. And I think it's just too early in that process, but that's our expectation.
Okay. And I know this is, you don't have a crystal ball, but you may have some sense of the pipeline. Do we anticipate that there will be many more 4.1s like the Marbella taking advantage of the new, or seeking to take advantage of the new zoning ordinance amendments? Are there many in the pipeline that we anticipate would come forward before the MRS study would reach its completion at the end of this year, beginning of next? It's hard to speculate.
It is hard to speculate. I would not say that I believe that there are many in the pipeline.
Okay. I will say that resonates with my understanding. Of course, we can't predict what might be out there, but I think if to speak frankly, if I thought there were, a dozen more like this quickly on the heels before we could get to any kind of guidance, it would be a different situation than the one in which I think we find ourselves. The only other question I had, you had mentioned helpfully, and I think it really tees up the magnitude of the challenge here, that the density of the project is 4 times greater than that of the surrounding conditions as built, I think. Can you give us a similar order of magnitude of the density of this project, the height of this project, greater than what the existing zoning categories for the surrounding areas are, which is to say what would be allowable currently rather than what is built currently. Does that distinction make sense?
I'm going to have to apologize, Board Member Crystal. My video froze, so I missed
No
about
problem.
half your question.
That's great. That gives me an opportunity to try to articulate my question more clearly. So you had given us what I thought was an illuminating figure, which is that I believe it is the height here is 4 times greater than the surrounding, or excuse me, the density here is 4 times greater than that of the surrounding areas. Would you be able to give us a similar order of magnitude for how much greater the density of this project is than what is allowable under current zoning of the surrounding areas? So not just what's built, but what could be built.
So, and that's a somewhat complex answer. So as I mentioned, the by right density that could be achieved is 48 units per acre. The market rate site plan density that could be achieved as a baseline is 60 units per acre. One of the in the neighborhood is, as the applicant pointed out, almost entirely zoned RA 615. One of the things that we did in our robust building heights analysis was to look at not just current development as it exists today, but also development potential. And so, as you may know, just because a site is zoned in a certain way, it doesn't necessarily mean that it can be redeveloped at the maximum, building envelope based on the parcel size. So we try to account for all of those factors.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. Ms. Garvey with questions.
Yeah, it wasn't on transition, so I don't want to.
That's fine. Is there more to discuss on transitions? I think we're all sort of mulling what we've heard, right? So I'm appropriate to go to other topics.
Okay, no, that's fine. And I appreciate the discussion on transition. I mean, it's just such it's a difficult one. I am struck by the fact that we have people coming and saying the transition is not enough and we need to, do more. And other people saying you did too much of a transition. So that you... Mr. Amato,
good morning. Could we ask you to mute yourself and take down your video? Thank you, sir. We'll see more from you later.
And then we have people on the other side. So here we are in the middle with people upset on both sides, which often, as I say, indicates to me that we're close to where we probably ought to be. And so I'm fairly comfortable with this one, although I understand the concerns of the folks in Lisa Court. I am not persuaded that they hadn't been listened to because it was clear that there have been a lot of changes made. So that's my thoughts on transition. And then I had sort of just a number of things that came up in the comments, and I wonder if the applicant and the architect wanted to talk a little bit about the issue of the separate building entrances. That was just called up by our disability community. And why do we have 2 different entrances? That seems like it's not. I'm sure there's a good reason to do it, but it seems odd that you do 2 separate entrances. So perhaps the architect could talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, thank you for that question. And I believe the comment was made in response to an earlier iteration of the design, which has since been changed to promote and achieve that accessible entrance for any user. And I'll defer again to our architecture team. I think if we could use a site plan view to help illustrate how you would get in and out of the building under the current design.
Yep, let me pull that plan view up, Matt. There you go. So as Matt said, we heard those concerns and we adjusted our design throughout the process to accommodate that accessibility. So we had previously been showing stairs here on the Queen Street side of Site A in addition to a ramp, and now we are showing a ramp solely as the primary means of access to a secondary lobby that exists on Queen Street. And then our primary lobby is on North Pier Street, which is fully accessible on grade with the sidewalk, as well as the primary lobby for Site B. And then there's also a secondary lobby for Site B that is also accessible. So all 4 lobbies are accessible, and the crosswalks and lay-by have been located to aid in that access, drop off and pick up.
Great. Those are the kinds of answers we like to get to these questions. I have a few others, but I'm happy to yield. I don't know if another one. I mean, it's a different issue. And that one is the one on energy modeling. It was brought up by our C2E2 committee that they didn't have access to energy modeling. I'm gathering maybe that's not done. So would you like to talk a little bit about energy modeling and how you handle that? And maybe it's for our staff too. I just don't know if this is an area, I'm not familiar with this particular area as much as I should be. Is energy modeling something that we usually do? And I would think so, but if not, maybe we should be doing it. Ms. Crane, you're right there to go ahead, take it away.
Yep, energy modeling is something that we definitely will do. It requires a certain level of development of the project that is hard to accomplish during the site plan phase. We are committed to Earthcraft Gold for this project, and doing the energy modeling is part of that process, as well as, I believe, our conditions for the project. So it's just a timing challenge with having that to the project at a level of completeness where that can be done at this point in time.
Great, thank you. And then that's why I guess we've got the goals that were set, and you're going to make it so it gets there, but you can't really model it yet to know for sure because you haven't gotten that far. I understand that. And I think I'll yield the floor. I had one other. I don't know if you want.
I think you've got it.
Go, okay.
Yeah.
And this was actually the question brought up, and I don't even know if someone's here to exactly address it. One of our speakers talked about, setting aside units for people fleeing abuse. And I believe our DHS and our shelters work very closely with our providers of low-income housing and or supportive housing. And I think that happens, and I would assume why you don't set aside a spot is because you don't want to just keep it empty, but there are a lot of different areas, and there's a network to kind of work out and make sure that their folks are helped to find a place to stay that they can afford. And I guess I just wanted to check that my understanding is correct. APA probably knows about that because I assume they probably work with our folks.
I'm also happy to speak to it as a
and you
vice
probably
chair
know
of our
because you
project
do a
piece.
lot.
Yeah.
Then, Ms.
But
Crystal.
if we have anybody from the APA team, particularly on the resident services side, you may be able to tell some more compelling stories. I think, generally speaking, and first I just want to thank our speaker who came in. That story was immensely compelling, and I imagine it's not an easy one to share in a public testimony, so thank you. I think generally speaking, our interagency collaborations seeks to help people both at times of acute departure from a situation of abuse, which is where I think you were indicating some sense of anonymity is really important. And then there is the issue of helping survivors find permanent housing that is affordable to them as they seek to rebuild their lives. And I think that's an area where APA could probably speak more compellingly than I could. But there's both the sort of notion of the crisis response, so to speak, and then the stability after the event as someone's trying to rebuild. So I hope I haven't mischaracterized anything, and I think we have, I don't know, Ms. Romero may be interested in speaking to it, or someone else with APA as well.
Thank you. And you're right, the anonymity is really important, so this isn't public as much as you might think, but I think it's there, the support's there. Ms. Romero, are you there?
Yes, I am, and Mike Chiappa is here as well. But certainly APA has MOUs with partners throughout the county that are serving certain people in crisis, people who need to be transitioned into housing. And Doorways is one of those partners where we have a deep, longstanding relationship. And Marbella would be a perfect location to ensure that we make our partners aware of the units that we have coming online. We have Twilliger Place that's opening up in a few months that will also be available to partners who need housing. And, Mike Chiappa, who runs our real estate group, do you want to make a mention of some of the resident services we have planned here in particular?
So we do have a commitment here for permanent supportive housing units in partnership with Arlington DHS. So we typically do that for about 10% of the units on all of our projects. I think we're right around that 10% mark at Marbella as well. So we would accept referrals for those units in particular through Arlington DHS and through other partners.
Thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to sort of get the word out there and reassure Ms. Parker that we do a fair amount. I hope we do, and I'm glad that she's settled safely. So thank you.
Excellent, thank you. Okay, I am going to, Mr. Carantonis, do you have more questions?
Just the last point, because we often hear that we kind of forget that or not pronounce ourselves on this. There is a school kids' generation from the building. So the new building is bigger. It is also more generous for families. So the new building will contribute more students to school with APS. So if there can be, there is a explanation of the numbers in the board report, but maybe we can have some statement from staff that this is taking, seriously into account and it's managed.
Mr. Carantonis, if you don't mind, I'd love to put a finer point on that. It's a great point. Generally, the student generation factors that we see from, market rate elevator buildings are relatively low. They tend to be smaller units. These are by design supposed to be for families so the kids in APS can have stable housing. So completely agree. And maybe if I'm not mischaracterizing your question to sort of add my own to it is just if Mr. Cullen could speak a little bit about the conversations that happen with APS as part of the planning process, both to get to those estimates of student generation and then to ensure that APS planners are aware of these impacts as they engage in their own long-range planning and school siting exercises.
Sure. So as you know, these numbers are generated by APS. And one of the things we did try to do in the report is distinguish between the projected number, which is 251 total with the new development, and reflecting what exists today, which is, according to APS, the current count is 23. So that results in a net increase of 228 units, students. So we do rely on them for that analysis. Hopefully that, I guess, answers your question.
Well, just more about the sort of other side of that loop, how you share this information back to APS's planners so that they can factor this into their school siting and long-range planning and CIP.
I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Fusarelli to add some more color to that comment.
Thank you so much. I know that's maybe a different division of the planning department, so appreciate that. Sorry to put you on the spot, Mr. Cullen. Good morning, Mr. Fusarelli.
Good morning, Chair Crystal, and good morning, board members. Just a little bit to respond to your question. So we coordinate, our research team here in community planning, housing, and development coordinates with APS staff in a number of ways. We have an annual data share that we convey to APS each September or October, I believe. That is the latest export of our housing forecast for the next 10 years in particular, but especially over the next 3 to 4 years, which is of greatest interest to APS as they plan operationally, is our understanding. So we provide to them information on the approved projects. We stay coordinated with them on our expectations of when projects might be moving to construction so that they can best plan for addressing the needs that they expect to have both in the shorter term and longer term timeframes. So we continue to coordinate with them on many levels, this just being one of those components.
Thanks.
If I may, Madam Chair, I think just in case that was all very helpful, but in case that's not clear to people, APS generates the number that we put in our report and we circle back and let them know if we approved it. And so therefore it's baked in. That's the workflow process of it.
Well put. Mr. Carantonis, I stepped on your question there. So did that sufficiently answer it? Did you have any follow-up?
Yeah, I just wanted to highlight that this is part of the process and that these resources are definitely taken into account and accounted for as a significant increase in housing units happens. Right?
I also would love to take the opportunity to put in an ask that I've made in the past, and perhaps this is one I can prioritize for our planning staff again. We have once or twice seen after projects are built out and leased up some data, I think from APA, about how many APS students who move into the building were already APS students. And I think that's such an important number because I know there can sometimes be a perception that this is housing for folks who never would have lived in Arlington and kids who never would have been in APS. And so often actually what's being provided is stable housing for families who are already here in a way that can actually support those children in their academic achievement because of the new stability in their lives. So if we can refresh those numbers or get some case studies, I think that would be a really helpful and useful thing for that conversation to really understand the difference of how many families are new to APS versus already within our system. All right, unless there are any further questions, I'm going to turn to Mr. DeFerranti for a motion, please.
Sure. I'll have one confirming question, but the motion I'm happy to make, which is to adopt the ordinance attached to the staff report. It's the county manager's recommendation for site plan number 463 to construct a 555-unit multifamily residential development consisting of 2 building towers with modifications of use regulations to include additional building height, additional density exclusions, required parking, and other modifications as necessary to achieve the proposed development plan located at 1300 and 1305 North Pierce Street, subject to the conditions of the ordinance. That's the first part to the motion. Second part to the motion is the county manager's recommendation with respect to Part B that we enact the ordinance of vacations attached to the staff report to vacate an easement for public purposes located on the east side of North Queen Street, south of Route 50, on property known as Outlot B, Block 24, Fort Myers Heights, RPC number 17033-009, with conditions. In addition, authorize the Real Estate Bureau Chief, Department of Environmental Services, to execute on behalf of the county board the deed of vacation and any other documents necessary to effectuate the ordinance of vacation set forth in attachment 1 attached to the staff report, subject to approval of all documents as deformed by the county attorney. And finally, Part C, I'll move the county manager's recommendation with respect to AHIF and also the resolution. I move that we allocate $10.5 million of fiscal year 2022 AHIF funds to APA or its county-approved affiliate to fund a low-interest AHIF residual receipts loan to help finance the development and construction of the Marbella Site A 9% low-income housing tax credit project. The proposed $10.5 million AHIF loan is subject to a low-income housing tax credit allocation from Virginia Housing to APA for the Marbella Site A project and the county board's approval of the final loan terms and conditions set forth in the AHIF loan documents. A draft of the terms and conditions as identified in the staff report are outlined in attachment 1, and we allocate in addition $10,900,000 of fiscal year 2022 AHIF funds to APA or its county-approved affiliate to fund a low-interest AHIF residual receipts loan to help finance the development and construction of the Marbella Site A 4% low-income housing tax credit project. A draft of the AHIF loan terms and conditions are outlined in attachment 2 of the staff report. And finally, in addition, we adopt the resolution shown as attachment 3 in the staff report to designate the site as a revitalization area.
Do we have a second? Seconded by Ms. Garvey. Thank you, Mr. DeFerranti. I'll leave the floor with you, especially if you'd like to speak to it or ask any further questions.
Sure. Thank you. The confirming questions are for APA, and this is very important. We found this to be very important and very important to the board. It's with respect to just verifying and making sure that you will have, in the course of construction, you will have a construction contact as well as a neighborhood contact so that if there are any problems, there'd be a direct way that neighbors can contact APA to make sure things are proceeding correctly. I don't know if that's Mr. Chapa. I see you magically on the screen.
Yes, Mr. DeFerranti, glad to confirm that. Our standard practice is to have third-party construction management, which at this project will be KCM, Cal Reese Construction Management, that's done a number of our other projects, including the American Legion and Queens Court. And they will have a person identified as well as a contact from the general contractor once selected. And our nearest neighbors certainly will have contact information for our project managers on the APA staff. So there will be ample communication back and forth and ability to contact us as needed during construction.
And just to confirm, the project manager would also be, it's practice to make sure that once construction is complete, there's a contact point should any problems arise at that point. Is that correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay, thank you. I know that we are aware of this, but it is so important because what happens every minute going forward with the neighbors is critical. So that I appreciate that. And I would just briefly say, we're in this neighborhood, we're below the percentage of affordable housing that we need. And so geographic distribution of affordable housing is a piece of why I moved this resolution, moved the motion as I just mentioned. There has been some compromise. Hear the neighbors saying it's not as much as they would have liked. I know Lisa Court came in very good faith, but there's also, I think we've lost 39 two-bedrooms, but I also understand that it is a critical necessity that we work on this tapering piece as we consider the limited number of cases within which I believe this zoning amendment would apply. So I think there's a compromise that, given the value and the public benefit of geographic distribution of affordable housing, is one I'm prepared to move forward with.
Thank you, Mr. DeFerranti. Ms. Garvey.
Yes, thank you. I'm also prepared to support this motion. Mr. DeFerranti, thank you. I was absolutely going to go right there, thinking about construction, and urge the Lisa Court folks to make sure, kind of all through, you're in touch and you know who to reach out to if you've got concerns, because I'm sure it will be difficult, and I hope APA will do everything they can to mitigate the effect on you while the construction goes on. But they do have quite a bit of experience, which is good. This is, I think, a really good building. I'm impressed actually with the design and all of the changes. I think it's improved a lot during the whole process. I know it's not quite where some people would like it to be, but given all of the challenges, I'm really pleased to support this. I think it's going to be a good addition and will be a good building and a good addition to what we've got in our county moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Karantonis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to everybody who participated in this process. It's clearly not very easy to go through a site plan for such a big building, indeed, for a building that is, commensurate to the need, commensurate to the fact, and I want to put it there as a framing point. 10 years ago, we had more housing affordability than we have today. We had about 11.5% of all housing units in Arlington were affordable to 60% AMI or less. Today, with all these efforts, with all these investments, still we are behind. And that frames the why and the pressure for which we are trying to catch up nearly with the housing affordability challenges. I have a personal relationship to the people who live in the Marbella. I used to volunteer because this is still a very old building, I used to volunteer to patch up the windows so that they are not so drafty in cold winters. I used to volunteer also when during the vaccination campaign. I have seen how diverse, but how happy they were to live in a so-called activity center, to live downtown, to live in Rosslyn, to be able to go to Metro, to not have to have a car or two cars or more. I saw very happy kids there, and I'm really excited to see that coming again to Marbella. One thing that really is very close to my heart is the fact that this project accommodates this 30% AMI and 40% AMI. Let me put it in numbers. 30% AMI means a family of four that tries to survive in Arlington with $38,000 a year. This is an amazing feat that our affordable housing providers are accomplishing here to be able to house these people with our help. And talking about that, I think for Arlington taxpayers, one thing that is important here is the multiplier. For each, we have heard that here, for each dollar we invest as a loan in this project, we get about $5 back. We leverage $5 that allows us to actually keep our neighbors in the neighborhood. And for me, this is the number one reason why I support the motion. This is a very good multiplier. These are good economics, and they keep critical workforce here. They keep these working families in Arlington. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Karantonis. Back to Mr. DeFerranti, and then we'll go to Mr. Dorsey.
I just wanted to offer two thoughts before to close on this. Yesterday, I had a chance to listen and engage with the neighbors, and also today, and I thought I want to make very clear how grateful I am for the civility and strength of the arguments, and I believe the project is better because of the engagement of the six homeowners and households at Liesel Court. And I just want to really emphasize that. There was mention of, in the commission process, there was some concern. It's so clear that there's a commitment to affordable housing. Very, very grateful for that and grateful for your engagement. And then I would say ultimately, pages 27 to 35 of the staff report is what led me to say, and Mr. Dorsey's point on this, I want the trees to be an effective buffer, and I'm mindful that it is, I believe this is a solid project that is good in answer to one of the neighbors' concerns. It doesn't mean I didn't hear and didn't want to listen to all of the concerns raised by the neighbors.
Thanks, Mr. DeFranti. Mr. Dorsey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I am going to support this project. I would like to take a little minute to explain our thinking, because this is actually a pretty complex issue with a lot, not complex, but nuanced issue, and one that I think we should articulate to the greatest extent possible. One, when we look at density in a community, I know that many people, and it's their right, judge a proposal based on its by right potential, and therefore any proposal is considered to be a multiplier of what could have happened by right. I don't look at it that way, even though I respect other people who do. I view looking at a project or looking at a parcel as what would be its highest and best use, where its impacts can be mitigated and its benefits broadly shared. And through that lens, when I look at this project, I see an effective project because it is certainly improving the site's status quo in terms of its sustainability. It is providing amounts of housing in a very sustainable footprint. It's providing new and improved architecture and design, which will add value to the community. And the question becomes, are we mitigating its impacts? And that's really where this conversation centers. And it's not the whole project. It's really just one facade of the project as it relates to an existing townhouse community. And as part of that, we've had a lot of conversations about massing. And massing is really not the issue. I mean, Site B is similarly massed, and no one's raised an issue with that at all. The issue really is Site A and how it relates to Lisa Court. It's important. We should dig into this because this is the first application of this authority that we have to have unlimited density at a certain height, and I would have loved for there to have been a consensus agreement on how to move forward, but be that as something that has not been attainable, it's important that we really are mindful of what we're doing. And so when I think about what could be done to address the concerns that have been articulated in good faith by Lisa Court, I'm struck that there is probably nothing that could be done to really address the fundamental concerns of this project feels too big for them, too close to them. Any incremental changes in setback are going to be fairly trivial in terms of how they experience it. Right now, structure to structure, there's at least 25 feet of separation between the two projects. A foot here, a foot there is really not going to change much of how they experience it. So the only real way to kind of create a different experience for them would be a significantly less bulky building. And then the question becomes, well, what does that do to the project's unit count, and what does it do to its feasibility? I think it's pretty clear that if we went with a significantly less bulky building, one that would have a material impact on how the Lisa Court community viewed it, we would be looking at a fundamentally different project, and that would substantially reduce its overall benefits. So while I completely believe that all the concerns that have been brought to us have been brought in good faith and quite constructively, the three speakers that we had today from Lisa Court had the pleasure of sitting in a meeting with Mr. DeFerranti with them just yesterday, and their beliefs are constructive and sincerely held, and any suggestions to the contrary that have come out during this process is really unfortunate. I think it's we need to get to a place in our community where we can disagree with people but not question their motives or their values. But be that as it may, I do believe that this will be a project that fundamentally will be something that everyone, including those residents, can not only feel brings value or see brings value, but also will have the impact mitigated to the greatest extent possible, even if it's not exactly what they prefer. So for those reasons, I'm going to support it.
Thank you, Mr. Dorsey. And I think you articulated well the nature of the challenge, and it was probably one that could not be solved on the margins. And I've thought quite a bit about this too, about how we're set up for success or not, with just the difference of a significant amount of additional density that was conceived of by this board in passing the ordinance to address the fact that there is a desperate need for affordable housing in this community, and the fact that you have a neighborhood that is lower density than you might otherwise see, which is not to imply that anyone's homes aren't valued. Of course, I thought Mr. Stein put that well, that we value all neighbors, irrespective of the type of housing in which they live. But I think those two poles created a pretty big chasm that would have been hard to resolve through design alone. I think our staff and APA and their architects worked very hard to achieve that transition best as possible. And so I think we are left, frankly, to determine, right, whether that compromise is the right one on both sides, given both of the needs. I think that it is, and I'm prepared to support the motion. And I also think that the question for us becomes, so what do we learn from this? One of them is the need, as I think has been well articulated by Ms. Kubota and some of her neighbors, is the need for guidance, that needs to be codified. It needs to be discussed as a community. I think our staff, display very good judgment when it comes to urban design, but I think that it will help us all if there's something adopted to which we can evaluate future projects, against which we can evaluate future projects. The other thought is a process improvement, and one that we've been talking about recently, actually as recently as Tuesday in our conversation with our planning staff and planning commission, which is the need for different voices on the SPRC. And I think, Mr. Dorsey, Mr. DeFrenti put well, the Lisa Court neighbors, at our urging, as was said by Ms. Carpentier, participated in very good faith in that SPRC. One voice I think that was missing from the SPRC was that of perhaps a resident of the Marbella. I was struck by Ms. Morton, a colleague of Mr. Lantelmi's who chaired the SPRC, I believe, noted in the Planning Commission discussion that we tend to think of urban design as aesthetics. It's really more about what kind of neighbor you are. And I am not Pollyanna-ish to imagine that if we'd had a neighbor-to-neighbor conversation, it would have overcome that chasm that I was describing, or the facts that Mr. Dorsey described. But I can't help but imagine it might have been more productive, particularly in giving the neighbors of Lisa Court the opportunity to discuss this with their neighbors, and hopefully it felt like it was a process that more respected the actual lived experience of being on that site. I would have loved to have had a current resident of the Marbella in that conversation as well. And that gets back to something we've been talking about, which is the need to address some of the barriers to participation in that type of ongoing effort for those who maybe are doing shift work or handling young children, or all of the other obstacles that can make it hard to go to 4 or 5 SPRC meetings. So I am optimistic that we have some ways forward on that. And in conclusion, I don't want us to lose the thread that at the end of the day, we have a lot to learn and reflect on with regard to the transition, but this is a really exciting project. Mr. Carantonis talked about the nature of the housing for very low income neighbors, the need for seniors, a population that is only growing in Arlington, and a population that is, I think, as was compellingly put by one of our speakers, experiences some of the highest levels of income instability of any population group in Arlington. So that's a wonderful thing to see, and certainly the reflection of inclusion in all its forms: type A units, universal design units, permanent supportive housing units. These are all really wonderful additions to the Ray Von neighborhood and to the entirety of the Arlington community. So for those reasons, I am prepared to support the motion as well, and I believe we are ready for a vote. Mr. Dorsey?
I'm sorry, Madam Chair, such wonderful closing comments. So I have not poetry, but prose. Just a few seconds with our last things that I know I won't be able to say otherwise. 3 things that I'm interested in seeing in follow-up. External deadlines. I really hate the fact that we suggest or imply or otherwise have external deadlines like a tax credit application is a reason that we need to conclude a process. That is a wrong way to go through engagement if people are going to believe that it's in good faith. If we believe that we're up against the clock and therefore conversations are going to stop because of that, people are rightfully going to be ticked off. even though I don't think this would have had a material difference here, we've really got to stop that because that's not the way you engage with people in good faith. Similarly, I would love to hear more about how we can change the at least perception that a project designed to achieve a certain amount of funding and efficiency through our NOFA process, for example, therefore has limited ability to be altered during the land use process. Again, it's not in good faith if, you know, the box has to be the box and you're saying that I want to figure out how that box is sculpted. And then lastly, as it relates to the tree issue, that's going to be administrative in terms of how it ultimately gets implemented. So I would encourage the manager to make sure that doesn't become a pro forma exercise and that we really make sure that the landscape plan provides the greatest opportunity for buffer in the immediate term and success for these trees in the long term. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Dorsey. Okay, with that, I believe we are ready for a vote. All of those in favor of Mr. DeFranti's motion, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, that carries unanimously. Thank you so much to all who participated, and congratulations to the applicant. Okay, that brings us to our next item, and let me turn it over to our clerk to call that item number 29.
Item 29 is adoption of the Pentagon City Sector Plan and associated comprehensive plan and zoning ordinance amendments, including an amendment to the general land use plan map and booklet and amendments to the master transportation plan.
Madam Clerk, we will begin with a presentation from our staff. Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to turn it over to Matt Matuzik, who has a number of staff that he may rely on to assist him. Mr. Matuzik.
Good morning.
Great. Good morning. Thank you and good morning, everyone. Let me first start by sharing my screen. Should we at least have that working? Great. Good morning. My name is Matt Matuzik. I am with the Planning Division. I am joined today by several other staff from the Department of Community Planning, Housing and Development, Department of Environmental Services, and the Department of Parks and Recreation. We will be discussing the Pentagon City Planning Study as it concludes, culminating in a sector plan and its associated implementation actions. Today's presentation will highlight the public engagement process for this planning effort, recap the associated implementation actions, and summarize recent changes to the sector plan. But first, I think it's important to restate the origins of the planning study and how earlier guidance informed the sector plan's framework. Following Amazon's 2018 decision to locate their second headquarters in Arlington County, there's been considerable attention given to how those headquarters may shape the immediate vicinity in which they will be located. During this time, various stakeholders also began to consider how the surrounding Pentagon City neighborhood should react to this new reality. Much of the development surrounding Pentagon City Metro Station has been guided by earlier planning efforts from the 1970s, which established the original mixed-use vision for the area. This is what we refer to as the Pentagon City Phase Development Site Plan, or PDSP, which at the time preceded any sector or area plan work by county planners. Since that policy document had only undertaken one major update back in 1997, and considering the impact Amazon's arrival will have on this area, it was determined that in April 2019, a comprehensive analysis of key Pentagon City properties would be more appropriate. The resulting approach was initially shared with the Long Range Planning Committee at the start of 2020 and was followed by a selection process to identify a consultant team for staff to work with. While all this was taking place, the 22202 community began to collaborate with the help of representatives from each of the three civic associations, who initiated an effort to help the county identify quality of life expectations that should be addressed with future growth in this area that was anticipated following the Amazon HQ2 decision. The Livability Initiative, as it became to be known, continues still, but prior to the pandemic actually involved a series of workshops, presentations, seminars, site tours, and publicly accessible meetings to ensure a cohesive set of priorities could be identified. The resulting action plan, which was issued in late 2019, is referenced later in the presentation as we demonstrate how the sector plan helps actually memorialize a number of those key priorities. Consistent with that 2019 County Board guidance, the planning effort focused on most of the parcels historically governed by that Pentagon City phase development site plan, as well as the adjacent River House property along South Joy Street. I should note that the study area excludes the block where the Costco store is located. This is regulated by a separate planning document called the Pentagon Center Phase Development Site Plan, whose vision was established in 2015 and has slowly begun to implement its long-term growth strategy. Historically, this block was also not part of the 1970s Pentagon City vision due to its industrial uses and separate ownership at the time. Given the recent development activity, either completed or that is still under construction, within the Metropolitan Park block, the planning study also did not focus its recommendations on this parcel. Consistent with the intended purpose, the sector plan outlines the updated vision for Pentagon City and conditions under which future growth should occur, including updates to updated policy necessary to facilitate its implementation. You can see here how the sector plan has incorporated key analysis and content previously requested by the community through its vision and development framework sections. It is also worth highlighting the planning analysis summary that is strategically located between those two important sections of the document. The information found there sets the stage for the rest of the plan and captures the broad range of topics that were addressed throughout this process. With that understanding, we next wanted to highlight the extensive engagement that has occurred with the community and other stakeholders over the last 18 months. To aid in this study, county staff had enlisted the help of a consultant team very familiar with Arlington County and also established a focus group comprised of various stakeholder representatives. The focus group was chaired by Planning Commissioner Lantelmi and former Planning Commissioner Siegel. And as you can see here, the broad perspectives were intentionally invited to these discussions to ensure that the necessary consensus building could occur. Throughout the study, this group helped facilitate many thoughtful conversations and offered insightful feedback on all aspects of Pentagon City sector plan. I would also like to acknowledge the contributions of our biophilia subcommittee, who ensured this element would be highlighted throughout the sector plan and informed how this policy document could educate others on the various interpretations and benefits of biophilia. While that list captured everyone who at some point contributed to our analysis and broader public engagement, I would like to also highlight what the typical focus group environment looked like as we met on a monthly basis during the first year of the study. You can see here the distribution of stakeholder groups in this exhibit, and also on our study document page where all of our materials were posted immediately after each meeting for broader awareness and distribution. Starting in the summer of 2020, staff first interviewed key stakeholders to obtain their perspectives, concerns, and hopes for Pentagon City. The process then transitioned to a formal community kickoff and 5 additional public workshops over the coming months. Beyond this broader public outreach, the focus group I just mentioned continued to meet on a monthly basis through July of 2021. Staff and consultants also began to utilize virtual office hours in the second half of the process to ensure additional opportunities were available to discuss feedback as more information became available for review. All of this occurred virtually, with one exception in June of last year, where the biophilia subcommittee held a successful walking tour covering the entire study area. As the framework of the plan became available and early drafts were developed last summer, staff began to brief various committees and commissions throughout the fall of 2021. We also facilitated a successful virtual open house in October, which was followed by a 3-week online engagement opportunity to solicit further feedback on the second draft of the sector plan. Staff also presented this content to the Planning Commission and Housing Commission prior to the request to advertise hearing by the County Board in December. Following our online feedback window in response to the third version of the plan spent 5 weeks ending in December 31st of last year, responses to which have been captured in the comment response matrix that was released along with the updated 4th version of the sector plan in January of this year. I'm going to pause here for a second as this flowchart is quite busy, but some of that is purely out of necessity to fully contextualize the various forms of outreach applied throughout this process. Beyond the close work that occurred with the focus group, you can see the diversity of outreach that was deployed, along with the healthy levels of participation in each online exercise, breakout group discussion, our reliance on online feedback forms, and many other techniques used by staff and the consultant team. Overall, the study team had synthesized several hundred comments, which helped the sector plan evolve and significantly improve over the last 6 months of its direct review. At the start of this presentation, we noted several actions that will accompany the sector plan to ensure it can be implemented immediately. I'll briefly cover those next. Starting with the general land use plan map, staff's recommendations include several adjustments to ensure consistency with the sector plan. These include a number of land use designation changes, an expansion of note number 4, which will be renamed, as well as the introduction of multiple public space symbols indicating general locations of future parks and plazas. Supporting language will also be incorporated into the GLUB booklet, where the Pentagon City section will be expanded to capture the current planning effort. We are also using the opportunity to reflect the recent agreement between Amazon and Arlington County on the public facilities map. This will involve a new symbol indicating the planned location of the Arlington Community High School. Master Transportation Plan amendments involve an expansion of the blue striped area depicting future connections so that it corresponds with the planning study area. The preview of those changes, as shown here, also represents a reclassification of a 2-block segment of 12th Street to more closely align with the current purpose, which involves the transitway expansion. The study area is currently comprised of 2 zoning districts, which would remain, but will now include brief references regarding site eligibility consistent with the updated GLUB note number 4. A new special planning area would also be added to Article 9, capturing the essential information from the Pentagon City sector plan, including the vision, applicability requirements, and the criteria for accessing density. This next series of slides is intended to highlight some of the changes that were incorporated into the version 4 of the sector plan since the request to advertise, as well as a number of final adjustments that were incorporated this month and are reflected in the supplemental staff report. I'll go through these quickly, but happy to answer questions during the discussion. In response to recommendations by the Transportation and Planning Commission, staff has revised the 15th Street corridor to reflect the possibility of future separated bikeways in this important corridor between Pentagon City and Crystal City. These changes are reflected in the map found later in the development framework of the sector plan. The updated plan also includes a number of adjustments to the tables detailing future street and path networks in Pentagon City. Among several changes, acknowledgments of interim conditions for future accessways was identified as possible and in some cases anticipated, given the difference in timing for many of these projects that are being delivered. Staff will also introduce a low-stress bicycle facility along the realigned segment of South Joe Street, as was recommended by the Transportation and Planning Commission earlier this year. In response to feedback, staff has also made several clarifying adjustments to the maps indicating the general location of future public spaces and minor adjustments to the alignment of the green ribbon on some properties. These also include a simplified legend to ensure improved legibility of this content moving forward. In response to several suggestions and a motion by the Planning Commission, staff has also introduced a new page to the sector plan, which adequately acknowledges the National Landing Business Improvement District and the broader definition of that term, which includes the city of Alexandria. Staff received a number of suggestions to further clarify the need to expand some of the existing community facilities, which the updated sector plan reflects within the development framework. Specifically, the community center and library are now identified as qualifying community benefits that meet the plan goals, should there be an opportunity to incorporate them into any near-term redevelopment projects. However, should those opportunities prove unsuccessful, the plan's implementation matrix ensures both uses, along with a new elementary school, are included in a subsequent master planning effort of the Virginia Highlands Park. While it is anticipated that some sections of the Green Ribbon pedestrian pathway will look different from one another as each developer decides to how best to utilize the plan's design guidelines, the updated sector plan also acknowledges the need for a cohesive branding effort to ensure all segments can be easily identifiable. Given the National Landing Bids work plan, this work should be closely coordinated between this group and county staff as initial developments begin to be reviewed. Lastly, the affordable housing section has been expanded to clarify how the on-site requirement may be satisfied in instances where only infill development is proposed or if ownership units are included in the site plan application. These help us establish a clear expectation for a range of projects that may come forward. The fourth version of the sector plan also reflects the most current APS data, which was applied to the projected development growth in the sector plan. Beyond the forecasted student data, the initial columns highlighted here in red also give you a sense of how our minimum on-site requirement is expected to produce committed affordable units in near-term, mid-term, and long-term redevelopment scenarios. While technically not considered an update in this latest version of the plan, I feel it is important to acknowledge how the issue of equity presents itself in several different ways throughout the sector plan. Our goal, particularly given the timing of this plan in relation to the county's ongoing efforts, was to be very mindful of how we defined equity, raised its visibility, and set parameters that would require regular monitoring as Pentagon City gradually changes. The sector plan applied the equity lens to its approach for prioritizing community benefits and established a unique planning principle with supporting elements that will continue to be referenced in future site plan reviews moving forward. Finally, I wanted to take a moment to summarize the evolution of sector planning requirements for the River House property. Earlier versions of the plan strategically reduced the permitted building heights along the southern and western edges of the property, as you can see here. The varied maximums in these areas range from 3 to 4 stories, 5 stories, 8 stories, and 10 to 12 stories, all representing heights that are lower than the existing River House buildings, which are anticipated to remain. When version 4 of the sector plan was released in January, it also included additional restrictions further limiting the extent of new development. While the analysis always presumed much of these areas would be preserved, it became clear that the sector plan should be more explicit in highlighting the importance of existing tree canopy preservation along the western and southern edges of the property. Coupled with the presumption that existing River House buildings will remain, much of the potential redevelopment would now likely focus on the remaining surface parking areas of the site. Despite those restrictions placed on potential development on the River House site, staff continued to receive concerns from residents regarding the overall density yield still possible on the site and ongoing requests to expand open space opportunities. In response to most recent feedback collected on February 7th during a listening session, staff has incorporated 2 additional adjustments to the River House property. They include a new building height maximum of 250 feet for areas that were previously not regulated by height restrictions. This represents a 100-foot reduction in potential height when compared to the last version of the plan and to what is possible elsewhere in the study area. Staff believes this would most notably impact the surface parking area directly across from West Post, previously known as Pentagon Row. The second change, as we stay in that same portion of the River House site, is to expand the planned public space from ½ acre to 1 acre as it connects further west to the passive forest space already called for preservation. Staff believes this would likely limit the overall number of future buildings that may be feasible in this area, while ensuring the quantity of public spaces is more proportional to the overall density potential on this site. This, along with several other technical adjustments to the overall sector plan, are captured in the supplemental staff report. In conclusion, we wanted to summarize several key outcomes of this planning process. The sector plan clearly identifies how site plan proposals may earn the potential density contemplated in this plan, what this means for each property, and to the degree possible, attempts to highlight if improvements are anticipated in the near term or further into the future. Those details reflect a strategy which prioritizes public space and infrastructure improvements so that they are delivered at the time of the site plan development and not dependent on county funding. The remaining residual value of new density will focus on achieving sustainability goals found in the community energy plan and with on-site contributions to affordable housing. Additional strategies for ongoing monitoring, review, and subsequent analysis are also identified in the plan's implementation matrix. This includes over 20 items organized by themes and identified by their recommended timing. The first page of the matrix reflects the associated actions that will accompany the sector plan. As this work concludes, we also want to revisit the livability action plan to highlight where the sector plan has captured some key priorities. The Green Ribbon Network, in concert with other plan recommendations, will help achieve a number of concepts originally identified by this group in 2019. Additionally, a minimum sustainability level of LEED Gold in the plan surpasses the levels outlined in the Livability Action Plan, while key recommendations associated with community facilities are also reflected in the plan's implementation matrix. Therefore, staff recommends the County Board adopts the following elements associated with the Pentagon City Planning Study. 1, resolution to adopt the Pentagon City Sector Plan. 2, resolution to amend the General Land Use Plan, Public Facilities Map, and GLUP booklet. 3, resolution to amend the Master Transportation Plan map. 4, ordinance to amend the Arlington County Zoning Ordinance, Article 6, Article 7, and Article 9. And finally, further refinements to the sector plan as identified in the supplemental report. Thank you, and this concludes staff's presentation.
Thank you so much, Mr. Matuzik. We will go next to our commissions. I believe they're represented today. We have Planning, Housing, Transportation, and Climate Change and Energy and Environment. Let me welcome first back Mr. Lantelmi to summarize the Planning Commission's conversation on the topic.
Good afternoon. Actually, still good morning.
Just barely.
Madam Chair and County Board members, for the record, I'm Jim Lantelmi. I'm representing the Planning Commission, but I also want to note that I was co-chair with former Commissioner Jane Siegel of the Pentagon City PDSP planning study process. The Planning Commission heard this plan at its last meeting. There were 26 public speakers, of which about 16 had concerns or opposed the plan, and 10 favored it, albeit with some concerns. At the discussion of the Planning Commission, we had 8 specific discussion topics. First was, has this plan appropriately prescribed and developed the public realm to accommodate the expected density? All of us agreed in our discussions. Second, is the list of community benefits sufficient to incentivize livable, walkable, equitable, and sustainable redevelopment? In our discussion, we generally agreed, though we did raise some concerns about the provision for an elementary school, family-sized, commutable, affordable units, and the timing of the delivery of the benefits. Third, does this plan advance Arlington's commitment to equity? We all agreed that it does, in fact, do so. Our only concern was that the implementation will need to be monitored, and we did introduce a motion at the end to address this. Fourth, will the inclusion of a PDSB process in the plan for larger sites, which include River House, help the county keep track of the district-wide community benefits? We all agreed that this was a worthwhile innovation, and I'm glad to see it in this plan. Fifth, are there sufficient criteria to encourage expanded vegetation on private spaces and additional tree canopy and biophilic treatments on the green ribbons and elsewhere? This we all agreed the plan provides sufficiently for. Eighth, do the proposals of the transportation network meet the needs for a walkable downtown that connects Pentagon City to the wider 22202 and region? We all agreed, but raised a specific motion to ask for a low-stress bike route along or near the Real Line Joy Street. As you noted, staff has in fact added this to the latest iteration of the draft plan. The lack of a protected bike lane on 12th Street continued to be a topic. Seventh, does the plan support a robust approach to sustainability, energy efficiency, and climate change? We all agreed that the plan encourages building electrification, doesn't have an implementation recommendation. Staff had said that they will be studying that to include such a framework. Finally, we did discuss community engagement. Staff described to us the extent of the community process, and after that, the commissioners pretty much felt that while we can always do better, this process was better than most and was more than sufficient. I'll also note that having sat in on the most recent community forums, the issues raised by the participants, who for the most part said they had been unaware of this process, these issues had all been raised during the 18 months leading up to this vote. Issues raised in the recent meetings and also fully considered during the 18-month process included added density, including River House, and its effects on infrastructure, including the adequacy of the street network, its effect on traffic, the bike networks, pedestrian safety, subway and bus capacity, water and sewer capacity, and crime. Also raised was building massing and height, and the effect of that on light and views and whether the heights comport with FAA requirements. So even if a stakeholder did not participate in the process up until now, the concerns that have recently been raised were all part of the discussion and are in fact addressed in the plan. And so the Planning Commission voted unanimously, 10-0, to recommend the plan to the county board. We unanimously passed a motion to recommend the inclusion of the low-stress bike facility along the realigned Joyce Street, which is mentioned has been included. Finally, we voted 10-0 to recommend that the county board direct staff in developing methods to measure equity be informed by a rigorous study using scientific survey methodologies and/or contributions of an anthropologist or sociologist to ensure that the county is gaining the true lived experiences and points of view of a diverse range of people and cultural practices with contributions from the Chief Equity Officer. I do want to take a moment to thank all of the stakeholders who participated in this process, including the 3 civic associations and the CCCRC. Mr. Matuzik from CPHD and other staff from CPHD, DES, and DPR, and the talented consultants from Goody Clancy, and of course my co-chair, Jane Siegel, who took the laboring oar in this process. I thank you, and along with former Commissioner Siegel, we'll be happy to answer any questions you may have about our deliberations and this process.
Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Lantelmi. Appreciate that very much. I believe that we have the chair of the Housing Commission with us, perhaps virtually Mr. Berkey, to give us a report on their deliberations.
Yes, good morning, Chair Crystal. So I'll try to make this brief, appreciative of the speaker list. So the Housing Commission, by a vote of 11-0, advises the county board to adopt this recommendation with regards to this study. It made this recommendation due to the incredible opportunity we have to encourage greater affordable housing in the Pentagon City area, with a minimum of 10% of the new net residential density being affordable. I want to highlight just a few small points and concerns, and then yield my time here. We did raise some questions and concerns about the existing affordable housing in this area, specifically Claridge House with 300 committed affordable units for seniors was raised. I'm hopeful that the language that Matt spoke to on slide 27 speaks to that concern, but maybe would appreciate clarification about that, because we want to make sure that current affordable housing does not disappear and folks are not displaced. I'm a little bit, I have questions about this 100-foot reduction that Matt just spoke to here. So I didn't meet with my commission, but would also appreciate a discussion about this, that being, a fairly significant change here this week. And then the last thing I just want to say is the commission is greatly appreciative of Matt Matuzik and staff's outreach and public engagement. I think it's fair to say that this was a very robust process and a lot of work and effort was put into this. And so that public appreciation is certainly well deserved. I think we also need to acknowledge the work done by Livability 2202, who really laid a lot of the groundwork here. Ben Devanzo, Susan English, other folks who've been involved. I would say from a public engagement standpoint, I think it would be fair to ask staff to, after this is approved, to go back and just think about lessons learned here, given the number of folks who are about to testify, that they've only heard about this plan recently. I'm sure there's lessons learned here. One thing that we're constantly mindful of is public engagement in our multifamily developments, and with the number of multifamily developments that may be coming online in Pentagon City in coming years here, I think it's fair to ask if we're doing enough on the county side to engage in those communities, and so that our engagement is not necessarily dominated by our single family homeowners. That's all. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Chair Berkey. Before I go to our last two commissions, just in the name of predictability, wanted to share as we close in on noon, despite our best efforts, we are human and do need to eat. So we're going to take about a 20-minute recess when our commissions are done speaking, and then we'll launch into what we anticipate is going to be about 3 or 4 hours of public testimony. We do look forward from hearing from all of you, and I think we can do a better job of it if we've had a chance to have a sandwich. So we are going to hear from the last two commissioners, take a 20-minute recess, and then come back. Okay, over to you, Mr. Slatt.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Chris Slatt. I'm the chair of the Transportation Commission, and I'll be representing the commission this morning. In the interest of time, I'll give a brief summary and refer you to our written comments for further details. The Transportation Commission, by a vote of 8-0, recommends that the county board adopt the proposed sector plan, general land use plan amendment, master transportation plan map amendment, and proposed zoning ordinance amendments. Furthermore, the commission recommends that staff denote as staff sees fit within the plan the need for a low-stress bike connection between the commercial portion of Joy Street that runs past Pentagon Row and the residential portion of Joy Street in Aurora Highlands. I will note that it is our understanding that note has already been added in the supplemental report and meets our with our approval. So continuing on, the commission considered this item at its January 27th, 2022 virtual meeting. The commission heard a presentation from county staff. We received a few written comments and heard from a handful of public speakers at our virtual meeting. Some were supportive. Some had concerns about the lack of bike facilities on 12th Street and insufficient sidewalk clear widths. Others expressed concerns about the number of housing units proposed at the River House site. The commission is strongly supportive of the plan, including the proposed density of homes on the River House site. This study area is exactly the type of place in which we should be building new homes for people to live, where they have easy walking and biking access to transit, parks, restaurants, grocery stores, trails, and more. The plan encourages the transformation of passive, privately owned lawns to biophilic public park spaces. It plans for new streets, new bike infrastructure, and improved pedestrian connections to ensure that residents old and new can get around. It plans for a neighborhood that, while increasingly urban, would bring nature close to home. We have to have people living in these types of areas to the extent possible if we are going to continue to allow better mobility for all as we meet the growing needs for people to live in and around Arlington. While the commission wishes that the plan were a bit more prescriptive in its plan for future transportation elements, rather than erring so strongly to the side of future flexibility, we are nonetheless confident that this plan sets Pentagon City up for success and ensures continued and improved mobility for future and existing residents, workers, and shoppers. Between the transportation improvements that are prescribed, the transit improvements called for in the county's transit development plan, such as the 16M direct bus to Columbia Pike, the excess capacity on Metro Rail, and the many services and amenities that can be handled by a walking or biking trip, Pentagon City is well equipped to meet future mobility needs, and that ability is set to continue to grow. Commission discussion at our meeting centered primarily around sidewalk clear widths, the potential for bike facilities on 12th Street South between Hayes and Eads, the need for a low-stress bike connection on or parallel to the realigned portion of Joyce. And as noted earlier, that requested update has been made to the study document as part of the supplemental report, and we thank staff for its inclusion. In short, the commission unanimously recommends that the county board move forward with adoption of this plan and the associated amendments to the comprehensive plan and zoning ordinance, and I'm available to answer any questions that the board might have. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chairman Slatt. And do we have Mr. D'Alessio still with us, or another representative of C2E2 with us? Okay, got that one wrong. All right, thank you. So I do believe that concludes our commissions. Thank you, everyone, for bearing with us. We will return, let's say, at 12:10. We do very much look forward to hearing from you. Thank you again. We are recessed briefly. Welcome back, everyone, and thank you for your patience. Hi, Michael. Welcome back, Kendra. I'm so sorry to interrupt you.
Okay, so I switched you guys. You're now 80-something, she's 53.
Test.
Yours aren't working.
I'm sorry?
I'm so sorry to interrupt you. I don't think the microphone.
Oh, wait. 89.
All right, welcome back, everyone, and good afternoon. My colleagues will be joining shortly. We have one more commission representative, and then we are going to launch into our public hearing. Let me invite comments from our Urban Forestry Commission, represented today by Carolyn Haynes, and then we'll give a couple comments before we launch into public testimony. So, Ms. Haynes, are you with us?
I am, and I apologize. I'm not sure what the sign-up procedure is for commission, so we'll get better at that. So, but thank you. Appreciate Chair Crystal for. Just wanted to, it's the Forestry and Natural Resource Commission, recently renamed, and we have participated actively in the public engagement process for the Pentagon City Planning Study, and had submitted comments along the way and received multiple presentations from staff. The FNRC, as we're now known, really commends the staff and the consulting team for their responsiveness to the public comments throughout the process. As noted in the overview of public engagement by Mr. Matusik, there was expansive public outreach with many iterative changes along the way that continue to improve the plan. I would also second the comments that we really do need to figure out a better way to engage residents in multifamily housing. I know when I was involved in the public space master plan, that was also an issue. And the fact that from our perspective, this is one of the better outreach efforts that we had seen, that so many residents still feel that they weren't heard, is something that I guess we'll continually try to grapple with. We believe that the plan responds to many of the recommendations of the Livability 22202 framework, and by specifically focusing on accommodating the expected growth in the population, but by designing a welcoming, walkable, livable, and nature-filled community. And again, while clearly not everyone is satisfied with all the specifics of this plan, overall the direction of intentionally and systematically incorporating the biophilic design and connected natural elements into our built environment is a huge step forward for Arlington. We also don't want to underestimate the contributions of the planned public space easements anticipated in this plan. And as noted in the Public Spaces Master Plan, this will indeed be one of the key contributors to meeting public space demands in a county that is already built out. And while more aggressive tree canopy targets are always preferable, the Commission supports setting the tree canopy target at a minimum of 20%. Trees, as we know, provide the basic infrastructure for a healthier, resilient natural ecosystem, which helps absorb stormwater and supports clean air, clean water, and reduces the heat island effect in this densely developed urban environment. Reaching this tree canopy target will be an important element in providing the myriad benefits that trees provide. Incorporating the required minimum 10% shrub and vegetated areas, in addition to the canopy requirements within individual developments, is also a welcome improvement. This concept tracks closely with other jurisdictions that have successfully implemented the green area ratios. And as we often hear from developers, they want both certainty and flexibility. By including the minimum 10% vegetated areas, developers have that certainty but are able to creatively design vegetation into specifically development projects. Each project will thereby contribute to the larger vision of a continuous and connected vegetated green infrastructure within the study area. This study also recognizes the mutually reinforcing design features that either contribute to or detract from the larger whole. By establishing minimum green infrastructure requirements, this study begins to address some of the long-term sustainability issues with which we must contend going forward. The Forestry and Natural Resource Commission applauds the forward-looking planning incorporated into this study and looks forward to replicating these concepts in future planning efforts throughout the county. Thank you for this opportunity to share our views.
Ms. Haynes, we appreciate you. Thank you so much. Okay, so that brings us to public testimony. A quick word, I know some of you have been with us since this morning, so apologies for the repetition. But for in-person speakers, you're welcome to remove your mask when it's your turn to speak. The podium height can be adjusted. There are up and down arrow buttons on your right as you face the microphone. Importantly, please do speak into that microphone. That helps not only us hear you, but everybody who may be listening or following along online hear you as well. If you are submitting documents as part of your testimony, you can hand them to our clerk, Ms. Jacobs, who will distribute them to board members. We encourage you to include your name and contact information on those documents so we can follow up if necessary. For our remote speakers, welcome. Please keep your microphones muted and your cameras off until you are called on to speak. If you are dialing in by phone, you'll need to unmute yourself by pushing *6. If you're dialing in using your computer, click the microphone button on your toolbar. After speaking, we encourage you to exit the call so that we can manage the bandwidth on that Teams meeting and continue to participate by watching the live stream online or by cable channels Comcast 25, 1085, and Verizon Fios 3940.
2 minutes. And then I get to talk.
This is an excellent opportunity to practice muting. All right. We do have Spanish language translation available virtually and in person. I believe we actually have 4 Spanish language translators. Could I ask you all to just introduce yourselves briefly as we may be hearing your voices later? Bienvenidos.
Sure. Good morning, everyone. We have, I'm one of your in-person interpreters, Jose, and also with me is Laura, who's right back there, and we'll be serving you in person. And then we also have a team of 2 other interpreters who are serving you virtually via Zoom, Charlene and Likia. It's a pleasure. Thank you.
Would you mind introducing yourself in Spanish as well, in case there's anybody who's in need?
Absolutely.
Gracias.
Buenos días a todos. Yo seré su intérprete, uno del equipo, José Manuel. También tenemos presencialmente a Laura. Y para servirles en Zoom, virtualmente, tenemos a Charlene y Ligia que le estarán ofreciendo interpretación. Gracias.
We really appreciate your help today. Thank you. Okay, just a word. As you all may have seen, we have public speakers signed up, numbering, as latest check, 115. So that's roughly about 6 hours of testimony. We are here to listen as long as you all would like to speak with us. But it is also the case that we would welcome individuals associating themselves with previous comments. If somebody has made your point well and you'd like to use your time to refer us back to their testimony, that is quite welcome. You may also refer us ahead to testimony that's coming. I believe our deputy clerk has circulated with everybody a list of all who are testifying today, including under 5 minutes. We have about 12 different organizations, condo associations, and so forth. So if you know there's somebody who's going to be speaking on behalf of you and your neighbors, you've already calibrated on those comments, we welcome you referring to testimony that is to come, as well as testimony that has already been given. Finally, we really welcome nonverbal support, as you might imagine. Breaking for applause or any other kind of reaction following each speaker is going to add up, and we want to make sure we get to everybody across time. So you're welcome to stand or otherwise associate yourself with somebody who has spoken. We hope just doing so non-verbally or non-audibly would be terrific. So without further ado, we are going to launch in. Madam Clerk, could you please call our first 2 speakers?
Our first speaker is Alyssa Marlowe, followed by David Rippey.
Welcome, Ms. Marlowe.
Push it. Oh, you can hear me. Hi, I own a tiny condo in Arlington Ridge for about monthly what it would cost me to rent in the area. I've been in 222 about 15 years, but I'm kind of new to home ownership. For many of you who don't live in 222, I'd like to tell you about my home. It's very diverse. There's metro, there's shops, there's restaurants, there's trees, there's parking, there's walking trails. I live by friendly people, and I live in a community. And important to me is there's a lot of sunshine that comes into my unit and my balcony, which literally saved my mental health during the pandemic. The first time I heard about anything development-wise in this area was in 2019, and it was townhouses. And then the next day, here is this plan. And I only heard about it after a neighbor mentioned it to me. My immediate fear was about the devaluation of my condo, which you're told to ignore in the staff memo recommending you adopt this plan. But to me, it is my everything. After we're not worried about that, my professional curiosity kicked in. Before I became 100% disabled, I was a risk-based planner by trade. I held certifications and used to be trained in things like COOP and HSEEP, which are widely recognized within the planning community, and I was a trainer for those as well. I dug into the plans, almost 200 pages with a different set of eyes, and I need you to know this is not a plan. This is a business case justification. There are buzzwords thrown around like diversity, equity, and community engagement, but if you check with the facts, you'll find that those buzzwords are not true. I am one of thousands of area residents who was not part of any community engagement efforts, and I encourage you to look closely at page 2 of the plan. It shows who actually participated in the structured focus groups, and most are not residents of 22202. I also see generic terms such as area renters, but nobody I know was part of that, and I met a lot of people while I was registering voters at River House specifically. The plan before you prioritizes corporate interests and dismisses the interests of residents. Residents' concern include crime and safety, which staff also tells you to ignore. I'd like to cite page 25 of the 2017 Northern Virginia Hazard Mitigation Plan. Arlington is one of the most densely populated communities in the nation with more than 8,727 persons per square mile. This hazard mitigation plan cites that there are additional risks to consider even at this level of density, none of which are considered in this plan. By waiving the density, you make an inequitable part of Arlington even more inequitable compared to other areas.
Thank you, Ms.
I need the Emergency Preparedness Commission to look at this, and I encourage you to defer a vote on the plan. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is David Rippey, followed by Doris Rippey.
Good afternoon. My name is David Rippey, my wife Doris here, and I have resided at the Pentagon Ridge condominium since April 2002. I'm also a father, a veteran, a voter, and a taxpayer. In 2007, I developed a neurological disorder which inhibits my mobility. I'm not sure the extent to which I will recover or worsen. I can walk very short distances with assistance, but reluctantly have to rely on my car to navigate the neighborhood. So, we are asking that you defer the decision on the development plan, particularly the decision to triple the density of River House, in order to better assess both the current reality and future impact of your decisions. We are especially concerned about the effect on people like me and the goals of diversity and inclusion that you are seeking. For now, I'd like to offer you the following. Arlington Ridge is certainly aptly named. As a ridge, there are few user-friendly surfaces for getting around. In fact, some are so steep that they can make a simple walk a survival.
You can't worry about that now, sweetie. It's time to hit the road.
Where am I? Oh. No, don't believe me? Try it. Walkability is a province of the able-bodied, and in fact, the ranks of the handicapped will only swell over time. Regarding the belief that many residents will give up personal cars, that's among the most naive assumptions I can imagine. Not going to happen.
Thank you, Mr. Rippey.
Thank you. Yep.
Our next speaker is Doris Rippey, followed by James Klein.
Good afternoon, Madam Chairperson and members of the board. My name is Doris Rippey. As you've heard, I live with my husband David at the Pentagon Ridge condominium at 1515 South Arlington Ridge. I'm here to ask the county board to defer the vote on this flawed plan in order to improve it, including by removing the green ribbon over top 15th Street, conducting a transportation study to include South Arlington Ridge Road and the ramp to 395 North, and abandoning the move to upzone River House from medium density to high medium density or high density. I've lived on the ridge since the 90s as a renter. When we married, we rented. When we could afford to, we bought. And when my husband's health deteriorated, we gutted our entire condo to make it disability friendly so we could age in place here. I'm afraid that the plan favors the able-bodied, discriminates against those who can't walk, bike, and scooter, and works against the goals of aging in place. We keep hearing these words, equity, inclusion, but individuals with disabilities and the elderly are not able to bike and scooter and walk with their groceries down, what is that name of the road there? Down the big steep road. Huh? No, 15th Army Navy Drive to go shopping at Harris Teeter and be able to take their groceries back. So my husband's disability means we rely on our car to access the neighborhood. Our plan still has the green ribbon running over top our access to our garage. We need access to that area in order to be able to have the few remaining spots on which we rely for his home health aides to park. And we need to be able to navigate the neighborhood both at home and in retail and have some parking spaces so that we can park in front of the places that we need to go to or in some way access them. So I ask that you review this plan and especially look at issues of equity, including people with disabilities. Thank you.
The next speaker is James Klein, followed by Jane Green.
And as Mr. Klein joins us, I think you just saw a case study in why the applause is a little challenging because then the next speaker cannot hear our clerk call their name. So again, we're watching you stand. We see that you've associated yourself with the person. It'll help us move along more expeditiously if you can resist that urge to make audible sounds of support. Thanks and
Madam
welcome,
Chair,
Mr.
if I
Klein.
might recommend, there's also a great Quaker cheer. That's good too.
Thanks.
James Klein.
Hear me?
James Klein?
Okay.
Okay. Am I on?
Indeed you are. Welcome.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Jim Klein. I'm a 24-year resident of River House Apartments. I'd like to make 4 quick points. Number 1, the River House complex was developed and built in the mid-20th century and was built with quality and aesthetics in mind. The 3 buildings are large, but are placed on green space, which is commensurate with their stature. Over time, old-growth trees and the addition of Grace Hopper Park have given the entire campus some level of grace and style that is not typically seen anymore, except maybe in some historic sections of D.C. It's somewhat of a timeless and classy look. What you are proposing is nothing short of jamming too many buildings into too small a space of that area. It looks tawdry and cheap. You will lose any beauty forever that existed on this campus. Second point, approximately 10 to 15 years ago, when River House was owned by Vornado, the residents were given some opportunity to meet with the builder and discuss their plans for developing the property. I remember attending 2 of these meetings in the basement of the James Building, and they were well attended. The meetings were announced to residents via posters hung in the elevators. For the current design, I have seen absolutely no flyer, announcement, email, or anything from River House telling us that this meeting was to take place today. Third point, do you like industrial noise all day long? Do you like hearing the constant drone of machinery, jackhammers, pile drivers? If so, I hope so, because that is what we'll have 5 days a week from 7 a.m. till 6 p.m. for the next 10 years. I was here during the construction of Pentagon Row, and I can tell you, dump trucks start queuing about 6 a.m. no matter what the rules are. Finally, fourth point, true green growth is fixing up what you already have, not building new. Look at what structures we already have in the way of high-rise, high-density housing in Crystal City. Yet many of these structures are aging. Let's invest money in fixing them up and making them beautiful once more and truly grand places to live. I see empty store windows in Pentagon Row. Let's figure out how to get them filled first before we spill into the green space with decades of miserable construction. I ask that you defer a vote on this plan. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is James Green. followed by Charles Lord.
Hello, my name is Jane Green. I lived in Pentagon City and served as a representative on the Pentagon City Planning Study Focus Group until I moved to another Arlington neighborhood last summer. I urge the county board to adopt the 4 elements of the Pentagon City Planning Study. We know that housing is urgently needed in Arlington. We cannot afford to defer actions that will begin to address our housing shortage. The sector plan will allow Pentagon City to have the density it needs to become a world-class 15-minute neighborhood. It will allow the creation of more housing near Metro and growing job centers. This will allow people to live car-free and car-light. This will ease up congestion for people who do drive. This plan will add housing on land that is currently underutilized, existing as surface parking lots. This plan will help Arlington achieve its goals set out in the Affordable Housing Master Plan. Failure to add capacity for housing in Pentagon City will put more pressure on existing market rate housing and will lead to gentrification and displacement both here and in other parts of the county. There are a lot of comments today you will hear about the community benefits that are called for in this plan. I would like to just say that housing is a community benefit. Please do not delay the opportunity to bring more housing to one of Arlington's most vibrant neighborhoods. I would like to thank all the staff, the focus group participants, and all of the commissions for their incredible work over the last 2 years, and I really urge approval of this plan so we can welcome new neighbors to the community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Charles Lord, followed by Jonathan Huntley.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Charlie Lord, and together with my wife, Natasha, we lived in Arlington since 1977. We live in the Ridge House condominium. Prior to moving to Arlington, I served in the Army as an Army aviator after college. I worked as an engineer for the Energy Department, NavAir Syscom, and the Office of Secretary of Defense here in the local area. Before I left the Army, I attended a farewell at the Fort Campbell Officers Club for General Melvin Zeiss. General Zeiss was a distinguished alum of the 101st Airborne. At the time, General Zeiss and Army leadership were becoming increasingly concerned about the ethical standards of the Army from the recent trauma of the Vietnam War. He started his speech with the words, "You gotta be straight," which he repeated several times to let it sink in. He wanted to give advice that soldiers could easily remember. Trust is everything in the Army, from the squad to the field army. He also said, you gotta do extra. You have to go the extra mile to succeed in the Army and in life. The political and pandemic convulsions we've experienced make those words true today for all walks of life, and especially our leaders. I've heard the expression, the Arlington way. I assume being honest and going the extra mile is essential for our citizens and our communities. I sense that trust has been broken with Pentagon City planning effort, either by deliberate or inadvertent efforts to circumvent likely citizen pushback. Either way, the planning process needs to re-engage. What's it going to be, Arlington? Years of friction with the citizens or enlightened leadership? I urge the county board to agree to defer a vote on the plan. Thank you. You got to be straight.
Our next speaker is Jonathan Huntley, followed by Michael Mbisi.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. So I had the opportunity with some other folks to quickly evaluate the equity for open public space for the residents of Pentagon City. To see how access to open public space will evolve under the Pentagon City plan, we actually compared it against the Plan Langston Boulevard, which accommodates similar population increases in an area where the typical median income is about $50,000 higher. Comparing these two plans illustrates how current and well-documented inequities are likely to become more entrenched as development in wealthier areas is accompanied by greater investment in open public spaces. The early Plan Langston Boulevard draft shows an increase in public open space of roughly between 10 and 12 acres, which excludes existing county property, green ribbons, and the Custis Trail area. These investments are significantly larger than the approximately 6 acres of similarly defined public open space highlighted in the Pentagon City study area. Plan Langston Boulevard calls for a little less than 2 times the new public space per capita. Moreover, the Pentagon City Planning Study projects a large loss in private green space, particularly around River House, making the difference feel that much more acute to current residents. The Trust for Public Land observes that, quote, there's a major divide between who does and doesn't have access to the outdoors, with the greatest disparities falling across racial and economic lines. To address these inequities in Arlington, we need larger investments in unprogrammed, unimproved, and unimpeded natural open spaces in Pentagon City. Barring a large demographic shift, without additional investment in open public space in Pentagon City, the Trust for Public Land and Arlington residents will likely observe these same income inequities far into the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Michael and Bessie, followed by Douglas O'Neill.
Welcome.
Hello. Hi, my name is Mike and I live in Pentagon City. I'm here to speak in favor of the plan. We have a severe affordability crisis, and the only solution is to build more housing. Higher density provides walkable, vibrant neighborhoods and is better for the environment. And of course, just because you don't build housing doesn't mean that the people who would live there magically go away or disappear into the ether. They need a place to live, and if you restrict supply, rents will rise as tenants compete for the smaller amount of affordable housing. Why do some people oppose density then? It's simple, NIMBYism. NIMBYs are people who oppose construction of new housing in their area, often under the guise that they want smarter development. And you can see this in the phrase, smart in my backyard, or smart density. This is simply a tactic of NIMBYs who know that they cannot stop the development because the need is so clear and so dire for more housing. So they try to restrict it as much as possible and gum up the works by demanding new studies and plans and revisions constantly. But we need more housing. Many opponents of this plan are here just because they want something for themselves at the expense of the thousands of other people who would otherwise live in this area. Some want to keep housing supply low and rents high to raise their property values, making other people pay for their wealth. And you can see this in some of the speakers that were here. And they want to control other people's property because they don't like what is happening there. They want to harm other people for their own benefit, and they are in favor of stopping massive amounts of desperately needed housing to preserve what? Parking lots, massive surface parking lots, a sea of asphalt, and nothing more. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Douglas O'Neill, followed by Jessica D.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you for this opportunity to speak to the board regarding the Pentagon City Plan. Up front, I just want to express my strong concern primarily with the density, extreme density, and proposed changes to the GLUP and the zoning for River House. My wife Penny and I have lived in 22202 specifically for about 6 years. We started off renting on the South Joyce side on post-Pentagon. Then we went to the other side, to explore the other side of town before we bought, over at the Meridian on South Eads, when we decided about 2.5 years ago to buy at the Representative on South Arlington Ridge Road. We chose this location because it was quiet. It was outside Pentagon City proper, which currently is at that South Joyce line. Has mature trees in the sight line coming from the burbs. Like to see a tree, especially mature trees. And it's all protected in the current zoning. My wife and I are really concerned with the pressures to rush through massive changes like this in the zoning and the GLUP, especially when there's been little to no engagement with those directly impacted in that specific area. I'm also concerned with the proposed construction and excavation, those detailed studies to just make what that full impact to those in the immediate adjacent properties, including my home at the Representative. Delaying this proposal for the zoning changes in the GLUP, I think gives time to have all parties resolve the surrounding community's issues, thoroughly evaluate possible gaps and through the detailed engineering plans and other studies. Additionally, allows time to evaluate post-pandemic workplace changes, such as with government and private industries that are leveraging more telework and reducing leases in the surrounding area, if you're not aware of that. That'll have some net offset with Amazon increases. More times needed to evaluate the true scale, especially when there's been 4 buildings in the last little bit, plus 4 more on the way. Whatever you decide has long-lasting impacts, so I just urge you to slow down, take the appropriate time to consider how many it will impact, and come to an agreed consensus. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hill. Next speaker is Jessica D., followed by Peter Harnick.
Welcome.
My name is Jessica D., and though I grew up in New York City, I have lived in condo in the Arlington Ridge neighborhood since I came to the area in 2004, 18 years ago. Obviously, I love this area and this neighborhood specifically. In past lives, I was an Arlington police officer and also helped conduct site plan reviews for Arlington County Commuter Services. Please listen carefully to those of us that live in the community affected and not to the people that live outside this area and therefore can only have a financial interest in the plans being discussed today. Growing up in New York City, I would say that I generally have a greater tolerance for lack of personal space. Having said that, the plans put forth to increase the density for the River House tract are simply not sensible. We are not New York City, and we should not try to be. When I go to Penn Place these days, I'm struck by the numerous tall buildings, and it momentarily feels like I'm back in New York. But one of the things that makes New York's density livable is access to public transportation 24/7. There are too many people in this area that rely on shift work and work in areas that public transportation does not reach. Just because I enjoy the walkability of the area doesn't mean I would ever consider living here without a car. Growth is necessary, and I'm not opposed to it. I'm opposed to growth that doesn't make sense and affects the quality of life for me and my neighbors. It seems like the increased density on the River House property is not for the betterment of the neighbors surrounding the property, but for the betterment of the wallets of the developers building on the site. As a former police officer, I am concerned about the lack of infrastructure to support the proposed density. Fire, EMS, police, and the one hospital in the county cannot effectively serve such a dense area without additional resources. I'm concerned that the proposed green ribbon that goes up 15th Street will eliminate the available parking for my building and our guests. And should it become a busy pathway of travel for walkers and bikers, that their safety will be compromised as the residents of my building access our garages. Right now, we are simply imploring you to allow proper consideration and study to be completed for the plans in this area. Some may say that if you vote to approve this plan now, that doesn't mean that these things will definitely happen, but we all know that developers will use every square foot they are allowed in order to increase their profits. For those reasons and many others, I'm
Ms.
asking
D.
you to defer approval of the proposed plan in front of you today.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Peter Harnick, followed by Edward Willis.
Hello, I'm Peter Harnick. I'm a member of the Park and Recreation Commission, but I'm speaking personally on my own behalf. I feel like this plan is not ready for approval by the board at this point. There's so many moving parts. I think Mr. Matizek and his team are doing a fabulous job of trying to thread a really complicated needle, but I don't think we're there yet. In fact, in his presentation this morning, I learned a lot that I didn't learn when I was sitting in the meeting with the Park and Recreation Commission. We had expressed a lot of concern about the lack of parkland in this of actual Arlington County parkland as opposed to green ribbon and other private developments along there. And each time we brought up anything relating to the property to the west of Joyce Street, we were informed that that wasn't part of the area being discussed. And now there's been a tremendous amount of unclarity as to what the actual boundaries of what is being discussed. There's a dotted red line, there's a dotted blue line, there's a dotted black line. And very often during the conversations, we were told, no, that's not the part of the area that we're actually discussing. So this River House came as a surprise to most of us. And this morning, the addition of that T-shaped piece of green space, more or less on the River House parking lot, if I saw it correctly, that's completely new. That was never brought up at the Park and Recreation Commission meeting. It sounds like a good idea, but it's kind of last moment. And I think this really needs to go back for further clarification and discussion. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Edward Willis, followed by Sukum Lurt Prasert. Edward Willis.
I'm sorry, our next speaker is Edward Willis. I think you may be on time. Yes. Yeah. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
I'll be brief. Okay, hello. My name is Edward Willis. I've lived in Arlington since 1997, and I love Arlington. It's my home, and I'm proud to be a part of the diversity of Arlington. I bought a home in the Representative in 2016 because it's unique. It's got a mix of density and openness kind of together at the same time that's provided by the large spaces between the Representative and the River House. I understand one of your goals is equity, racial equity. I would like to bring Freedman's Village to your attention. Anyone know what I'm talking about? Freedman's Village? Okay, it's a park, and it's a park that commemorates the area where freed slaves lived and died in Arlington. Freedman's Village is not that far from the 22202 zip code, and many people don't know that with the expansion of Arlington Cemetery, the current location of Freedman's Village Park will probably be compromised. If you really want to make a statement about diversity, if you really want the public to know, not just in words, but in action, how you feel about diversity, then instead of building a skyscraper, I mean, that's easy. Anyone can do that. Why not carve a place where River House is now for a new, beautiful Freedman's Village Park, for example? Look, we all may disagree on what to do with that land, but I would wager that everyone in Arlington values diversity, real diversity, and we all love Arlington. So, thank you.
Our next speaker is Sukam Lerpresert, followed by Chad Bartlett.
Good afternoon, honorable board members, country staff, ladies and gentlemen. I am Sukam Lerpresert, and I am an immigrant from Thailand. I've been living in the Arlington Ridge community for more than 20 years. I used to rent in the River House apartment for 12 years, but when I bought a condo, I decided to stay in the area. Because I have been charmed by its friendly people and plenty of green. I am a nature lover. I enjoy my regular walks right here without the need to drive for miles to a state park. I have been grateful for that. When I learned about this proposed plan last fall, I was shocked. The proposed 20% of tree canopy is a meager substitute for rows of beautiful trees and bushes that bring so much joy to people who can walk and sit next to the living trees. We've already have this as an important community benefit. Blocks of concrete blocking the sunlight is not a community benefit. In fact, this undermines our efforts to fight climate change. I strongly believe this proposed plan does not represent the improvements in sustainability for Arlington. I understand that the county is growing, hence, we need to plan ahead to accommodate this growth while maintaining the quality of life. I am for smart and sustainable development. I request that you pass this plan and engage with all members of our 22202 community to take this beautiful, livable neighborhood to its next stage of development. Thank you for your time and consideration on this. Have a great day.
Our next speaker is Chad Bartlett, followed by Mark Williams. Chad Bartlett, if you're online, *6 to unmute, please. Or your microphone. Okay. We'll move on to Mark Williams, followed by Sue Sheets. Mark Williams. Okay, Sue Sheets. Bruce Wood.
Chairwoman, ladies and gentlemen of the board, thanks for having democracy here today. My name is Bruce Wood. After living on the coast of Washington State for 27 years, my wife and I moved to Arlington in 2022. Where we lived before, we used a tremendous amount of resources. We now understand that density is good. We can live without a car in Arlington. Pentagon City has great transportation, great services, and it can absorb some more density. We live on the 5th floor of the Potomac building in River House, and we're concerned about quality of life if this plan goes through for the people who live on the lower floors of the building. If there's 3 times as many people, there's going to be roughly 3 times as many cars, and wherever they're going to park, people are going to need access to where that parking is going to happen. There's also going to be maintenance trucks and deliveries, and probably worst of all, most noisily of all, the trash collection, which on the 5th floor of the building, we hear a lot of that now. We've only lived in the building since 2022. When we moved in, we were told there'd be some 6-story buildings added to the property, and a plan apparently approved in 2019. Those of us who live in the buildings haven't been part of this planning process because we didn't know about it. We try and stay engaged with the neighborhood, but I only found out about this a few weeks ago. So I urge you to defer a vote on this plan until more input, particularly from the rental, people who are renting, can participate in the process. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Charles Hughes, followed by Stephen Marcoux.
Good morning. My name is Charlie Hughes. I'm a retired federal civil servant, lived in Arlington for about 22 years in both single-family homes and now in a condo. Formerly a member of the board of the Arlington Ridge Civic Association, so I've been familiar with River House proposals over the last at least years that I've lived here. So I'm not against development. I'm for sensible development. I've looked at and I realized that there's probably room for development on the River House property, been used to that for many years. But I would agree with the people that you've already heard and the more you're going to hear, that the civic engagement process this time on this plan was stunted, largely due to the pandemic. The civic associations were meeting virtually for the first time. They weren't getting out newsletters. There was a dearth of information, particularly for us that live right in the neighborhood. There was never a mention of tripling the density on River House as one of the proposals. So I know you've received written information as well as all the people you're going to listen to today. There's a lot of, I think, concerns that you probably should look at a lot more closely, I think. I would agree in part with many of the people that you've already heard about the vague benefits in the plan and that sort of thing. So I would ask for a delay. Let's get that community input, let everybody look at options, and then go from there. Otherwise, I think it's going to look like a developer giveaway, and I don't think you want that. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Stephen Marcoux, followed by Chris Adams.
Hi, my name is Stephen Marcoux. I'm the Government Affairs Director for the Arlington Chamber, expressing the Arlington Chamber's support for the Pentagon City Sector Plan. Now, this plan will help lead the way to a new dynamic downtown for Arlington and the region by strengthening the entire 2202 community, diversifying housing options, and prioritizing multimodal transportation. Pentagon City offers the perfect opportunity for more density. With housing demand driven by Amazon workers and Virginia Tech students, it'll be a convenient and desirable neighborhood for them to live in. By giving them the opportunity to commute by bike or on foot, we could take thousands of cars off the road. National Landing should be a place where people can successfully live, work, and play. And for that to happen, we're going to need many more places there for people to live. Now, adding more residential density provides more housing options to make Arlington more accessible to people at a variety of income levels. And this added density would also drive significant commercial growth in the neighborhood as businesses would be attracted to the larger pool of residents. The plan finds several places that are suited for more density, including River House Apartments. River House is an ideal location for it, given its proximity to the metro and to Amazon HQ2. The apartments currently waste a large amount of space on surface parking lots, And preserving those lots would be a missed opportunity to bring high-density housing to a place where it would fit the character of the neighborhood well, while allowing the parking lots to be consolidated into parking garages. This plan has gone through an extensive collaborative process with a great deal of public engagement from stakeholders and the broader community. While we'd have liked to have seen more density in the plan, this represents a good compromise between all parties that will allow for a lot of progress to be made. With the time and resources already contributed to this effort, it would be best not to delay adoption any further. That's why we urge you to take this opportunity to approve the Pentagon City Sector Plan. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Chris Adams, followed by Patricia Ebert.
Hi, my name is Chris Adams. I'm here to support the Pentagon City Plan. I'm a resident who lives on 16th Street, adjacent to the River House property in question. I walk my dog on the property frequently, and I can tell you it's just a parking lot right now, and that parking lot is mostly empty. It's a bit of an eyesore, and worst of all, it's private. This is not an amenity that me and my neighbors can use. This is a underused swath of pavement that's not available to the community. In its place, the plan is putting in parks and trails and community buildings that we can use as residents. And yes, it also includes housing, dense, affordable, transit-oriented housing. And there's an affordability crisis right now in Arlington. Rents are going through the roof, it's getting really hard to live here, and people need a place to live. And the only way you can live in a parking lot is if you're homeless, and I don't think the county should be pushing people in that direction. I know the organization that is here in defending the parking lot says that therefore density, that makes sense, but if density doesn't make sense in place of a parking lot, I don't know where it makes sense. I do have one request. There is a piece of public land behind the Hume School on Lynn Street that is in this limbo zone where it's not a park and not a park. The current plan leaves it in that limbo zone, and I would request that you guys shift that to a true parkland. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Patricia Ebert, followed by Gina Evans.
Hello, good afternoon. Thank you for your time today. My name is Patricia Ebert. I have lived in the Arlington zip code 22202 for 30 years. My household represents 4 people. We live in a small house on 19th Street in Kent near the library. And I am not here to defend the parking lot. I am here today to ask you to defer the vote on the Pentagon City Plan so that you can properly study the River House site. Directly affected residents were not effectively informed of the process or proposed zoning changes. Most of my neighbors, especially the elderly, were not aware of this massive change to our neighborhood. Maybe you've not heard the news, but we are in a pandemic and many lives have been upended. Yet you send me mail about all sorts of things that are of less interest. My taxes. I get plenty of mail about taxes, telling me about parking changes.
All right, excuse me. I'm so sorry, Ms. Ebert, if you wouldn't mind and we can pause your time. You are at this point disrupting your neighbors. Please, folks, we're asking, let us listen to the voices of the people who have come to testify, just as they've extended the same courtesy. I know you don't intend to interrupt somebody with whom you support. We can see your support even without your having to interrupt by making noise. Thank you so much for your understanding. Ms. Ebert, back to you.
Thank you. I even got mail and a plastic box for compost. Am I not more worthy than compost? The county staff seems to communicate only when it's in their interest, and this is about revenue, plain and simple. Why not put the county on a budget, on a diet, before destroying our green space? Access to green space and trees is proven to support mental health. I'm sorry, but I put the mental health of my neighbors, myself, and my family above a parking lot. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Gina Evans, followed by Tom Whalen.
Good afternoon.
Thank you, members of the board, for giving me the opportunity to speak to you today. My name is Gina Evans, and I'm a resident of Pentagon Ridge Condominiums. My building backs up to River House, the location of many of the proposed changes. I'm here because I, like many of my neighbors, have serious concerns regarding the Pentagon City Sector Plan, and I respectfully request that you vote to reject this plan, or at the very least, put it on hold until it can be reviewed to ensure that the revisions that were added at the last minute suitably meet the needs of the current homeowners and residents of 22202. In his remarks, the county planner mentioned that the amended plan would limit the new construction to 250 feet. And he said that that amounted to approximately 12 to 15 stories. We would like to have time to examine that, because I want to make sure that I heard things correctly, because based on my calculations, 250 feet translates to slightly more than 23 stories, which is taller than the existing River House buildings. My primary concern is that the interests of the existing residents have been neglected in favor of commercial interests, real estate developers, and hypothetical future residents who for now only exist in people's imaginations. This is our home. We live here now. We have the most at stake, yet we have been largely left out of the process. Until a few months ago, most of us were unaware that this plan even existed. We all want the best for Arlington Ridge, Pentagon City, and Arlington County. This is our home, and we want to be proud of it. For that to be accomplished, the current Pentagon City Sector Plan needs to be rejected, to be replaced with a plan that would be developed with community involvement and community interest at heart. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Evans.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Tom Whalen, followed by Seema Singh.
Yes, can you hear me?
We can. Welcome.
Excellent. My name is Tom Weiland. I've been a resident of Arlington since the 1980s, and I've lived here, worked here, played here, shopped here, paid taxes here, and been married here. I've lived in Westover, Courthouse, Crystal City, and now Pentagon City. And there's really only one reason that I've stayed. It's a great place to live, or at least it has been a great place to live. Now, my wife and I take daily walks, so we know the area very well. When we walk to Crystal City, we're amazed at the change, especially on South Eade Street. There's skyscrapers packed tightly against each other. There's no sun. If the wind is blowing east-west, there's no air. If it's blowing north-south, it's a wind tunnel. It's just downright depressing. There's no green. There's no place for kids to play. Dogs are condemned to walk concrete. It looks like twilight all day long. The human side has been sold out so that developers can make fistfuls of money. Crystal City's not getting better, it's getting worse. And this is the vision for River House. This is the vision for Pentagon City. Dehumanize the entire place. Pack in more people, taller buildings, and richer developers. A lot of us say no to that vision. Don't do to River House what you're doing to Crystal City. Keep Pentagon City a great place to live. Keep Arlington a great place to live. Give us light, air, and green spaces. Skyscrapers don't make sense. Listen to dents that make sense, and please defer this plan. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Whelan.
Our next speaker is Seema Singh, followed by Julie Tippins.
Good afternoon, members of the county and my fellow residents. I am here as a chemistry teacher from Arlington Public Schools, and I strongly feel that we are compromising on the biodiversity of this area. The most important thing is that Arlington Ridge are the lungs of Arlington. They provide oxygen. Our children deserve better, and we need to preserve this fragile ecosystem, the beautiful topography of the Arlington Ridge. We do not want a concrete jungle in our neighborhood. Pentagon City and Crystal City are concrete jungles enough. And more concrete jungles will lead to deterioration of green spaces. This pandemic has taught us what green spaces are all about. All my previous contestants have said that mental health is of paramount importance. Sunlight, the nature which we see around us, has to be preserved. Increase in traffic, increase in all sorts of safety, letting down of safety and clearing out spaces. We need more spaces for our children. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity.
Our next speaker is Julie Tippins, followed by Bill Strange.
Good afternoon, Ms. Tippins.
Good afternoon. My name is Julie Tippins, and I have been a resident of 16th Street, immediately adjacent to Pentagon City, or to the River House, for 22 years. I speak on behalf of myself, my family, and neighbors with whom I shared my written statement who agree with me. There is room to densify at River House, and you should plan for that. But this is the wrong plan. I ask you to step back, right-size it, plan for safety and livability in our community. River House should not be as dense as the area around Amazon. People do need green space and places to breathe. And we need the affordable housing. I am very supportive of that. The last plan for River House had kind of a stupid plan for affordable housing. Some of the rest of it looked pretty good and was probably about the right densification, but you need to work in the affordability part. Also, we have construction fatigue already. We've been putting up with closed lanes, blocked sidewalks, noise, construction debris, and somebody who testified virtually mentioned the dump trucks. This is it was a public safety problem with Amazon, and we would walk through there often on our way to Long Bridge Park. In our backyard, it is a very serious public safety problem. You need to plan for the county resources to patrol that, because they come in, they come screaming down the streets, they run red lights, they try to get in front of each other. That can be planned much better. We need safety, and we also need a livable community. Things like keeping the grocery store. The landlord at Pentagon Row wants out of that grocery store deal. I am happy bringing in more residents, not as many as are proposed. I'm happy to have more neighbors. We need the resources for them. So step back, right-size it, make it safe, make it livable. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Bill Stranges, followed by Audrey Jo Dean.
I guess that's it. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for affording me this opportunity to address you. My name is Bill Stranges. I would like to ask you to delay your vote on the Pentagon City Sector Plan. My wife and I are new residents to Arlington. We just moved here about 3 years ago. The reason we are here is primarily because I used to commute to Crystal City for over 30 years, and we thought that this would be a great place to live because it's close to the metro and it's close to the airport. And by the way, I still was working in Crystal City. So for all those reasons, we decided to make the move to South Arlington. The reason we selected Arlington Ridge was because of the open space and also because of the greenery, the trees, the tree cover. Arlington Ridge is much different than Crystal City, provides a gradual transition from the new concrete canyons on Eads and Fern Street to the community neighborhoods on Arlington Ridge. We were aware of the first JBG study that was to build on the River House property. It was what we thought a reasonable plan with buildings no higher than 30 feet. This is a radical departure, this new plan. It does not make sense. Cramming 18 buildings into River House property with some proposed to 250 feet, which I do admit it's a revision from what it was last week when it was 350 feet, is dense that makes no sense. With the transformation of the workforce where over 40% of employees work from home.
Thank you, Mr. Stranges.
Thank
We
you
need
very
a
much.
plan that makes sense. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Audrey Jo Dean, followed by Ginger Brevard.
Good afternoon, Arlington County Board. First and foremost, thank you for allowing all of us to speak today. This is democracy at its best. I am Audrey Jo Dean. My husband and I recently purchased a condo in Arlington County at Arlington Ridge Condominium. Up front, my family asked the board to defer the vote on the Pentagon City Ridge Plan until essential livability services are in place or scheduled to be in place prior to the increase in density. As the board discusses and moves to vote, the current plan does not consider the needs of current and future residents. The plan lacks clear and overdue essential services of EMS, hospital, police, security, etc. I ask where the inclusion is of the Arlington County 9/11 AAR that outlines the lack of critical logistics and hospital infrastructure. The 9/11 Arlington County AAR specifically outlines the critical decrease of PPE, stockpiles of batteries, stockpiles of breathing devices, systems, and apparatuses. Ultimately, during 9/11 and even after, medical services, supplies, and EMS and the hospital were insufficient. If that doesn't sound familiar, it does now, because the current pandemic we're also experiencing the same thing. So I ask you, are we keeping Arlington safe and healthy during this time of increasing density? Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ginger Brevard, followed by Lisa Neubauer.
Hello, my name is Ginger Brevard. I've lived in 22202 very happily for 33 years. I've heard my neighbors speaking. I left my notes behind because I'm just going to say that I stand with them in deferring the decision on this plan.
Thank you very much, Ms. Brevard.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Lisa Neubauer, followed by John Levengood.
Good afternoon. Thank you for your time this afternoon. My name is Lisa Neubauer. I live in Arlington zip code 22202 for 8 years. I have a family of 3. We live in a small house on 17th Street, and we're right next to the River House complex. I'm here today to ask you to defer this vote on Pentagon City Plan so you can properly study the River House site. Why? Like everyone, my neighbours and I prize every open green space we have, and we enjoy the River House's Graces Murray, Hopper Park very much. We take our kids and dogs for walks to this park daily. This park was gifted to Arlington residents, and it's a true community space, well used by young and old alike. Our concern is of an increase in urban density, massive construction, and the disappearance of this small but mighty green space in favor of 3,000 new units. We're simply horrified by that. Arlington Analytics study states that the tripling of density on this site and the loss of green space will result in the most inequitable access to open green space per capita in the entire country. I'm aware of the green ribbon, but it's years in the making, and it will be preceded by years, if not decades, of massive construction. Additionally, the net benefit of the green ribbon will be less green space and not more on the site. With the changing work practices due to global pandemic and the increase in remote telework practices, I think it's too soon, don't you, for anyone to know what actual requirements will be. And it's not time to push forward with a plan for intensive urbanization without factoring this in. I would ask that the county pause to evaluate plans with this in mind. If the planning process is truly taking into account all concerns, then why was it modified between January and February? I would also ask that you consider what your legacy will be. Will it be one of creating a beautiful city capital with wide avenues, public squares, and inspiring buildings like Lafont left for us? Or will it be that of intense, chaotic, unplanned urbanization?
Thank you.
I ask that you really ask those questions of yourself.
Our next speaker is John Levengood, followed by Mary Riordan.
Hello, members of the board.
I live with my dog Dexter at the River House complex. I'm a software developer by day and work part-time as a karaoke host at Freddy's Beach Bar on 23rd Street. I would love to make Pentagon City my permanent home by purchasing a condo, but as a single adult, there are very few options to purchase studio or one-bedroom units. I definitely see the need to increase the number of units in the area, but these should not only be rental units. The plan should specify a percentage of units be available as purchase for condos. Home or condo ownership is an investment in the community. Studies have shown that homeowners accumulate wealth as the investment in their homes grow, enjoy better living conditions, and are often more involved in their communities and have children who tend on average to do better in school and are less likely to become involved in crime. Another item that concerns me is that if all 3,500 units become rentals, the developer JGB Smith will have even more control over the market than they do today. They've increased my rent 18% this year because of market conditions, but if they have a near monopolistic control of the rental market, why wouldn't they increase the in price? More options to purchase would encourage competition. Also, JBG Smith didn't make any effort to inform me of the process as one of their residents. While it may not be a requirement, they send us a message about emergency water shutoffs and elevator outages on a weekly basis. So one would think this would be an important topic to bring up if they cared about community engagement. Yesterday, I used the bulletin board in the River House app to inform River House residents of today's meeting, and JGB Smith deleted the post, which suggests they're actively trying to suppress community engagement. So I don't trust them to make decisions in the best interest of the community. So I ask you to defer the vote on this plan and engage all residents in the 22202 zip code. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mary Riordan, followed by Clarence Burton.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you for being here to listen to us today. My name is Mary Riordan, and I've lived as the representative for the past 7 years. My husband has been a member and a neighbor in this community for the past 30 years. We love the Pentagon City neighborhood, like many people in the audience here today, and we're here because we're deeply concerned about certain aspects of the plan. Our primary concern, not surprisingly, is the proposal to upzone the River House to triple the current density. A tripling of the housing density would profoundly change this neighborhood. There has not been an adequate study of the significant ripple effects of such changes on things like traffic, parking, community services such as schools, and the environment. Many aspects of the plan seem to remain flexible, and I worry only aspirational. It doesn't include definitive commitments for things like adequate school facilities or requirements for specified amounts of affordable housing or green space. In terms of community engagement and input, the necessary focus of the past 2 years has been the COVID pandemic. For some people, this has meant loss of life or severe health crises. But for all of us, it has meant only limited social engagement as we've learned to live with masks and social distancing. It's a huge understatement to say that these have not been ideal times for public engagement on such a profound change in this neighborhood. Like many of my neighbors here, I learned about the River House proposal only very recently. As you're hearing today, many of my friends' neighbors are in the same situation. We feel we've not had adequate notice about this plan. I've also heard board members today and staff say that things can be done better in the future in terms of engaging with neighbors who are affected by these changes. Please do that now, today, with regard to this plan. Don't let this opportunity pass you by. We ask that a decision be delayed on this proposal. Thank you.
Next speaker is Clarence Burton, followed by Jennifer Height.
Good afternoon, board. I really appreciate the opportunity to speak today. Like many others today, I recently found out about the plan and knew that I'd be remiss and not join forces with my neighbors to not come out and address this very important topic. I'm an active duty Air Force officer. My wife and I were recently married in 2019 in Germany. We moved here and we're really excited about the opportunity to invest in our first condo together. So a few of the things that really attracted us to the area were the location, proximity to the metro and everything else. A really beautiful view. We're right up on the seventh floor, have a great view. And I know Ms. Evans in her testimony and testimony number 23 pointed out the obstruction opportunities if you guys are building buildings that are 23 stories high. Also, the open green spaces were another aspect that attracted us. And my wife and I often take walks throughout Pentagon City. Something else that really was appealing to us was the crime rates are pretty low relative to other places that you could live in the National Capital Region. And I really feel like if we go through with this plan, that will have an adverse effect on crime in the area. So I'm also deeply concerned about the property value of my place. As Ms. Marlowe pointed out in her testimony, number one, I really feel like the value of our properties will go down, and I'm sure a lot of my neighbors share that same opinion. So bottom line, had I known about this in 2019 when I moved here, I probably would have thought twice about investing in a condo. Respectfully ask that you guys keep the community intact. Really give this some thought, reconsider what you're doing, defer the vote, and keep this the place that all attracted us years ago. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Burton.
Our next speaker is Jennifer Height, followed by Mary Monica Schuman.
All right, hi. I've lived in this area for almost 15 years now, the first 14 of which I lived in an apartment off East Street. And as each new apartment building, all four at Metropolitan Park came in, they took out a chunk of my horizon and my sunlight. And even adding these four buildings, plus the ARIA, plus the Whitmer, never once did my rent go down. So just adding more apartments does nothing for affordability for the general public. And then the final building went in, or started going in, and it was poised to cast my unit in perpetual shadow. I can't live in the dark. I can't. So I left, but not too far because I do love this area. A year ago this month, I bought my first home. It's a one-bedroom condo on Arlington Ridge, and a one-bedroom is about all I can afford on my single salary. So, and I bought here because between the Ridge and the River House campus, there's a sense of openness. You can breathe. There's green space, true green space. And these existing spaces add to our quality of life, and I think they're undervalued in this planning. In the existing property, there are expansive lawns, there are mature trees, there's a small eco corridor where I see foxes and I see hawks and bats. I never saw any of that off East Street. Because of the green and the open, it's also cooler up here in the summer. This plan drastically reduces all of these, and just providing an asphalt path with some plantings on the side, that's not an equivalent substitution. These are just the main characteristics that made me buy in this area that I thought was an established residential neighborhood. But soon after buying, I saw this plan to add up to 18 more buildings behind me and make a concrete jungle just like the one that I left for the first time. I understand that parts of River House campus will be developed, but can we please take a reset, step back a little bit, and add to the density in a more restrained manner with full input of our entire neighborhood, and without sacrificing the open and green space, which are defining characteristics of the current area and what set us apart from Crystal City and Pentagon City. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mary Monica Schuman, followed by Gallo Valarezo.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to come here. My name is Monica Schuman, and I'm a homeowner at the Representative on Arlington Ridge. And I am here to express my strong opposition to the current Pentagon City plan and the River House specifically. I've been a resident of Arlington for almost 25 years and moved 6 years ago from a single-family home in Westover to the Representative. My husband and I chose this area because we could walk to stores, the library, metro, and a park, and walking has always been an essential part of my daily life. And the ability to walk daily in areas of mature green trees, see birds, and the growth of a variety of plants makes life especially worthwhile now that I'm in my 80s. A concrete jungle with no open space, or very little, is not conducive to healthy living. In this era of climate change, creating a heat island where people are crowded together with no provision for them made to recreate outdoors is simply not smart. For example, the existing tennis courts, which are well used on the River House property, will be demolished in the process. And where is their replacement? How can the area be truly livable if we're all crowded together? Yes, I do realize we need more affordable housing, but don't families with children need it? Why would their only options have to be in a high-rise with no safe place to play for the children to ride their bikes, roller skate, or simply throw a ball? And where are you going to put this school you're talking about? You say that a new school is needed, but there's no location for it if you've built on all the available land. So obviously we'll be taking part of the park from us. That is the only conclusion I can come to anyway. And what do you really think that the future generations will consider? Will they consider this smart growth to see high-rise buildings on one property with very little open space?
Thank you, Ms. Schuman. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Gallo Valarezo, followed by David Rogers. Gallo Valarezo. Okay, we'll move on to David Rogers. We will move on to Kevin Saucedo Broach.
Hi, good morning, everyone. My name is Kevin Saucedo Broach. I'm a fourth-generation Arlington native and a resident of the Cavendish Apartments in Arlington Ridge, right behind the River House complex. I serve as chair of the Arlington Democrats Latino Caucus, and I have been a member of the Arlington Ridge Civic Association, though I'm here commenting in my personal capacity. Though there are certainly areas where the Pentagon City Sector Plan could see some improvements, I am strongly in support of the overall plan and sincerely hope that the county board will continue to move forward with this critical project without any delays. Simply put, the need for new housing in Arlington is far too great for us to delay a transformative project like this any further than it needs to be. Rents are already skyrocketing, and existing affordable housing across the region is already at risk of being bought up and redeveloped for other purposes. We are blessed to live in a community where I know our leaders on the county board understand all too well that decisions about which buildings get built in our communities have a direct and significant impact on which people get to live in our communities. We are also blessed to live in a community with a truly impressive public transit infrastructure, and it's incumbent on all of us as a community to focus our density where it makes sense. We all know that we need more housing in Arlington, and the only way to do it sensibly and equitably is to build as much of it as we can near existing metro stations. It's ridiculous for us to continue to allow surface level parking lots to take up so much land that could otherwise house Arlingtonians from every walk of life and help keep rents down across the county and the region. I'm also very excited that this plan envisions improved pedestrian connections, particularly through the mall and through the River House complex up to Arlington Ridge. We have a real opportunity here to create an equitable, affordable, and accessible 21st century neighborhood right here in Arlington County, and I hope you will move forward with this vision. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Saucedo Broach.
Our next speaker is Rafael Cano, followed by Carol Weiser. Rafael Cano. I may just need a minute for translation. All right, one more time, Rafael Cano. Okay, we will move on to Carol Weiser.
Thank you to the board and for taking all of this time with us. We greatly appreciate it. But as a resident of 22202 for over 12 years, I am opposed to the proposal in the Pentagon City River Plan to modify the GLUP and upzone at River House. As a lawyer, I understand the importance of process. You have heard from many of us today that process here has been flawed. While I have tried throughout the time that I have lived in the 22202 area to become aware of plans for development, I did not learn of anything about this process and the inclusion in particular of River House in the Pentagon City Sector Plan until very recently. This process has not been transparent, and there has not been true public engagement with the affected community. And that is essential for such a drastic change. The tripling of density and the very, very recent changes in just the last week are emblematic that it is time to step back, to fully reinvestigate the plan, and to make sure that the affected community has an opportunity to weigh in and to express its views and to understand exactly what this plan will mean. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Weiser.
Our next speaker is Suzanne Poizu. Susanna. Oh, she had to leave. Okay. I'm sorry for butchering your name. Pilar Barrera Ray, followed by Dennis Miller.
Good afternoon. This is Ron Stanislaw. I'm the fiance of Pilar Barrera Ray, speaking on our behalf as owners at Pentagon Ridge. First, we'd like to thank the committee for this opportunity to speak, but I'd also like to add to my other neighbors at Pentagon Ridge, as well as Arlington Ridge, the frustration that it is now, at the time of your voting, that we're actually getting to be heard, as opposed throughout the entire process. Pilar and I lived in River House for 2 years before buying at Pentagon Ridge and becoming owners there. As owners, we moved to that area to be much more green space, to be more urban and not a concrete jungle, as you've heard from others before us today. I also would like to echo some comments by my neighbors at Pentagon Ridge that after repeated identification of elimination of 15th Street, the only access to the garages in our building, 36 parking spaces, it is still not part of the plan how you would have green space on top of our driveway. Our driveway, which we need to access for trash removal, for deliveries, for visitors to our building. I would urge the committee to defer this and to study all impacts to the residents of Arlington Ridge, because I don't think that's been done properly. And I yield the rest of my time to my neighbors, and thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Dennis Miller, followed by Suzanne Castorina.
Hello, Mr. Miller.
Hi, I'm Dennis Miller, a resident living next to the study area. I was going to originally talk for 3 minutes, but since what has been said before is changed what I'm going to do, so I'm going to talk for 2 minutes. And I'm going to talk about transparency and working with the county planning process. It's amazing to me, it's just unbelievable to me that in a virtual discussion on 7th of February, called a listening session, that the County Planning Board and Matt Matuzik put on, when specifically I asked about what the heights of the buildings were going to be within the River House complex area, he told me that they could be up to 350 feet tall, and he wasn't going to be talking about stories because that's all limited, but less than a week ago, he told me that. And now he's already come in here, and there was nothing on the site that changed that. And now he came in here this morning and changed the plan significantly. And it didn't talk about the density change, though, and changed the plan significantly. And to me, that's the way that the county process has handled this entire episode. You guys need to take a breath, step back, get back in touch with your constituents and the folks that live in the area. Let me talk another thing about this now. The other things we've talked about, and they were talking in this listening session, yes, they have a recording of the listening session that's on their website. Did they mention to you, is there an overview of that? Did they talk to you about the fact that 95% of the people that talked to that listening session were against the increase in density? The Milton is an apartment complex that's now being built. It's over the metro, and it's going to be 11 stories high. Let the planning board work with their flexibility to increase the height of that and density, rather than putting density in, tripling the area into another area.
Thank you, Mr. Miller.
One comment. I've been to South Korea. I've seen building numbers because people have to go there when they're guests. They don't even know how to get into the buildings. Think of how many buildings we're going to have in this area and how tall they're going to be.
Thank you.
Thank
Move on to
you.
your neighbors. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Susan Castorina, followed by Jeffrey Williams.
Welcome, Ms. Castorina.
Good afternoon. I feel blessed because when my Army career came to an abrupt end due to an injury, I still was able to settle in Pentagon Ridge in Arlington, and I thought this is just the most wonderful place to live. It is not anonymous high-rises. It is diverse, it is vibrant, it is a cosmopolitan community, just like my home in Aracleon. And I was so fortunate. I get to live here, I get to work here, I get to enjoy it. And as someone who loves my community, I'm asking you to make good decisions on behalf of us, because your decisions affect the health, welfare, safety, and satisfaction of all of us. And to that end, I ask you to delay your vote today. We need more engagement. I've owned my condo for almost 6 years, and I was aware of the 2019 plan, but not engaged in it. But I could live with it. And I still thought that was the plan until November of last year, when people in the elevator were like, hey, did you hear about the new plan? And I was shocked. There had been no engagement. There had been no reach out. I've heard multiple people express today that this was better engagement than usually happens, but that there's always room to improve. I'm asking you to delay to get that improvement, delay to engage with us, delay to hear our concerns. And when you make a decision, it is knowing and it is valid, and it has taken all of our health, safety, and satisfaction into your plan. I'm asking you to delay for the handicapped. We have not heard from the Disability Commission. I would love to be able to walk or ride a scooter or bike around, and I can't. I need that car most of the time. Please don't say most people will move to walk or bike or scoot, because it's simply not true for everybody. And you just drive the handicapped and the disabled out of our communities, and we're a valuable part of the community. I ask you to delay your plan, delay your vote today, so that you can make knowing decisions for the health, welfare, and safety of all of us. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jeffrey Williams, followed by Roy Wellman. Jeffrey.
Hello, Mr. Williams. I can see you.
Mr. Williams? No? Okay.
I'm trying to get my remarks. Hold on. Hello, my name is Jeffrey Williams. I'm a 25-year resident of the River House, and I've lived in Arlington for almost 60 years. I did participate in all the Pentagon City planning workshops and online meetings. I think the current draft plan presents a sound framework for future development of the neighborhood, and I support its adoption by the board. What I like about the sector plan: the sector plan vision and planning principles are substantially in accord with the Livability 22202 framework developed by the community in 2019. The green ribbon and pedestrian focus. I'm an older resident who is aging in place. One reason I love living in the River House is that all of my trips in the neighborhood are done by walking. I appreciate that the plan places a strong emphasis on improving pedestrian connections, and particularly commend the staff for providing specific design guidelines for the green ribbon element of the plan. LEED Gold Energy Standard. I am very happy to see LEED Gold as the baseline requirement for site plan proposals, and I would love to see the developers try to exceed this requirement. Affordable housing. I strongly support the goal of requiring each project to deliver a minimum of 10% on-site affordable units. The on-site goal is very welcome, as it will reduce housing segregation by income. more public open spaces. I strongly support creating new parks, plazas, and casual use spaces as part of the redevelopment so that every person in Pentagon City can access the public space within a 2-block walk. Finally, in conclusion, increased density and a significant increase in residential housing is needed in Arlington. Pentagon City is where increased density is possible and desirable. The surface parking at River House is ideally located to provide housing close to transit and employment. Failure to increase the supply of housing in Pentagon City will likely result in rising rents on the existing market rate affordable housing supply and
Thank you, Mr.
consequently
Williams. Your time is up.
displace moderate income residents. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Williams.
Please excuse me for butting in, but we're in the 3-minute segment of the list, and yet the clock is running at 2 minutes.
You're absolutely right. I apologize. Mr. Williams, did you want to conclude your comments?
Thank you very much. I would like to say a few more words.
Thanks for your understanding.
Okay. Thank you so much. You can go ahead with your comments.
I guess I dropped my document, so I can't find it. But in conclusion, what I would like to say is that I am hopeful that I am looking forward to when the redevelopment occurs over time in this neighborhood, that it's a wonderful place to walk and live, and that there are spaces for people to sit and relax and enjoy each other's company. And I think that this sector plan provides a framework that developers and the staff and residents can use to shape the community to that effect. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, and I do apologize. Our next speaker is Roy Wellman, followed by Rudolph Pexins.
Hi, my name is Roy. I'm an Arlington resident and an active registered voter. I'm here to ask the board to defer the vote on the plan. In 2015, I moved from DC to Ridge House on Arlington Ridge, a diverse and affordable high-rise community right next to River House. In 2019, our building supported the smart and sustainable plan presented by JBG to add around 1,000 new homes to the River House in 6 stories of varied housing types. We heard nothing after that, so imagine our shock when almost 2 years later, we discovered a published draft of the Pentagon City Plan by accident in its proposal for radical density at River House. We quickly found we were not alone in our surprise, and we joined our neighbors and spent thousands of hours attempting to decode this complex plan and the process that led to it. We also made significant efforts together to dialogue with all of the parties involved in the planning process. What we found was troubling. The fact that planners appeared to avoid discussing River House until just before a draft plan was published leads me to believe that a preliminary deal for this radical density at River House had already been reached, and that this process served mainly only to justify the deal. The fact that River House was not included in advertising, that neighboring properties were not contacted, the input during the process was so siloed, all lead me to believe that the entire process was engineered to limit wide engagement and to support the predetermined deal. The fact that planning staff omitted value calculations on community benefits and avoided any economic impact analysis at all lead me to believe that specific efforts were made to disguise just how bad of a deal this entire thing is for residents. The fact that planners held last-minute listening sessions and then scrambled to show some insubstantial changes to the plan, and I don't think that 350 stories was ever intended, 250 feet was always what was generally intended. At the 11th hour, this leads me to believe that they know this process was seriously flawed. Meaningful dialogue is still missing, and this plan is still the same bad deal. I sincerely hope that I'm wrong about some of these beliefs, but given the lack of transparency and missing critical analysis, I don't have the information necessary to convince me otherwise. I'm not alone. Along with many of my neighbors, I've lost trust in the county. I heard some of you say this morning that you think that you can do better, maybe should do better, but now is the time to start that. Therefore, in the interest of transparency and public trust, I request the board defer the vote on this plan until missing analyses are completed, until residents have been engaged in interactive dialogue, and until a better deal is reached for your constituents. Thanks for listening.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Rudolph Pexins, followed by Jens Feely.
Good afternoon.
Hello.
My name is Rudolph Pexins. For the last 11 years, my wife and I have lived on Arlington Ridge. I'm also a combat veteran of 2 wars and served 33 years in uniform. As a senior officer, I served on and led many staffs, including in combat. So from my experience, I want to suggest to you what an effective staff does for a leader. To begin with, you, the county board, as you certainly know, are the decision makers. A staff's function is not to decide, but rather to advise. A staff advises by doing the heavy lifting of study and research to fully understand the problem they are addressing. The result of the staff's work should be a complete and detailed presentation to you of the following elements: a list of all the assumptions made in the staff study, a list and explanation of the dependencies on other studies, agencies, or resources, an accounting of all associated costs, initial and recurring, a comprehensive description of risks to plan execution, including mitigating strategies for those risks, an explanation of quantitative key performance metrics for even qualitative issues like quality of life. How will you evaluate what's going on? Finally, multiple courses of action should be provided, each one detailed with associated costs and benefits. Your staff might recommend one of the several options, but in no case should the staff ask you for a decision without presenting options. Further, before your decision, all the options should be widely presented to affected constituents for the purpose of critical two-way pre-decision dialogue. In the case of density at the River House, it appears that your staff has made your decision for you. That decision is presented as a plan which critically lacks not only options, but also the detailed analysis to justify any decision about River House. Therefore, I ask you to defer your vote and send the plan back to the staff to add not only the missing critical data, but also to add serious alternative courses of action so that you, the board, can make a truly informed decision.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jens Feely. Jens Feely, followed by Laura Retson-Daller.
Good afternoon.
Hello.
My name is Jens Feely, and I'm an 18-year resident of the Arlington Ridge neighborhood, a former president of the Pentagon Ridge Condo Association, and a career civil servant. I'm here today to ask the board to defer a vote on this plan. I believe it's flawed because of the density at the River House, and with even a more modest plan for it would still need to be better understood. I think we need to conduct an independent study that focuses on the potential impacts on green spaces, especially existing trees and urban forests in the area. And I believe we need to relocate the planned green ribbon from its current location on South 15th Street. When my wife and I moved back to the DC area 18 years ago, we were looking for a neighborhood with green spaces and easy access to the metro. We rented in the Pentagon City because of the unique mix of amenities, the greenery, and the small town feel of the neighborhood. 3 years later, our building converted to a condo, and we were happy to be one of the first families to buy. I believe the county needs to better engage with the residents of our neighborhood. It's been repeatedly stated today that the people who live in 2202 were not adequately consulted. We're among the closest neighbors of the River House. Our property borders it on the west. We walk through it to get to Pentagon Row and Metro, and we vote in one of the common areas in the River House. Yet no one contacted us. We had to find out about it from our neighbors. I believe the board should commission a detailed independent study focused on the impacts on green spaces and urban forest. As the county website notes, Arlington County's tree canopy is highly valued by both the citizens and county staff. Our building shares a small urban forest with the River House that supports a vibrant ecosystem, including large trees, small animals, foxes, hawks, and an occasional owl or osprey. This plan does not do enough to protect those green spaces. Rather, it would split that urban forest with the proposed green ribbon, endangering the ecosystem that already exists. Leaving the green ribbon on South 15th Street would also be a safety hazard. As is mentioned before, it is the only way in and out of our condo, and so in our garages. This would make the green ribbon both a pedestrian walkway and an active roadway that would endanger everyone using it. In closing, I respectfully request that the board defer a vote on this plan in order to complete the needed independent impact studies and better engage with all residents of our neighborhood, both owners and renters alike. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Laura Ritzenthaler, followed by Mark Capistrant.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for inviting me to speak. My name is Laura Ritzenthaler. My husband and I are retired Arlingtonians. We've lived here for 20 years and we love it here. We love the tree-lined streets and parks. We love the easy access to the district. We love the diversity of our community, and we love the way our community cares for one another. We live at the representative condominium and are active contributors to our local community. My husband volunteers with the Book Buddy program, tutoring first graders in reading, and I volunteer at Arlington Free Clinic, which provides healthcare to uninsured and underinsured Arlington residents. My field is healthcare, so that's the perspective I'm going to speak from. Good public health is more than just treating the diseases of individuals. It's about the health and well-being of an entire population. And the neighborhoods where people live affect this. I don't feel that this study adequately addresses the health of its population for several reasons. The plan significantly increases population density. It triples the size of the River House complex. The results from this kind of density, poor ventilation, inadequate insulation, lack of sunlight, exposure to pollutants, intrusive noises, can cause health problems. Moreover, there's greater potential for isolation and stress, and this can trigger physical and mental problems, mental health problems. Second, the plan reduces green and open spaces. Many like me live in condominiums, and we are nourished and revitalized by the green parks and trees that surround us now. This plan cuts the tree canopy from 40% to 20% and drastically fills open spaces. Third and last, the plan will increase traffic pollution and reduce safety. Air pollution brings healthcare disorders like asthma and lung disease. As for traffic safety, we already have concerns in this area. I fear that we're going to see more injuries and deaths from motor vehicle accidents. People may feel less safe walking and biking in the area. They then may become more sedentary, taking a toll on their cardiovascular health. So to conclude, I am concerned that this proposal's rapid and drastically increased population density is not good for the health of Arlingtonians. I urge you to defer voting on the River House parcel. Instead, let us regroup together to further study and discuss how we can create a healthier and more sustainable Arlington for the future. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Mark Capistrant, followed by Ben Diavanzo.
Good afternoon. This is Mark Capistrant. I am a 7-year resident of Arlington County. I, along with almost 1,800 of my neighbors, opposed the Pentagon City upzoning proposal. We were not properly engaged or given notice of the planned zoning changes. Notice was not given to the residents of the study area as required by Virginia Law 15-2-2204. This has directly resulted in residents being excluded. The most common feedback received from grassroots community outreach was, "I did not know about the plan." As recently as yesterday afternoon, residents were being informed about the plan for the very first time. The Arlington way should be about going above and beyond the minimum legal requirements of engagement, and yet there has been a failure to even meet the minimum level of legal requirement of notice. Behind me, about 200 feet away, is the River House complex. That houses about 3,400 residents. River House residents were excluded from the process because they did not receive resident notice from Arlington County or from JBG Smith. Yet now, any new resident that wants to move into the River House complex needs to sign a JBG Smith lease addendum with a hold harmless agreement related to the development over there, and mentions that they had consulted their lawyers. Because of these suppression tactics, some existing River House tenants fear retaliation if they do speak up. Most people are not opposed to some additional development. They just want to make sure that it's done right. Our ask, take a time out, pause the plan, and give proper legal notice to those in the community. Conduct community engagement with the residents in the area and listen to them. Or this will go down in history as the plan that the public was not engaged and community trust was lost. What a travesty that would be. Local government is a representative democracy where the leaders are elected to represent us. We are here today to hold you accountable for that basic civic duty. We are not going to let the can be kicked down the road with, we can do a better job next time. We are seeking leadership from those we elected to represent us. Do the right thing and pause the plan today. Do not pass the plan. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Capistrano.
Our next speaker has been D'Avanzo, followed by Pamela Van Hine.
Good afternoon.
Thank you. My name is Ben D'Avanzo. I'm a Pentagon City resident, and while I'm speaking for myself, for the past year and a half, I represented the Aurora Highlands Civic Association on the focus group, and I would refer the board to my letter that I sent earlier this week for detailed suggestions. When thinking about this study, I wonder about how my 2-year-old daughter will experience the neighborhood when the plan has come to fruition, not likely for decades down the road. First and foremost, I think about climate change. We must take every action to encourage transit use, biking, and sustainable design while discouraging ever-expanding exurban sprawl. This plan takes important steps by standardizing LEED Gold, by improving bike infrastructure, and most importantly, by allowing new housing within reach of major job centers. We must address housing as well. In the livability housing workshops, which I helped to lead, we heard from many 22202 residents who are afraid, and eventually were, of being forced out of the area because of rising rents and unaffordable home prices. I know my own tax assessments have skyrocketed. And an earlier speaker mentioned Freedmen's Village, housing for freed slaves that was destroyed. I think few in our neighborhood know about the history of Queen City, where many people who lived in Freedmen's Village moved, and this was a housing settlement that was also destroyed to make way for the Pentagon parking lots. We must address our history of denying housing to those who need it. Clearly, today we have a mismatch between housing supply and demand. This plan makes progress. There are ways this plan could be better. Decisions around park space, school, community center, Joy Street Library, and an undefined pavilion are all supposed to be resolved in a park planning process, which seems highly ambitious. There are many additional items which are included in the matrix, which was not included until later parts of the draft, and we appreciate its eventual inclusion. But I do think there's a lot of ambitious follow-up. I do appreciate the adjustments that have been made to the plan at the margins, but I do worry that developers will use the great flexibility they have in this plan to do the minimum or close to it, such as when it comes to the green ribbon, biophilic design, pedestrian-centered buildings, and elsewhere. And I remain disappointed by gaps in the bike network like 12th Street and potentially narrow sidewalks, as well as a lack of clear planning for a new metro station entrance. I do want to flag as well that I believe while communication on this project and opportunity to engage were adequate for those of us willing to spend many, many hours, as I have, on this plan, the lack of short, accessible materials means many have not been able to get accurate information about the plan from the county, about what the plan will do or will not do. I'm also disturbed by the earlier speaker who said that their post on the River House online group was deleted. JBG needs to do better. However, it is also the responsibility of citizens to be informed, and I believe there are ample opportunities to do so for those who decided to pay attention. In closing, I hope the board will approve this plan, but consider opportunities to strengthen it, not only so we are providing housing, but also a sense of community to those of us who live in Pentagon City. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Pamela Van Hine, followed by Lisa Beatrice Penna.
Hi, I'm Pamela Van Hine. These are my personal comments as a pedestrian advocate and 36-year resident of Aurora Highlands. Thank you for your hard work and for giving us the opportunity to speak about the Pentagon City Planning Study. I thank the staff involved, specifically Matt Matusik, for his huge managerial effort, and to Joanne Gabor for listening to our transportation desires and concerns and for patiently explaining the proposed designs. I support the PCPS. I think it will help developers, staff, and committees as we review new site plans in Pentagon City with shared expectations and a more efficient process. I approve the higher density to the extent I understand it and love the green ribbons. I'm thrilled to see a plan that prioritizes transit PUDO and unblocked PBL lanes over tour bus parking along South Hayes. The emphasis on sustainability and providing biophilia, green space, new housing, and new affordable housing is great. However, I feel that the commitments and process for achieving the community benefits should be strengthened, and a few details in the transportation plan should be modified, which I will now describe. If the PCPS plan is to succeed, we need to plan now for car-free, car-light travel. Key elements include acknowledge that any megablocks that will not have a street grid will still need to accommodate all transportation modes and functions that a street grid provides. Explicitly require the developer's site plans address comprehensively and creatively how all transportation needs around and through the megablocks will be managed. Acknowledge that some residents will need to drive at least some of the time and accommodate the needs of drivers in this plan. I again ask to change the text on page 27, quote, provide safe, inviting transportation choices that make driving unnecessary, unquote, because driving will be necessary for some people. Please soften the language to address those who need to drive. Create a DMV regional TDM plan similar to the Greater Washington Partnership Blueprint. This TDM plan needs to consider the future traffic transportation impact of all proposed growth in Pentagon City, HQ2, and the changes to Route 1. Traffic data in the PCPS, Penn Place, and Route 1 reports show that transportation management is not just a challenge for Arlington, Northern Virginia, or even Virginia. TDM must have a comprehensive regional solution. Finally, to shift transportation modes from single occupancy vehicles to alternative modes, we must design convenient, comfortable, fully accessible, desirable facilities for cyclists, pedestrians, and transit riders throughout National Landing. Yet I believe the current plan does not provide adequate facilities for either pedestrians or cyclists. Specifically, I ask that you add 10-foot minimum clear zones on Joyce, Fern, Eads, and 15th, and add a potential protected bike facility along 12th Street from Hayes to Route 1. I believe these improvements are needed, and I fear that if they're not in place, we will lose the opportunity to add them. We must create a transportation environment that fully supports and successfully encourages people to use alternatives to SOV. We cannot fail. Thank you. And I submitted 3 pages of detailed comments that I hope you got earlier this week. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Ms. Van Hine.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Lisa Patrice Pena, followed by Rosamunda Osgo.
Good afternoon. My name is Lisa Beatriz Peña, and I have lived in Pentagon City area as a resident and registered voter for 7 years. I immigrated from Colombia when I came here to complete my PhD in economics in South Florida. As an economist by training, I support development. But as a human being, I support development that is sustainable. And let me ask you a question. Is this the plan? Is this the area how you're planning to see this area, what you want for your children and grandchildren? At the end of the day, our lives have meaning by the legacy that we leave. Today, I would like to raise 3 main concerns that I have with this plan, but I would like to mention first that this plan doesn't incorporate the views of thousands of homeowners and renters living in this area. I do recall seeing a couple of signs in my neighborhood maybe 2 years ago, and it asked for you to sign up. I did sign up. I haven't received 1 text message with any information about this plan. So I just learned from my neighbors maybe 2 or 3 months ago. My 3 main concerns are, the first one, the plan undermines the value of green space as a critical community benefit. As written, the plan is not limited to building on top of the existing parking lots. But it will include every single green space that we already have, which is planted with mature trees. These trees, as you know, are the source of clean air for our community, and they contribute to our physical and mental health. Additionally, I am aware of the green ribbon. This green ribbon doesn't compensate for the loss of hundreds of trees that will be replaced by buildings. Second, the current plan doesn't guarantee affordable housing. I know this is an argument that has been made for increasing density in the area. However, the way the plan is intended to be implemented doesn't ensure that. And we have plenty of examples in the Washington metropolitan area. For example, let me mention what we have seen happening in ABR in the last 5 years. Many high-rises have been built, the rents haven't decreased. Today, you don't find a studio for less than $2,000, and this is excluding other fees like parking, utilities. This is not affordability. And this is the reason why. Building high rises is very expensive, so investors have to transfer the cost to the renters. So making that as an argument is not going to do it. And finally, this current plan doesn't address the current deficiencies that we have with the transportation infrastructure. I used to take Metro, and it was chaotic during peak hours. I don't see how the new plan is going to address the issues that we already have with the density that we have. Please defer the vote. I'm here speaking by myself from my heart. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Peña.
Our next speaker is Rosamunda Ozgo, followed by Maritza Cooper.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is, thank you for your time. My name is Rosamunda Ozgo. I have lived in Arlington for 31 years. I pay taxes, and I vote in all local elections, as does my family of 4. We live on 18th Street, a half a mile from the River House site. I am here to ask you to defer the vote on the Pentagon City Plan so that the River House site can be properly studied. My reasons are, first, proper notice was not given. Despite my proximity to River House, I knew nothing about this plan until 2 months ago. The plan was very, very, very easy to miss. It was never advertised as including River House. It was called the Pentagon City Sector Plan, but River House was never mentioned in the title or the notices. Not only was the plan's name extremely misleading, but outreach to the most impacted, as we have heard today, was very limited. There are more than 2,000 apartment and condo units abutting River House, but each of those building representatives laments the lack of outreach. A plan of this magnitude demands public attention and comment. 2 months ago, a petition that opposes tripling density at River House was started. Scores of people stated they knew nothing of the River House plan. In 8 short weeks, the petition has reached 1,800 people. That is about 8% of the 22,000 residents in 22202. That is pretty impressive. When you vote, please take a moment to consider the voices of those 1,800 who are not here today. Please also consider that historically River House has never been part of Pentagon City. Joyce Street has always been the dividing line. River House has been treated as a separate area since the initial zoning with CAFRITS decades ago, and the county has honored its earlier commitments not to allow runaway development there. Thank you all for that. However, triple density is runaway density. River House is already the 4th largest apartment complex in the DC area. Its vacancy per Zillow is 10%, double what it was pre-COVID. Housing has changed drastically with COVID, yet the plan does not reflect that. Residents are shunning density. We don't need a bunch of glitzy but empty buildings on River House. We don't need density on top of density. We have Crystal City and Pentagon City for that. I respectfully request that you defer the vote on the plan. Inadequacies need to be addressed, and the River House site needs to be properly studied. Thank you for your time and for considering my comments.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Maritza Cooper, followed by David Amador.
Good afternoon.
Okay. Buenos días. Mi nombre es Maritza Cooper y los Yimbis están equivocados. Yo no soy rica, pero yo soy un residente de River House y me encanta vivir ahí.
Good morning. My name is Maritza Cooper, and the Yimbis are wrong. I am not rich, and I am a resident of River House, and I love living there.
Como trabajadora esencial en la primera línea, yo sé de primera mano lo importante que es volver a casa y recuperar la tranquilidad.
As an essential worker frontliner, I know firsthand the importance of coming back home and enjoying tranquility or calmness.
Este barrio me da esa sensación de paz, pero puedo llevar a mi nieta y a mis perros a dar agradables paseos. Podemos disfrutar de la luz del sol y jugar bajo magníficos árboles al lado de mi casa. Y hay más que 400 árboles en esta propiedad.
In my neighborhood, I get this feeling of peace. I can take my granddaughter and my dogs for enjoyable walks. We can enjoy the sunshine and play under magnificent trees next to my house, which there are over 400 of them.
Yo crecí en la ciudad de Nueva York, donde los edificios altos se acumulaban uno al lado del otro para tener la mayor cantidad posible de residentes.
I grew up in New York City, where buildings stacked one on top of another, and the majority of residents possible lived in.
Cuando yo era niña, jugaba en parqueos de concreto y todos eran de concreto. No tenían grama ni árboles.
When I was a child, I played in concrete parks, and all of them were concrete. They didn't have any grass or trees.
Tratando de jugar béisbol sobre concreto duele mucho. Me juré a mí misma que nunca más viviría en un lugar así.
Trying to play baseball over concrete hurts a lot. I said to myself, or I promised myself, that I would never live in a place like that again.
Estoy horrorizada de ver cuánto espacio verde y público compartido se perderá, convirtiendo esta hermosa comunidad de espacios abiertos, árboles y luz solar de una densa jungla de cemento.
And horrified to see how much green space and public shared spaces we would lose, transforming this beautiful community and open spaces, trees, and sunshine into a dense concrete jungle.
También estoy preocupada por la falta de una buena explicación del plan sobre si se podría triplicar la densidad en un sitio como esto sin hablar con nosotros.
I'm also concerned about the lack of a good explanation of the plan, whether we can truly triple the density in the places we live with us.
Sin hablar.
Without talking to us.
Una pregunta muy básica que muchos de nosotros tenemos es ¿dónde parquearán todos los residentes si se eliminan todos los parqueos? Contrariamente a algunos información, estos lotes son muy utilizados y todo pueden parquear ahí. Solamente necesitan poner el Park Mobile app en su teléfono.
One of my basic questions that a lot of us has is where will be all the residents park if you eliminate the parking? Contrary to what the information that they say about the lots, they are very much utilized. All we need is to download the Park Mobile app in our phones.
Y cualquier puede parquear ahí.
And anyone can park there.
Yo trabajo en turnos irregulares, principalmente de noche, y yo dependo en mi carro para ir al trabajo.
I work irregular shifts, especially at night, so I depend on my car to go to work.
Yo no puedo usar el metro, yo no puedo usar mi bicicleta y yo no puedo usar un scooter para ir a la calle de 14 a ir a DC a trabajar. Solicito que la Junta del Condado posponga la votación sobre este plan hasta que se tenga la relación, el estudio del impacto a todos los residentes.
I can't take the metro. It's not an option for me. I also cannot, I don't have a train station near my job, a metro station. I won't take my bike nor a scooter to go across the bridge on 14 to go to DC. I ask that the county board postpone the voting over this plan into the proper studies, impact studies are conducted, and the residents of River House and all neighbors are completely committed. Thank you so much.
Muchas gracias. Thanks, Ms. Cooper. And thank you.
All righty, our next speaker is David Amador, followed by Natalie Lord.
Okay, good afternoon and thank you. My name is David Amador. I'm a resident of 22202, and I also live on 16th Street South. I'm speaking today on behalf of my parents who also live in 22202, my wife and my one-year-old son. I appreciate the opportunity to speak, although like 1,800 of my neighbors now, my voice has only recently been recognized because of a flawed approach to community engagement, especially within 22202, and without indication that River House was part of the Pentagon City study. I do not support this plan. I believe that if implemented, it will degrade the quality of life for current and future residents of this area. The density increase proposed is excessive. The surrounding infrastructure is insufficient to support the proposed expansions and will be strained beyond limits if the density of the River House complex is tripled. The schools, parks, libraries, roads, sewer systems, power grids, and emergency services will not be able to accommodate the expansions proposed within this plan. The county board must ensure these basic services are available prior to approval, that is, if they are even possible to make. Furthermore, the plan fails to guarantee clear performance metrics for the development, nor is there any proof offered to substantiate underlying assumptions about the alleged viability of the huge expansion in the number of living units. Suggestions have been made that Amazon will be bringing in lots of new workers, but the company has already indicated that many of its employees may continue to remain in a remote work status. Hence, the supposed need for such great increase in dwelling units is not necessarily justified by the corporate expansion. Again, I am a homeowner with a young child in 22202. The beauty of this area is in its balance between a traditional neighborhood feel and certain cosmopolitanism within the Pentagon City and Crystal City areas. This is a balance that's unique amongst, I think, an enormous area of our country. This balance will be destroyed by adding an overwhelming number of housing units without a corresponding addressment of basic services. And what of unintended consequences such as increased crime, which is already rising in this area? If the county believes that these problems can be improved, addressed, or mitigated, then why not allocate additional time to do so? Consistently, the River House parking lot is referred to as underutilized space. That may be so, but there is not room for thousands of more dwelling units and cars, most certainly that residents will bring with them. Plus, many mature trees, I think the number was 400, will be destroyed once the bulldozers come in to level the earth and make room for new buildings. I'm defending a parking lot here, I realize that. But if you were to walk on the grounds, you would see a lot more than a parking lot. Tremendous number of trees. People bring their kids there to ride bikes. This is essentially a park already within the neighborhood. So it's Orwellian to suggest that more concrete into the destruction of existing flora in or near the parking lot is biophilic, a fungible catchphrase that has no meaning. Should we trade dozens of mature trees in existing green space for slightly wider sidewalks, renamed as green ribbons, and rooftop decks with ornamental trees? It's disingenuous to suggest that anything with this plan expands access to green space for future or current residents. Again, 1,800 of my neighbors are opposed to this radical upzoning.
Thank you. Your
Thanks,
time is
Mr.
up.
Amador.
Thank you very
Appreciate
much. Our next speaker is Natalia Lord, followed by Susan English.
Welcome, Ms. Lord.
Thank you.
Not to be presumptuous, but you can move the, there we go.
I do it. Okay. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the County Board. Thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Natalia Lord, and I've lived and worked in Arlington County for the last 45 years. First in an apartment in Roslyn, where I met and married my next-door neighbor. And then over the years, we've lived in a duplex, a single-family home where we raised 2 children, and now in a condo on Arlington Ridge Road, hoping to age in place. I believe that the proposal needs to be deferred to make sure it aligns with Arlington's goals for inclusivity, diversity, and eco-friendly construction practices. We are most grateful that there was housing available at different price points when we needed it. What about people living in or moving to Arlington today? The Livability 22202 study calls for humanizing the scale and character of the built environment. I don't think 25 stories qualifies. Anyway, the need for a variety of housing types has been identified in countless studies for our area. We especially need duplexes, townhomes, low-rise buildings with courtyards, opportunities not only for renting but also for buying, so that young families can live here as we once did. Only by increasing this type of diverse housing stock can we hope to achieve Arlington's commitment to inclusivity and diversity. How can we move towards Livability 22202 goals on the River House property as we provide additional housing units near the metro? We need sensible density. First, tall buildings above 6 stories are more expensive to build and maintain and therefore lend themselves to luxury rentals that preclude affordability. In a 2020 report, making apartments more affordable starts with understanding the costs of building them. The Brookings Institution's findings indicate that a high-rise concrete structure costs an additional $75 or more per square foot to build than a 6-story wood frame stick structure. It is more cost-efficient to build shorter buildings. Second, we must incorporate the most advanced smart technologies, maximum LEED, platinum, renewable distributed energy generation, electrification of all appliances, and other zero carbon emission strategies. These ultimately stabilize energy costs for housing, as well as benefit the climate locally and globally over the long term. Please defer the decision on this plan to assure that any River House property development is compatible with Livability 22202 goals and incorporates best smart technologies implementation practices. Let's build for Arlington's future in an equitable and technological manner. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Thank you, Ms. Lord.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Susan English, followed by Valerie Johnson.
Good afternoon. Susan English, Arlington Ridge resident for 40 years, speaking in support of the Pentagon City Sector Plan. I've watched for many years as jobs drained away from the area, now branded as National Landing, beginning in the 1990s and continuing through BRAC and the 2000s. Amazon's arrival, however disruptive for those who live closest, was welcome news and the beginning of a turnaround, until the pandemic created a new human and fiscal crisis and worsened an already acute housing shortage. For 25 years, we have looked the other way on land use and zoning policies. The results are cruel, and we must change that. On a personal note, for most of the pandemic, our daughter, who works with special needs students at an Arlington elementary, commuted from Woodbridge, where she could afford to share a small space. In 2019, a group of residents from Arlington Ridge, Aurora Highlands, and Crystal City came together to create the Livability 22202 initiative to discuss how best to adapt, manage, and plan for the growth we understood was coming. From the beginning, our intention was to work with all stakeholders, residents, county staff, small business, landowners, Amazon, and the bid. We created a framework, as has been mentioned, an action plan, and held larger area meetings, some with over 200 residents. Housing affordability, including for renters, was a top concern, along with essential services, sustainability, engagement in arts, and multimodal transportation. In early 2020, our housing working group held 2 housing workshops, as widely advertised in our communities as civic email lists, a renters event, and social media could reach. Our goal from the beginning was to learn together, to walk in each other's shoes, to determine our values and the barriers to housing for those at all incomes in all walks of life. Our collaborative approach, we hoped, would build more community and greater awareness of housing need, along with finding solutions to address displacement, create new diverse housing, and build community. 2 years later, I remain committed to that goal and to collaborative work. My remarks at the Planning Commission noted my continuing concerns with some aspect of this plan, including transportation monitoring, open and green space opportunities, and community facilities. Notwithstanding these concerns, I strongly support passing this sector plan. I echo Ben Devanzo in hoping the board will approve the plan, but work to improve it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. English.
Our next speaker is Valerie Johnson, followed by Scott Miles.
Good afternoon.
Thank you, board members and Chairwoman Crystal. My name is Valerie Johnson, and I moved to Arlington 12 years ago from Boston, where I had an amazing job working with local fair housing divisions and developers to qualify candidates for affordable housing opportunities. I've been a renter for most of my adult life, including when I moved to Arlington. And I'm grateful as some, excuse me, I'm sorry.
Can add a few seconds on the back end if we need to.
All right. Okay. I've been a renter for most of my adult life, including when I first moved to Arlington, and I'm grateful as someone without generational wealth and living on a nonprofit salary to have had the opportunity to purchase the home I was renting. And I'm also excited about Amazon coming to Arlington. The River House property represents an extraordinary opportunity to address many needs in our community. But due to its non-committal language, this plan falls short in securing solutions. It does not guarantee that housing will be built at all on the River House property, much less accessible, affordable housing for families and seniors on that site, in a manner that would allow the property to maintain its effective transitional function between what will be an 18-hour district on the east side of South Joyce Street and the neighborhoods located along the geographic margins of the plan. It provides no assurance that key priorities from the Livability 22202 action plan, such as humanize the scale and character of the built environment, will be implemented. Nor does the plan identify a site for a school, firehouse, or community center, all of which will be cast aside as soon as this plan is approved, and market forces forever will extinguish the opportunity in front of us to build affordable housing and to secure community benefits on the River House site, such as a school. Given the absence of data resulting from economic, environmental, and infrastructure studies that can provide a realistic basis as to how much development the site can support, I ask the board to defer the plan. The county must also remember the planning principles of providing a safe, inviting transportation choices that make driving unnecessary is a privilege that's not always inclusive of many, including seniors and those with mobility challenges and those who work in jobs with shift work. Finally, you have and will hear grievances today that I share with my neighbors, including River House residents, about the lack of direct outreach to and engagement with citizen stakeholders most impacted by River House development as this plan evolved. Hear us. River House is known to be within the Arlington Ridge neighborhood. Its inclusion in a plan that had only been advertised with the Pentagon City identifier, with workshops convened under the same guise, effectively shut out neighborhood voices, including River House residents themselves, and undermines the spirit of earnest and honest engagement with citizens. We'll try to do better as not enfranchise excluded citizens. We weren't late to the party. We weren't invited to the River House party.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson.
Thank you for your time, and thank you, Chairwoman Crystal, for your generosity with your time.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Our next speaker is Scott Miles, followed by Gerald Hyman.
Good afternoon. My name is Scott Miles. For the past 3 years, I was president of the Aurora Highlands Civic Association, in which Pentagon City is located. So I'm bringing forth that experience, but I do want to make clear that these are my personal comments. The plan will impact every aspect of our neighborhood's development for the next 30 to 40 years. It should not be approved today. There are so many reasons why. I'm going to comment on just 8. So first, Arlington processes are designed intentionally to be opaque, and this was one of the worst. Just one example, not only did this process have closed-door focus group sessions with very select individuals, when I, as Civic Association president, requested that the alternate rep from our community be included in these virtual meetings to simply observe, staff refused. 2, implied threats. We're constantly told that we need to be happy with the scraps, and if we speak out, then the county won't work with us. I was very uncomfortable recently with an email sent to our community leaders insinuating that if they wanted to make progress on any outstanding issues, they not support residents that are complaining. 3, staff hears and selects only what they want. Late in the study, it got to the point where we had to demand that staff share the actual feedback being received. When they did so, we found that much of the feedback being submitted was not being incorporated in their summaries. Inequity. This plan actually decreases tree canopy goals, reduces access to green spaces, crams more people in the same area with no actual commitments to ensure that we will have the required libraries, schools, community centers, recreational facilities, or just trees and grass. 5, processes are intentionally unclear. There was a lack of clarity from the start about what this was supposed to accomplish and how it was going to be used. It wasn't called a sector plan, it was called a study to review the impacts of density, and it hasn't even accomplished that. A real study would clearly show that Virginia Highlands Park cannot support everything this plan is asking of it. 6, divide and conquer. In true form, the plan doesn't actually plan anything except approving much more density with insufficient land and commitments, and that intentionally pits neighbors against neighbors in subsequent processes. 7, predetermined. Staff works primarily with individuals that they know will help pass predetermined results. Ask the residents that are speaking out. They know this was not a robust process. And lastly, the board is defending staff and gaslights the community. The fact is, this plan has not been approved by Aurora Highlands Civic Association or Arlington Ridge Civic Association or Livability 2202. The issues with the study were raised very early on. Residents have been ignored, and the outcomes are inequitable and negatively impact communities. So let me be clear. This is a mess today because of the way that County Manager Mark Schwartz leads his staff to conduct business. The flurry of changes in the plan in the last month and even yesterday were foreseeable and speak to the truth that far from being a well-supported study, this was a plan engineered by the county that they are now frantically trying to patch and ram through because people are actually starting to learn more about it. It does not need to pass today, and it's the board's obligation not to pass this or any other plan if these failures are ever going to stop. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Gerald Hyman, followed by Adam Theo. Gerald Hyman. Here we will move on to Adam Theo.
Good afternoon, members of Arlington County Board. I want to focus on the opportunity that greater density gives for expanding green space, planting more trees, and improving our environment in Pentagon City and across Arlington. The county does not always handle this balance well, with large parts of Roslyn and Crystal City still being massive plots of concrete and asphalt. And as 2 public commenters mentioned this morning, even a huge loss of mature trees in an ultra-low density single-family residential development on North Ridgeview Road. I am eager for that not to be the case here. You must make sure that all additional community benefits and new public facilities such as schools, neighborhood library, or expanded Aurora Hills Community Center are integrated into the new density, not built out at the expense of Virginia Highlands Park. I have no doubt that can be done as part of the new high-rises. With that, we can have the best of both worlds, lots of new housing and increased beautiful green spaces. I welcome a Pentagon City that has high levels of density around the metro station, exactly where it's appropriate and sensible, with thousands of new neighbors, greater housing affordability, additional commercial activity, and expanded green space that this updated plan brings. I welcome not only the green ribbon walkways, but also more trees along streets and in parcels that are currently surface parking lots. I welcome more opportunities for safe and friendly areas for children to play, not just dedicated playgrounds, but also casual open areas throughout Pentagon City, especially the River House site. I welcome the reduced carbon footprint that residents of denser, transit-oriented communities produce, helping to clean our air and fight climate change. I will be looking for hard numbers and calculated metrics on trees and open acreage as we move into the site plan processes. But undoubtedly, this is an excellent end result of a plan, especially with the recent changes as of this month in expansion of green space in the River House site across from Pentagon Road. It is possible to have a green and beautiful high-density neighborhood surrounding a metro station next to the world's largest office building and directly across the river from the nation's capital. Please pass the sector plan update with amendments to the general land use plan and modifications to the master transportation and public facilities maps. And let's move on to the many site plans where the decisions about community benefits and trees will be made. I'm Adam Theo, independent candidate for Arlington County Board and co-founder of YIMBYs of Northern Virginia.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Alexandra Krovaya, followed by Kathleen.
Здравствуйте, уважаемые члены правления. Меня зовут Александра Кривая, и я живу на Arlington-Ridge.
Good afternoon, respected members of the board. My name is Alexandra Krivaya, and I live on the Arlington Ridge.
Сегодня я пришла сюда, потому что для меня это очень важно.
I've come here today because this is very important for me.
Предлагаемый план не может быть одобрен.
The proposed plan must not be approved.
Я прожила большую часть своей жизни в СССР. Я знаю, что такое плотность населения.
I've lived most of my life in the Soviet Union and know what density is.
То, что предлагается этим планом, не одобрил бы даже советский инженер.
That which is proposed in this plan wouldn't even be approved by a Soviet engineer.
Очень много вопросов. Как на таком маленьком участке будут жить комфортно несколько тысяч людей?
There are many questions. How can so many people live comfortably on such a small parcel of land?
Где будет общественный центр? Где площадки для детей? Где будет школа? Где мы, пожилые люди, будем гулять, если не уничтожится это все зеленое пространство?
Where is the community center? Where is the playground for children? Where is the school? Where will we older people take our walks if you destroy all of the green spaces?
Вы предлагаете вырубить деревья, уничтожить то, что было насажено, большим трудом выращено? Вырубить дерево легко, а вырастить порой жизни не хватит.
You plan to destroy the trees that have been planted. Chopping down trees is easy, but growing a tree can take more than a lifetime.
И даже те растения, что останутся, может быть, не выживут в тени этих высотных домов. Им нужно солнце, а не маленькие дорожки между домами.
The remaining trees may not survive in the shadows cast by the tall buildings. They need sunlight and not little paths between those tall buildings.
Надеюсь, здравый смысл сегодня восторжествует. Спасибо за внимание.
I hope that common sense will triumph today. Thank you for your attention.
Спасибо.
Большое спасибо.
Our next speaker is Kathleen, followed by David Sarr.
Hello. Hello, my name is Dr. Kathleen Biss. Spasiba, Alexandra. Spasiba. I moved to the D.C. area from the Secaucus-Lyndhurst area, which perhaps the board should look at for how to build something. I moved here for my education in 1964. I've lived in 22202 since 1972, 50 years. And I've lived on the Ridge in the same place since 1977, 45 of those 50 years. I practiced medicine and surgery in the tri-state area. My husband is a naturalized citizen and came to Washington in 1966. I have to comment on what somebody said earlier today, that is a committee chair who represents the board, said that if River House and the Ridge felt excluded from this plan, our issues were discussed and represented. This is an extreme disservice to everyone that is here and an insult. That doesn't represent how this plan affects the Ridge, myself individually. We chose to live here for 50 years, and we want to age in place. And what happened? The corporate world decided to exclude the Ridge and River Road occupants from plans for triple density, which directly impact our lifestyle. I am a conspiracy theorist, and I believe that since 2018, the transparent negotiations with the Smith-Bernardo people for this riverside property proved too much to overcome because of the community reaction to their attempts to rezone. So we got excluded from input this time. That's just my theory. I think a lot of people would agree with that. What we want is to have a real say and be heard about how this affects our lives and try to reach a sensible plan for continued development in our area. I would like you, the board, to pause, take a deep breath, use the Arlington way, revisit this extreme plan proposal with input from the residents it most affects in mind. In particular, do not rush this. It will be forever and affect this great livability in our area. I can go on and on. From our windows, we've seen many, many changes in the parking lot for services that were unwanted in North Arlington being put in South Arlington. I've seen hawks, foxes, deers, and deers disappear, as well as the marshlands. I've had a clear view all the way to the river. I've been very fortunate.
Thank you very
Pentagon
much.
City,
Your time is concluded, Ms. Biss. Thank you.
I could go on and on.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms.
Yes.
Our next speaker is David Sarr, followed by Theodora Hancock.
Good afternoon, Chairman Crystal and members of the County Board. My name is David Sarr. My address is 1201 South 23rd Street, and I have lived in the 22202 area since 1974. I have concerns about the River House portion of the Pentagon City Plan. I have read the plan and find it deficient in at least two respects. First, it simply does not address negative impacts of redeveloping River House. The River House complex is a beautiful setting with unobstructed views, mature landscaping, and sunlight available to pedestrians, neighbors, and residents alike. 18 new buildings and new roads to serve them will substantially degrade the attractiveness of the area. Shifting Joy Street to the west will take out lawn and trees in front of the Ashley without adding to net green space. The changes will likely undermine the quiet tranquility and dignity of Harper Park. Swimming pools and tennis courts appear to be destined for elimination. River House will cease to provide a transitional buffer to Arlington Ridge and Aurora Hills. Another issue concerns rentals of the apartments in River House itself. Will tenants be squeezed out because rents increase? Will tenants move to other locations, including distant suburbs, to escape a concrete urban jungle where buildings are smack up against each other? If you think using the term urban jungle is exaggerated, I invite you to study the River House portion of the map on page 137. The map brings me to the second deficiency. The plan for River House reflects wishful thinking for the redeveloped space. Somehow, despite the higher density and new roads, the SPRC process is supposed to ensure open public spaces free of shadows. Think about the realism of that goal as you look at the map. Narrow shadowed spaces between packed buildings are not conducive to people gathering and building community. The plan states that existing tree canopy is also to be preserved. In reality, most of the existing trees will have to come down to make room for buildings, roads, and concrete walkways. The plan does not acknowledge the almost certain likelihood that traffic will increase, but defers this key issue to future studies. Affordable housing is rightly a high priority, but the 10% minimum seems too low, and in any event may not be achievable if the redevelopment undermines the livability of the River House complex. I want to note that while the plan does not expect the current buildings to be torn down, the plan's concept of flexibility over time to take into account market conditions does not appear to rule this out. The county should provide a new analysis of the River House segment for the board to make an informed decision. We should think twice before throwing out a 60-year success
Thank you, Mr.
story
Sarr.
in a
Your time
hasty
has
reaction
concluded.
to
We appreciate it. Thank
Amazon.
you.
Thank you.
All right, we'll move on.
Our next speaker is Theodora Hancock, followed by Joan Quinn.
Good afternoon. I know you're tired, so are we, but this is a very important issue for us. I'm a retired Air Force officer and have lived as the representative for 30 years. My husband and I lived all over the world and decided to settle here in this section of Arlington because of what it offers. The right mix of green, mature trees, some development, open skies, diverse population. You heard all the accents. And access to transportation. I presume you ran for the county board because you wanted to do the right thing for the citizens, us. And I presume you want to do the right thing for all of Arlington, not just certain sectors. All the ones that that supported your plan live outside our area. There was one exception to that. We voted for you because we trusted you would do the right thing for our community. So again, I presume you want to serve your constituents. I am your constituents, and so are they. The plan to upzone the River House area does not serve us. It serves corporate interests and puts money over people. It serves the developer's interest and perhaps some projects that the Arlington County Board wants to pursue. It would create a concrete jungle reminiscent of the government projects in New York and Boston. I am here to oppose this extreme density and the height proposed by this insulting plan, and it is insulting. I'm going to put a few points. The plan is faulty and deceiving. Why? It refers to green zones. What green zones? It removes existing green areas with mature trees, established bushes, and it will replace them with bushes and grass in pots. All the green area they were showing us is low grass. It uses the word biophilic over and over. It is anything but biophilic. It is concrete-philic, a new word. And it has national security implications that nobody touched on. The original 32-story building, now 25-story building, is in direct line of sight to the Pentagon. Amazon most likely would not like your plan. There is no housing crisis in this area. There is affordable crisis.
Thank you, Ms. Hancock.
I just want to reiterate.
Thank you,
We are
Ms.
your
Hancock.
constituents, and
Thank
we
you.
vote.
We heard.
Remember.
Thank you. Next.
Our next speaker is Joan Quinn, followed by Bucky Green.
Good afternoon, members of the County Board. My name is Joan Quinn. My husband and I have lived in zip code 22202 for over 49 years. The plans that you have been considering today are very nice for the 20th century. But we are now in the 21st century, and that possibility creates many new realities where the three main disruptive phenomena are excessive and thus unsound urbanization, climate change, and globalization, with highly concentrated population areas vulnerable to disruption, crises, and disasters, systems dysfunctions, and pandemics. We, all of us, those who live in 22202, all of the rest of Arlington, indeed the entire metropolitan DC area, are in an era of massive, fundamental, structural change, a quantum shift in living and working arrangements due to the digital age, the internet, and social media, amplified, redirected, and exasperated by the pandemic. It is no longer necessary or possibly even desirable to live, work, and play in a highly congested area. These elements of a new reality monumentally enhance the need for expanded green space that has evaporated as land has been increasingly monetized as a commodity for greater density without recognition of its role as the lifeblood of a community, essential for its physical and mental health, essential for the community to thrive. The River House property, with its open, expansive green space and neighborly, architecturally pleasing buildings, is an inestimable asset for the continuing economic desirability, the livability, and the quality of life in Pentagon City, in 22202, and in Arlington. Its inherent values must be preserved. The County Board should preserve further consideration of the Pentagon City Sector Plan. The plan is inappropriate because it annexes the River House property into Pentagon City to acquire additional development potential, and because it does so at the expense of essential green space. The board needs to send this Pentagon City Sector Plan back to the planning staff to be totally rethought in the light of 21st century realities. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Bucky Green, followed by Kathleen Harrison.
Good afternoon. I'm Bucky Green. I have the privilege of living down at 26th and Hayes Street, so I get to enjoy all the advantages of single-family neighborhood as well as all the advantages of Pentagon City. And I mean that truly, because we go north for our green space. We go north to get out of Arlington and get into the district, and we have to maneuver through the traffic on Hayes Street every time we drive south on 395. So I asked the board to delay approving this sector plan, or if the board feels it needs to make some progress, to cleave out the River House property from the plan and handle the River House property as a separate action. It doesn't seem like that would be any interest than excluding the Pentagon City Mall planning approval and the Costco property next door, which is kind of a big donut that's left out of the plan. So I don't think the River House property is key to the Pentagon City area, though it is important to it. Okay. Conceptually, I think the plan for the most part is well thought out. It shows a tremendous amount of good work. I like the green ribbon. The increase in densities seem reasonable in most areas. I particularly have kudos to the folks that recognize the Pentagon City Mall represents a long, impenetrable wall at the west side of the metro, and it's hard for people to get from Joyce Street to the metro station. I like what appears to be a real commitment to affordable housing. Actually, I was surprised at that, but I'm happy about it. And I love the pedestrian bike connection to Columbia Pike, because that's a great neighborhood over there, and it's really hard to get to without a car. So, what are my concerns? The majority of my concern centers around shade and shadow, and I fear that particularly in the west of Pentagon City, we will end up with a neighborhood much like DC north of the baseball stadium. If anybody's been over there, it's dark all day long. The buildings are brown, even though they aren't brown, and I just don't think we're going to be able to retain any open vistas or green space. I also don't think that just reducing to 250 feet the height limit for River Place really tells us what the density is, or what it can look like, or what it will look like. So I think we need to give people time to absorb that change. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Kathleen Harrison, followed by David Roan. Kathleen Harrison. Okay, we will move to David Roan. Followed by.
Hi, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yep. Yes, we can.
Okay, perfect. As a resident of the Arlington Ridge area for over a decade, I would like to express my concerns with the Pentagon City Planning Study and Pentagon City Sector Plan's proposed upzoning of the River House property located in our neighborhood. Although I support smart density and development, the Pentagon City Planning Study and Sector Plan do not achieve these goals. Due to the lack of analysis in this sector plan, I urge you to defer this vote. Despite having hundreds of millions of dollars of impacts, the Pentagon City Planning Study fails to include quantitative-based economic and environmental impact studies of the status quo, as well as alternative community-focused development options for the River House property to coincide with any permitted upzoning. The Pentagon City Planning Study and Sector Plan's proposal to upzone the River House property to remove any caps on development and density fails to account for and provide the necessary infrastructure to support such development. Specifically, the proposal does not account for adequate parking for tenants, roadway thoroughfares that do not overflow already strained Arlington Ridge and Aurora Highlands streets with excessive and speeding cars, stormwater mitigation plans, public amenities and facilities, green space for the general public, and myriad other considerations. The planned expansion of River House also offers no solutions for the regional impacts on affordable housing and will actually increase the cost of living in this area and property values. Nor does it consider strains on already limited local infrastructure such as local schools and parks that are already well beyond capacity. The county must account for these costs when pursuing any proposal to upzone the River House property and drastically change the landscape of the Pentagon City area. When the River House property was first developed, ARCA, its fellow community groups, and the county at large received notable concessions from the developers to maximize net benefits for Arlingtonians and taxpayers beyond those just for developers. Yet this most recent discussion of developing River House has no such considerations. It's negligence and frankly malfeasance that this vote decades later would move forward without a baseline analysis and a cost-benefit analysis to ensure that the county, its constituents, and the zip code are receiving equitable benefits for any proposed upzoning. In comparison to the costs, the sector plan proposes luxury townhouses and skyscrapers that will do little to impact housing affordability and a green path that has little dependency on the River House property at all. A true cost-benefit analysis would clearly show these deficiencies in the plan. The county has all the leverage and all the time to wait. River House is currently zone capped. As county board members running for re-election, you will surely tout the modest affordable housing units or the bike path from this plan. But we as constituents will remember the considerable opportunities and vision for mutually beneficial development options on this property. We expect far greater community benefits than this plan proposes for such a significant increase in density. Without conducting a cost-benefit analysis, you as county board members are ill-equipped to even consider the extensive public costs in relation to the nominal benefits. As such, I kindly request that the county board at a minimum remove the River House development from the current Pentagon City Planning Study and Pentagon City Sector Plan and conduct a separate comprehensive cost-benefit analysis of the proposed River House expansion that includes an analysis of community-focused property development alternatives based on the needs of our neighborhood. If you as a board member greenlight a sector plan of such significant impacts without an objective cost-benefit analysis to ensure that constituents are getting an adequate deal, we cannot trust your judgment on any matter that comes before this board, and I hope my fellow constituents vote accordingly. I appreciate your time and consideration.
Our next speaker is Frank Rainier, followed by Hugh Hamilton.
Good afternoon, Mr. Renner.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to speak on this topic, which has great impact on our community for many generations to come. My name is Frank Reiner. My husband and I purchased a condo in Arlington Ridge and moved from DC in 2018. I've been employed by the Chlorine Institute in Rosalind since 2005 and have served as its president since 2010. So I have deep interest in the future of Arlington. We relocated in 2018, and when we did, we looked carefully at the many neighborhoods in DC and in Arlington, and selected Arlington Ridge because it offered an escape from the congested, concrete city that many areas of DC had become. Unfortunately, much the same type of concrete city has been created in some other parts of Arlington. While growth and change can be done in a positive way and must occur in order to maintain the vibrancy and character of the neighborhood, it must be done with good planning, which enhances that character of that neighborhood. Proper and appropriate planning is necessary to preserve the quality of life for both current and future residents. The proposed plan will turn this site into a concrete jungle with 18 new buildings, including 2 high-rises of 22 to 25 stories. Both the character and quality of life of the community will be destroyed. This is not the environment my family moved here for. My second objection to the current plan is a lack of extensive community representation. I consider myself to be a decently informed citizen, but we had no knowledge or understanding of the massive change proposed until November of 2021. The planning for this project, any project of this scope, with the proposed zoning changes, demands input from the most effective, and those affected people are those who live nearby. This input has not been adequately sought. I have seen information recently produced by the county that extols the green space and tree canopies, but without the detail where these will be added. In one piece of literature, the county targets 20% green space, and it benchmarks against Crystal City and Roslyn. Those neighborhoods themselves are concrete cities. Is that what we want in Arlington Ridge? Do we want to recreate downtown DC in Arlington? I will note that the widely accepted LEED neighborhood development guidance is 33% green space. I urge that before taking any action, you reopen the study period to collect inclusive input from the impacted community and to assure that the plan includes upgrades of essential services, means to minimize congestion, and adequate green space, with a means to fund all of those. The input period must be preceded by detailed explanation to the community of the plans, including the objective. What do we want for Arlington Ridge and Pentagon City to be 50 years from now?
Thank you, Mr. Rayner.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Hugh Hamilton, followed by Catherine Antonio.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board for this opportunity to share thoughts. My name is Hugh Hamilton. 46 years ago, my wife and I came to Arlington County and purchased our first home. And 6 years ago, we moved to the Arlington Ridge community. We became active in this community as soon as we had enough time on board to appreciate the full value and benefits of residing here. It's a wonderful area where single-family homes, attractive condominiums, and longer-term rentals function well together. One key to that situation is the extent to which we have been buffered by Pentagon Row and the River House complex from the very different hustle and bustle nature of the combination of Crystal City and Pentagon City. Thus, when we first heard of the evolving Pentagon City sector plan, we assumed the county was pursuing a healthy future for those areas traditionally included in Pentagon City. We saw no reason to engage in that process, much less challenge what we assumed were good faith efforts on behalf of the region. I hope, but I am definitely not certain, that you can imagine the degree to which we were shocked and in fact stunned when at the last moment it became clear that absent any consultative process, we could recognize at least the River House properties were suddenly included in the sector plan, subjected to major upzoning, envisioned for the insertion of a grotesque number of new buildings to include high-rises, originally double the height, now maybe somewhat less than that, and that it was proposed for a tripling of hitherto approved population density. I was actually fascinated to hear this morning while we were getting ready for this session to see that among the items that were passed as non-controversial was one which was called neighborhood conservation. We are certain that execution of the current proposal will utterly destroy the Arlington Ridge community as we have known and loved it. That is not neighborhood conservation. Please do not take our stance as one of total opposition to change. Several years ago, JBG came to us with a proposal, and we thought that it was pretty reasonable, all things considered. And members of the board came to us to share their thoughts and listen to us. At this point, while there are some potentially positive impacts of the sector plan, we do not see the planning process as adequately studied and presented to the public the many potentially destructive aspects of these new dramatic changes. Therefore, we urge.
Thank you, Mr. Hamilton.
Thank you. We urge your delay in processing this plan.
Thank you.
Excuse me. Our next speaker is Catherine Antonio, followed by Fred Zimmerman.
Buenas tardes a todos. Mi nombre es Caterina Antonio. Soy un inmigrante que vive en el condominio ubicado en South Arlington Ridge Road con mi hija de 3 años y mi esposo que es veterano del U.S. Army.
Good afternoon. My name is Catherine Antonio. I am an immigrant and I live in a condo located in South Arlington Ridge Road with my 3-year-old daughter and my U.S. Army veteran husband since 2017.
Cuando nos mudamos a Arlington en 2017, escogimos cuidadosamente el lugar porque pensamos que era un lugar seguro y que nos quedaba cerca del trabajo.
When we moved to Arlington in 2017, we chose carefully this place because we thought it was a safe place very close to our work.
Yo nunca antes había hablado en una reunión del condado, ni pedido nada a los legisladores, ni participado en ninguna protesta. Sin embargo, hoy estoy aquí para pedirle a la Junta del Condado que reconsidere el plan y posponga el voto de su aprobación. Quiero pedir que los cambios que se hagan sean transparentes y consensuados con los actuales residentes.
I have never spoken in a county meeting or participated in a protest or petition to the legislators. However, I'm here today to ask the county to reconsider the plan and defer the voting, and I want the changes to be transparent and based on input from current residents.
El plan discute equidad, pero no considera a los actuales residentes, especialmente a los adultos mayores que probablemente no pueden expresar sus preocupaciones por Internet, especialmente en estos tiempos de pandemia.
The plan mentions equity, but it disregards the current residents, especially seniors, who can probably not express their concerns through the Internet during the pandemic.
El condado y las asociaciones de vecinos hicieron muy poco o casi nada por difundir el plan. De hecho, yo no sabía que existía Livability 22202 solo hasta hace unos pocos días.
The county and the neighbors associations did little to nothing to spread out information about the plan. In fact, I didn't know that the Livability 22202 existed only until a few days ago.
El plan afecta directamente a mi familia, ya que estamos al momento enfrentando problemas de acceso a los servicios educativos. Por ejemplo, la lista de espera para una guardería es más de 6 meses en el área y la escuela está actualmente operando a su capacidad total.
The plan affects my family directly, and at this moment we are facing problems accessing education services, and the plan is making the problems worse. For instance, the child care waiting list in the area is more than 6 months, and the school is currently operating at full capacity.
No nos queda otra opción que enviar a nuestra hija a una escuela en Alexandria y pagar por el servicio. Y todavía el plan propone vivienda asequible, pero sin considerar todos los gastos que conlleva vivir en el área.
We had no choice but to send our daughter to a school in Alexandria, and we paid for this service. And yet, the plan proposes affordable housing, but ignores how expensive it is to live in this area.
Como doctor en economía y también como residente, siento que temas sensibles como el cambio climático y vivienda asequible están siendo manejados como discurso para justificar el desarrollo y no con base en estudios científicos.
I have a PhD in environmental economics, and I feel that very sensible topics such as climate change and affordable housing are being used as a discourse to justify development, ignoring scientific evidence.
El plan no discute temas como tráfico, congestión y parqueo en las calles de South Arlington Ridge Road y Lynn Street. Nosotros usamos las gradas que conectan Lynn Street al mall diariamente y es difícil caminar con una niña pequeña. El plan tampoco discute temas como cuán difícil es caminar en el área en una zona de alta densidad, porque actualmente es una zona de alta densidad.
The plan does not address traffic congestion, or parking in the streets of South Arlington Ridge and Lynn Street. We use the stairs every day, the stairs that connect Lynn Street and the mall on a daily basis. It's very difficult to walk with a little girl, and we currently live in a high-density area, and it's very difficult to walk with a little girl.
Entre otros temas, nuestros reclamos por acceso a la luz solar han sido totalmente ignorados. Yo vivo en un segundo piso, que es justo detrás donde las nuevas construcciones van a ocurrir. En tiempos de pandemia, nuestros balcones eran totalmente necesarios para nuestra salud mental, y lo que más nos molesta es el poco esfuerzo que está haciendo el condado por absorber los temas actuales y todavía quieren traer nuevos residentes.
On the other side, I live on a second floor behind the supposed new construction, and our concerns in regards to the lack of sunlight were ignored. And on the contrary, the plan states that the new building will maximize the sunlight. They are ignoring that during the pandemic, we use our balconies as a shelter, a place to breathe and enjoy sunlight and to have mental health.
Thank you, Ms. Antonio.
Sorry, I said what bothers me the most is that the county doesn't make an effort to
Antonio,
address the current issues.
Your time has
Instead-
elapsed. Thank you. Our next speaker is Fred Zimmerman, followed by Joe James.
Good afternoon, Mr. Zimmerman.
Good afternoon. My name's Fred Zimmerman. I live on 20th Street South near Kent Street, which is 4 very short blocks south of River House. And my neighbors and I are concerned about the potential traffic increase on residential streets from a tripling of density. We already have traffic from the people who live in the south portion of River House, go through Joyce Street and Kent Street, up 20th Street South to Arlington Ridge Road. Triple the density, we're afraid it's going to be triple the traffic. And I don't want to repeat everything, but as many people have said before, a lot of people need cars. They have a lot of seniors and disabled people in the area. It's just not realistic that these people are going to be using bicycles or scooters. Also, the metro. We have a nice metro system, but it's very limited into where you can go. But we feel most people are going to still want their private cars, the use of a private car. Even if they don't own their private car, there's still a lot of people who will be taking Lyft, they'll be taking Uber, they'll be taking taxis. And if we look at the future, 10 years from now, there are going to be self-driving cars. People are going to be driving or calling up, get a self-driving car. That's going to be a lot more convenient than taking a metro. So I'm very concerned about the traffic. That's one thing that has not been talked a lot about this afternoon. We have a pretty limited traffic structure in 22202. And the plan says, well, we're going to do TDM, and very few people are going to drive. And I just do not feel that's realistic. I feel all the added density plus Amazon, plus all the people at Amazon are going to lead to a lot of traffic congestion here. So in conclusion, as many people have said, please defer the plan and do a rigorous independent transportation analysis. And also, please look at your community engagement. I know there's some very dedicated people you do engage with, but I think it's pretty clear that the general community was not engaged, and that needs to be improved and should start now. Thank you very much. Have a good afternoon.
Thanks, Mr. Zimmerman.
Our next speaker is Joe James, followed by Bonnie Ryan.
Good afternoon, sir. I think you are on mute.
Joe James?
Yeah, he's trying to speak.
We cannot hear you. Okay.
We cannot.
Let's, Madam Chair, do you want to
We
go
could
to Bonnie and come
Yeah,
back?
Mr. James, we'll go to the next speaker and then try to come back to you, see if that gives you a second to figure out the tech issues.
Bonnie Ryan?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I'm Bonnie Ryan. I'm a long-term resident of River House and a person with disabilities, including hearing loss. And I'm advocating for myself and for those similarly adversely affected by the current Pentagon City Sector Plan. River House has been my home for 26 years. I chose it for its accessibility, affordability, safety walking on the property with my hearing and vision loss, and the healthy ambient light and green space. My goal is to age in place. Under the current sector plan, all these advantages will be obliterated or drastically constrained. The current plan also completely disregards the existing human ecology of River House, with its historic culture and a place set apart, 3 buildings, 1 home. An example is the relocation in the plan of the Grace Hopper Memorial Park. It will be one of many displacements that the current plans runs roughshod over. In the independent living community, there's a motto: no decision about me without me. But the Pentagon City sector planning process reflects just the opposite. It was undertaken without transparency during COVID, when my high-risk population was isolated and, frankly, focused on survival. There was no effective outreach invitation for River House residents to be aware or to participate in the sector planning process. No information was provided on the River House resident portal, and the woman that spoke this morning, who was supposed to represent me at monthly focus groups, it was the first time I ever saw her. I don't know how she was appointed, and she certainly didn't communicate with us. The result is a plan made about me without me and other River House residents directly impacted. I ask you to delay your vote today until this breach of public trust can be cured and substantive deficiencies addressed. I also ask that you make your decision, take your decision in a timely way, but delay it until you can make it on a proper foundation of community-wide input.
Thank you, Ms. Ryan.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Joe James, are you, we still cannot hear you.
Still can't hear you, sir.
Okay. We'll go on to Charmin Thornton.
Oh, that's a good idea. Perhaps our deputy clerk can work with him on using the phone to dial in.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you.
Try to reach him. In the meantime, do you want to go on?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and board members. My name is Charmin Thornton. I'm a senior citizen and have enjoyed living in the 2220 zip code for nearly 30 years. I purchased at the Representative in 2004, live there currently with my grown daughter and 8-year-old grandson. I previously lived at the River House James Building, 1111 Army Navy Drive, for 20 years, retired from the Pentagon Air Force after 21 years of civilian service. I appreciate the opportunity to share my views regarding the significant far-reaching project being planned and respectfully request that the county board defer the vote on this massive plan to really complete comprehensive impact studies, disseminate and publicize preliminary information, and really conduct a conscientious, all-inclusive public engagement campaign to include all 22202 residents, owners, and renters. After living in the Pentagon, in the River House, James, for almost 21 years, I'm still communicating with people who live there now who never had an inkling that this was going on. What I did, once I knew, I thought I was going to be able to obtain information from them. I was giving them information. Those in the River House knew nothing about this. Luckily, I was there living in the River House when Pentagon Road was developed. The outreach during that period was extraordinary. I didn't know it then because I had never experienced that. They came in, briefed us. They did presentations. We had artist renderings at the front desk and around the building the entire time. We knew everything that was going on. With that in mind, I also think at this particular time it is appropriate. The River House properties were never considered a part of Pentagon City. And with that in mind, I think it should be a separate issue taken out from what may be discussed and voted on today and made a separate issue to really study. That's a unique community. After I lived there 21 years, I could have lived there a lot longer. And there are people who have been there 40 plus years. And I recommend that as well. Oh my. One thing I must get across, and that's the need for schools. And I can attest firsthand, Arlington Public Schools, my grandson, 8 years old, the school, the teacher-pupil ratio is unsatisfactory. The school needs upgrades, infrastructure. There's students being taught in auxiliary trailer-like items. I just thank you so much. I recommend that the time is not right to take the vote, and I hope you agree.
Appreciate you. Thank you.
Can you guys hear me now?
All right.
Can you hear me now?
We can.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your patience and my technical difficulties. You think I'd be better, but I'll begin. Thank you for hearing my comments today. I'm speaking as a resident of the Pentagon City area, and I'm in favor of the Pentagon Sector Plan because I think it's the kind of plan Arlington needs to implement to face the challenges of the next 30 years and beyond. To start, we're facing a housing crisis across the country, but especially in growing counties like Arlington. There are countless studies that show building more housing keeps housing prices lower, both in the short and the long term. A lot of people have been saying that, yes, that rents have been increasing, but if we don't build housing now, they'll increase by even more. That's just basic economics of supply and demand. We need to build more housing, especially dense housing, because it's better for the environment and for the quality of life for residents relative to other housing plans. For this reason, I think zoning River House to be high density is inseparable from the housing and inclusion goals of Arlington County, as well as the goal to make, anyone who has walked around the River House area can tell you that it's pretty inefficient land use, especially relative to just across the street. There's a lot of concerns about green spaces, but one thing I don't think people really talk about is that a developer could easily build on one of the many 1/3 full parking lots and build at housing and more green spaces. And I feel like that's not being considered as much right now. But I think we should vote for this plan because it is affirmatively a vote for more housing and for more walkability and for more green spaces and for less parking lots. It's not a vote against cars. There will still be cars, but it's for these other things that will make our community more sustainable in the future. Lastly, I'm speaking as a millennial and as someone who wants to live in Arlington for the rest of my life and start a family and hopefully own property, and own property, whether it be a condo or a single family home. And I think as the current community is set up, if you're over, if you haven't bought 30 years ago, you're pretty much out of luck. And I think this plan would move in that direction. So in short, please adopt this sector plan. Sorry, I'm rambling a little bit. I got a little off kilter, but thank you very much. I'll yield the rest of my time.
Thanks so much. Thanks for persisting in that connection too.
Yeah, thank you.
Our next speaker is Donnie Holmes, followed by Jonathan Newman. Donnie Holmes. Alrighty, Jonathan Newman. Okay, Joe Hall.
Welcome, Mr. Hall.
Good afternoon. My name is Joe Hall. I'm a resident of 22202. I thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I did so because I'd like to do two things. One, I'd like to thank you. Thank each and every one of you. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Dorsey. Thank you. I appreciate and respect how difficult your jobs must be. The second reason I want to speak today is I, like the vast majority of other people who spoke today, am going to request you to defer your vote to review and right-size specifically the River House area plan. Not a problem with progress, not a problem with the Pentagon City sector plan, with the exception of the River House area plan. I live in Aurora Hills, so named because of its geographic east-west facing of the hills on the transcribing sun, thus originally named Aurora Hills, and then Virginia Highlands and Aurora Hills combined for the Aurora Highlands. The River House will kill that. We will no longer have the transcribing sun there. If anyone's ever heard the country music song where the sun come up about 10 in the morning and the sun go down about 2 in the day in the West Virginia and Kentucky hills. We're going to create that. We will kill the concept of the Aurora Hills. The idea that the height was reduced to 250 feet at the 11th hour only shows that the developer also knows that this is a problem. So let's delay and review it so it's not at the 11th hour. There's a simple answer to that. Instead of a random number of 250, the answer is no higher than it currently is right now. That's it. It's very, very simple to correct that problem. Second problem is the loss of the open green space. Heard a lot of people talk about parking lots. It's not just a parking lot. Hopper Park is not a parking lot. The wooded grass areas are not a parking lot. They're also a loss of that. It's 36 acres, not just parking lot. And then lastly, the area of infrastructure simply cannot absorb triple the density. My son, Oak Ridge Elementary and Gunston Middle School, those are the schools that would support the triple density at River House. I can tell you this, that my son went to school at 9 a.m. in elementary school. He had to eat at 10. He had to eat at 10 a.m. lunch because he couldn't get enough people into the cafeteria. Secondly, already Gunston and Oak Ridge have the highest in Arlington County student-to-teacher ratio. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Ms. Hall.
Our next speaker is Kateri Garcia, followed by Robert Bandel.
Hi there, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right, and it's Kateri Garcia. So good afternoon, board members. I do want to start by thanking you for the opportunity to speak, and I greatly value the time you and staff have personally committed to our community in this meeting and all our other previous engagements. I am one of the co-chairs of the Livability 22202 Schools Working Group, a resident of Arlington Ridge and a mother of two. I'm here today speaking on behalf of the Schools Working Group to express support for the inclusion of elementary school siting within the Pentagon City Sector Plan and to urge the board and APS to continue development of a plan for more K-12 seats in 22202. I think we all agree that communities cannot prosper and thrive without high-quality schools and that they are a critical tool to bridge the gap between socioeconomic and racial disparities and will help Arlington attract and retain new residents. The vision described in the Pentagon City Sector Plan is one where existing and future citizens have immediate access to employment, schools, and multimodal transit, open space, and other essential services. The Schools Working Group is pleased the final draft of the plan includes more detail with regard to public schools and the other public facilities responsibilities, but concerned with the lack of discussion regarding the relationship between education and equity, or the critical role local school plays when so few residents are expected to have personally owned vehicles. Geographically distant schools will pose unique challenges for parents and caregivers who rely on buses to take their kids to and from school, and it will impede their access to enrichment and other after-school programs, not to mention extended day programs critical for working caregivers. This has the potential to expand the equity gap, not bridge it. Lastly, the lack of clarity with regard to siting and funding an elementary school, not to mention much needed middle and high school seats, introduces uncertainty for the community and the children of our future. With the available land in 22202 quickly disappearing, we cannot wait any longer to make a plan. We encourage the county and APS to clearly identify if the elementary school planning will occur within the Virginia Highlands Park master planning process or in another venue, and the means by which the planning and resource programming will be informed by projected densities in Pentagon and Crystal City and included in both the 22 and 24 county and APS 10-year SIP priorities. As we have said in the past, we believe our current situation presents opportunity for unique solutions and partnerships, and we look forward to continuing engagement with the county, school boards, and staff. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Garcia.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Robert Mandel, followed by Kristen Westfall.
Good afternoon, Chair Crystal, members of the County Board. My name is Rob Mandel. I'm the Deputy Executive Director for the National Landing Business Improvement District. And I'm here today to communicate the bid support for the final draft of the Pentagon City Sector Plan. And I'll focus my comments around three key items: housing, open space, and process. One of the most important outcomes of this plan will be the delivery of thousands of new residential units. By adding new housing, we're addressing the imbalance between growing demand and a lagging supply. As we know, the driving force behind today's housing affordability crisis. Additionally, the plan incorporates these homes exactly where they need to be located, near transit, jobs, and within an amenity-rich downtown environment. We know this is the script for successful walkable, smart growth and transit-oriented development to create vibrant, livable, sustainable, and resilient places. In terms of open space, the plan delivers on many longstanding community interests in creating additional open spaces and expanding safe access to existing spaces through the delivery of the Green Ribbon. The Green Ribbon invites the surrounding community into Pentagon City, connects the new parks at Met Park and Penn Place, and directly weaves nature and biophilia into the urban fabric. This idea itself was hatched through a community-driven grassroots engagement effort embodied in the 22202 livability framework, itself an impressive engagement effort. Naturally, more open space is nearly always more desirable, but the plan does do an incredible job of bringing nature into the urban fabric, and particularly the bid recognizes the limitations of constrained urban environments and the value of focusing on enhanced quality over quantity in these circumstances. Finally, the county deserves strong commendation for the 18-month process that preceded today's decision point. As part of the stakeholder group myself, representing the bid throughout the effort, I shared in the participation of a robust and thoughtful community conversation, watched firsthand how county staff and the consultant team listened and digested the disparate passions and interests from different community stakeholders. Ideas and suggestions were carefully considered, never dismissed, with many incorporated into the plan. For those that weren't, detailed and thoughtful explanations for their exclusion were provided as part of the release of the final draft through the comment response matrix. The Pentagon City study effort and the resulting sector plan before you today follow a long history of successful, forward-looking, community-driven planning by Arlington County that has resulted in one of the best planned communities in the country. We're evidence of that in National Landing, and look forward to the approval of this plan and the many, many SPRCs and public meetings around those to come. Thanks very much.
Thanks, Mr. Mendel.
Our next speaker is Kristen Westfall, followed by Hideko Uchiyama. Kristen Westfall.
Kristen Westfall.
Are you?
Hideko Uchiyama. Together. Thank you.
can take off mask.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair, can we clarify the name for the record, please?
Hideko Uchiyama?
Hideko Uchiyama.
Thank you.
Welcome.
May I start, please? 内山秀子と申します。私は日本人です。2013年からアーリントンに住んでいます。ここに到着したときに我々はロズリンに住むか、それともペンタゴンシティに住むかの選択肢がありました。私たちはペンタゴンシティのあるアーリントンリッジに住むことを選びました。
My name is Hideko Uchiyama. I am Japanese. I've lived in Arlington since 2013. When I arrived here, my husband and I had the choice of living in Roslyn or Arlington Ridge. We chose to live in Arlington Ridge above Pentagon City.
高い建物や交通量の多いロズリンではなく、このエリアを選びました。ペンタゴンシティとアーリントンリッジの間は空が見え、背の高い木々や草があります。
I chose this area over tall buildings and busy Roslyn. Walking up from Pentagon City to Arlington Ridge, you can see the sky, and there are tall trees and grass.
アーリントンリッジからコストコに歩いて買い物をするのが好きです。週に数回、ショッピングバッグを持って食料品などを、買いに行きます。
I like walking down from Arlington Ridge and shopping at Costco. I walk with my backpack several times a week to take my groceries home.
私にとってこの散歩は広い庭のスペースのあるリバーハウスを通り抜けることが楽しみです。残りの散歩道は建物が建っているだけであまり面白くありません。
I enjoy passing through the river house in a large garden space. The rest of the walk is along roads with buildings where there is none of that, and it's not all that enjoyable.
問題は密度だと理解しているため、今日話すことにしました。
I understand that the issue is density, so I decided to talk about that today.
日本の東京は密集しているというふうに思われる方も多いと思います。しかし実際にはそうではありません。
People like you may think that Tokyo, Japan is dense. In reality, it is not. When I think of dense, I think of Manhattan.
密集といえば、日本では、プランナーが建物ではなく人を第一に考えます。人が快適に感じられる空間づくりをしています。
In Japan, planners put people first, not buildings. We are creating a space where people can feel comfortable.
現在のリバーハウスはこの快適な空間です。インテリジェントなデザインをしていて人に圧迫感を与えません。
Today's river house is this comfortable space, shows an intelligent design. It does not give a feeling of oppression to people.
数年前からこんまりと呼ばれる日本の女性がアメリカで人気になっています。ネットフリックスでも放送されています。これは彼女の本です。ニューヨークタイムズでベストセラーとなり、200万部以上この英語版が売れています。
A Japanese woman called Con Marie has been popular in the United States for several years. Her series has been broadcast on Netflix. This is her book. It has become a New York Times bestseller and sold over 2 million copies.
彼女は片付けのプロです。そして彼女の教えに従って家の中を片付けることにより家の中に空間ができます。この空間が人々にいい影響を与えるため彼女はとても人気になりました。
She's a professional in tidying up, and she follows her teachings. And by tidying up in her house, she creates space in the house. She's become very popular because this space has a positive impact on people.
このように空間は人を幸せにし、人生を豊かにします。これは日本でもアメリカでも同じだと思います。
In this way, space makes people happy and enriches their lives. I think this feeling is the same in Japan and the United States.
どうぞ現在のリバーハウスの素敵な空間を壊さないでください。
Please do not destroy the wonderful space of the current river house.
ご清聴どうもありがとうございました。
Thank you for listening.
どうもありがとう、Ms. Uchiyama. Thank you for coming in.
Our next speaker is Jana Badalova, followed by John O'Shea.
Hello, Ms. Badalova.
Good afternoon. My name is Zhana Batalova. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. And thank you, my amazing, passionate neighbors. You fire me up. Thank you. If adopted, this plan will undoubtedly unleash massive changes. But is population growth always problematic? Absolutely not. It depends on whether the area can accommodate both absolute growth and its speed. This plan does not demonstrate that the proposed rapid growth is sustainable or its impacts are mitigated. Where are the impact studies regarding transportation, storm water management, energy, fire protection, police services? We have been talking about and asking for a long time, and yet the county staff has not made these studies available. The serious planning work is punted down the road. It's like sending American astronauts to the moon and telling them, we will figure out how to get you back home some other time. Well, if that would have happened, that project would have been a failure of epic proportions. And the lesson here is plan twice, do once. Most of you said in our meetings with you that you acknowledged that the community engagement around this plan was not effective. So my question to each one of you, what are you going to do about this right now? To us, it's unacceptable to say, we will do better next time, but we need to push forward. Or we cannot make everyone happy. We heard these very sentiments this morning about another controversial project. And let me tell you that there are more than 1,800 people who stated online and on paper, signing our petition, that they did not know about the plan and they do not support the plan. Let it sink one more time. 1,800 people, residents, voters, taxpayers, people who selected you to represent us. We are not talking about satisfying the whims of some outliers. As a data analyst, I can tell you that it's statistically impossible for 1,800 people in the target area to be outliers, where the core residents and voters, and you represent us just as those who agree with you in favor of this plan. I'm asking you to pause the plan, set up a series of town hall meetings with both renters and homeowners to learn about our vision, our concerns about the community.
Thank you,
and the feedback should be incorporated before the final vote is in. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Batalova.
Our next speaker is John O'Shea, followed by Matt Genevon.
Good afternoon, Mr. O'Shea.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, board members. First, I want to echo the other thanks that you've heard from other speakers. This has been a long, long day for you all, and I want to thank you so much for your dedication and commitment to listen to all of us and hear us out. So thank you for that. My name is John O'Shea, and I respectfully request you postpone the approving the draft Pentagon City sector plan to allow additional public notification and input in order to improve the plan to meet the county's legal and sector plan standards. By way of introduction, I'm a military veteran with 33 years of service. My wife and I have lived in Arlington for 20 years. We rented in Arlington for a year before deciding to purchase a home in the Representative on Arlington Ridge Road. We took that time to investigate other neighborhoods and municipalities in the Virginia and DC area. My wife, who has mobility and health issues, and I have been delighted with our choice, as the area adjacent to Pentagon City is a pleasant compromise between suburbia and the more densely populated areas such as Ballston, Crystal City, and DC. Our life savings are in our home, where we've now lived for 19 years. The draft plan was developed without sufficient public notice, as you've heard today, and insufficient input from the current owners and renters who will be impacted by this action. The plan lacks a clear problem statement, as well as a thorough analysis of the assumptions, cost, impacts, and alternatives of the proposed actions. These elements are essential to make an informed decision on a project of this magnitude. The speed and lack of transparency in the development of this plan suggests an urgency that is neither explained nor justified. While COVID has had a significant impact on all of our lives in the past 2 years, it should not be a reason nor justification for abdicating the county's obligation and commitment to consulting with its residents, nor should it be used to avoid thoughtful planning. Your package contains a document titled The Representative Condominium Statement on behalf of 205 households. It goes into specifics of these shortcomings in more detail than I have at the podium today. By way of a constructive comment, I believe this document would provide a useful roadmap for moving forward towards improving the draft. Please take the time to get this right and not ruin our neighborhood. Thank you for listening to my views.
Thank you, sir.
Our next speaker is Matt Genevon, followed by Bernard Byrne.
Good afternoon. My name is Matt Ginnivan. I'm an Arlington County resident and a Senior Vice President of Development with JBG Smith. First, I want to say thank you to staff and to the volunteer civic representatives who have spent the past 18 months engaging with the community, property owners, and other stakeholders in developing this new sector plan. I believe the sector plan does a great job in providing the overarching vision and guiding principles for adding new housing, retail, open spaces, and community facilities to this growing part of our community. With the approval of this plan, JBG will be able to start developing our plans for River House. While we have not yet begun that design, we anticipate that our plans will include a variety of housing types, building heights, retail uses, and open spaces. But before we start designing, we're listening. We've been listening to community feedback throughout the sector plan process, and I've been listening today. I now have a notebook full of new ideas and thoughts for us to consider as we start to develop our plans. I know that for us to have a successful plan on River House, we're going to need the help, engagement, and creativity of this whole community throughout our 4.1 site plan and PDSP review process. I look forward to starting this engagement so that we can realize this plan's vision for new open spaces, community facilities, and housing in our community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Bernard Byrne, followed by Douglas Wheeler.
Hello again.
Hello, Mr. Byrne.
Yes. First of all, I have been involved in this process ever since pretty close to the beginning, at least all public engagement. I followed it. I've made my comments, and as usual, my comments are not incorporated into the plan. But anyway, the big thing is take River House out of this plan. Just consider the rest of the sector plan, but not that one. Just have the applicant submit a special GLUP study, and then discuss this I'll have the whole planning process based on the special GLUP study. Note that what is not mentioned in the plan at all is the Arlington Ridge Neighborhood Conservation Plan, which is in 2013, which says halt any changes to zoning or density except for a down zoning. That's what the neighborhood said in 2013. This does not appear in the plan at all. And this is because remember this is in the Arlington Ridge neighborhood. That's very important. Just take this thing out as they said and do it in a special GLUP study. Okay, some of the other things. Number one, consider the effects on I-395, which is not in the plan at all. This is going to add traffic to I-395. This is just like Boston. It has an entrance to it interstate and to the metro. Well, what did they do in Boston? Oh, I-66 was just widened recently. They didn't take any land outside. But when 395 gets that widened, who knows what it's going to do to the properties around that. I mean, this probably did not discuss in the transportation anything about that. Second of all, the plan, the River House property, and generally the parks are not biophilic. They're either trees or mowed grass. I mean, this is basically all the natural area was built takeout from River Place when they built River Place, and they converted buildings and parking lots and mowed grass. Anything would be an improvement over that. there is something about biophilia in here, but not much. Again, there would be an improvement in the river house if you put in pollinator areas, things like that. Second of all, however, you have a series of artist conceptions in the plan, which basically are for reference only. But if that's the way it's going to develop, that's going to be followed. Some of these say that Grace Hopper Park would be replaced by a plaza with a building. And that's also in one of the pages. Those illustrations be taken out. Second of all, I put something about the monarch pledge in there. There's something on a page that has the biophilia standards and what it is, but nothing about the monarch pledge. Put the monarch pledge in there. So put the monarch. That's about it all for the moment.
Thanks, Mr. Byrne.
Our next speaker is Douglas Wheeler, followed by Deborah Dworsky.
Put the monarch pledge in there.
Douglas Wheeler. Okay, Deborah Dworsky.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can. Good afternoon.
Oh, okay, great. Thank you. Hi, yes, I am a 30-year resident of River House, and I love Arlington partly because it's inclusive. So I really don't understand how the tenants here, the people who would be most impacted, have been totally excluded from this process. It's very disturbing to me, not only that the county didn't reach out, but I do know the few internal efforts that I know about to notify residents that the management has very aggressively suppressed that. I understand flyers were put up and within moments they were torn down, and clearly there's something to hide, and I think they know that the residents would have a lot to say about this issue, and we have valuable input. I mean, I've heard a lot of people today say, don't worry, your needs have been spoken for by other people. Well, I can tell you, I look out on that empty surface space, and what no one has mentioned is that the overflow from 395 that goes down Ridge Road, it also spills into our parking lot, and we are a major thoroughfare into the neighborhoods below. So you have no idea of the extra gridlock if you take out that empty space, as it's called. Second of all, not only do I think River House residents need to be involved, but I think they need to be guaranteed that there won't be any retribution from management, because it's been so aggressive to suppress any discussion of this, and residents are worried about retaliation in the form of increased rents. We're already just at the thought of density or the mention of Amazon. Already the rents are skyrocketing. This myth of adding density will add to more affordable housing. I've heard that for 30 years with every new building in this area, and not once has rent gone down. It's always increased with the density. So I think that reality needs to be considered. And then, also you need longitudinal perspective. I was here during 9/11, and as I said at a meeting earlier this week, the rumor was that we were the contingency for the 9/11 attackers if they could not hit the Pentagon. And at the time, it was considered a blessing that this land was not more dense, because if a plane went into River House, it would only be able to destroy one building. I think you need to consider national security. I don't understand putting such dense population parcel right next to our national defense, next to the Pentagon. I think we're building extra vulnerability, engineering it where we don't need it. I was already surprised when Amazon is within feet of the Pentagon. It's so easy for a missile or a bomb to take out two parts of our infrastructure. We're only adding to that.
Thank you, Ms. Dworsky. Our next speaker is Kedrick Whitmore, followed by Stephen Bailey.
Madam Chair, members of the board, good afternoon. Thank you for your time. My name is Kedrick Whitmore. I'm with Venable LLP, and I represent Brookfield Properties. They're the owners of the 12th Street Landing site in Pentagon City, the former headquarters of the TSA. I'm speaking today in support of the staff recommendation related to the plan. The existing plan in this area dates back to the mid-1970s. An update is critically needed to address the many changes that have taken place since this time. I want to thank everybody who's testified today on the plan, and I also want to thank the staff and community members who devoted a lot of time to this process over the last 18 months. As you consider this, I think it's important to remember that this is not the last step in the development process of any of these sites. There will be site plan reviews and other processes before the plan is implemented. This is also not the first step in the process. It's building on work that was done by the community even earlier during the 22202 livability study. This study went on throughout 2019 and resulted in a 30-page report. This report talks about community benefits. It talks about what's needed in the area. And these priorities from the livability study are reflected in the sector plan before you today. Any increases in density called for in this plan only occur if these identified benefits are provided: affordable housing, expanding multimodal transportation, sustainability, newly accessible green space, and increased tree canopy. Again, these benefits match the priorities set forth in the community-created plan in the livability study. In addition, this density is located in the right place, near metro and other transit opportunities. This plan is important and necessary to address growth in Arlington and the region and plan for the future. With that, I ask you to adopt the plan today. Thanks for your time and consideration.
Our next speaker is Stephen Bailey, followed by Cosette Washington. Stephen Bailey. Okay. Cosette Washington. Cosette Washington. We will move on to Miriam Gennari.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me okay?
We can. Welcome.
All right. Wonderful. Well, thank you, board members, county staff, and fellow citizens for allowing me to speak today. March 2019, I submitted a resolution to the Arlington County Board on behalf of the Aurora Highlands Civic Association. That resolution was approved by Aurora Highlands at our monthly meeting and drafted in coordination with the leadership of all three civic associations. It called upon the board to be accountable for the conditions created by the decision to welcome Amazon's HQ2. Speaking as a private citizen, I wish we had used the word sustainability instead of livability. Arlington Public Schools has a sustainability committee. There are students on that committee that understand the word and are invested in our county's future. They should be at this meeting today. The Aurora Highlands Civic Association, Arlington Ridge, and Crystal City Civic Associations have done heroic work collaborating, and we owe them great thanks. However, direct utilization of student backpacks could help reach 26,000 Arlington Public School student families. Reaching out to future constituents, particularly high school students, is not a delay tactic, but rather a guarantee that the board honors the commitment it made in 2019 to provide inclusivity. To approve the plan without this type of outreach to this growing and diverse minority demographic is, in my mind, a mistake and threatens the long-term sustainability and resilience of Arlington's future. I ask that you make reaching out to young people a priority and you utilize Arlington Public Schools as a forum, because the community benefits that we seek are not just for 22202, but they benefit all of Arlington County. Thank you for your service during these crazy times and your time today.
Thanks so much, Ms. Gennari.
Our next speaker is Rochelle Marsh, followed by Kiana Thornton. Rochelle Marsh. Okay. And actually, I believe I have a statement from Ms. Marsh. Kiana Thornton, followed by Christopher Burnett.
Hello, my name is Kiana Thornton. I'm a resident of the Representative and have lived in the area for almost 30 years. I lived in the River House James 1111 Army Navy building prior to Pentagon Road being built. Also, when the area across the street was an empty lot. There are several differences between the Pentagon Road plan and this one. With the Pentagon Road project, the grocery store in walking distance and a plaza for family concerts, play, yoga, and business brought a nice centerpiece to the area and an assortment of restaurants and shopping that were welcome with this mini town center and apartments above. This was brought to an empty space and offered a real compromise to the community to include River House and neighborhoods nearby. The ice skating rink brought a recreational outdoor option which attracted more people to the mall, converted ice to attractive turf accommodating summer concerts, and a safe space for children to play and also to socialize. The Pentagon City sector and upzone plan to triple the density at River House not only triples density to an area that offers breadth and parking between buildings, but also homes to many creatures and trees. This plan bulldozes Arlington residents, not just the ground. These trees act as a buffer, offer shade and oxygen between the apartments and Lynn Street, backing to the rear of the representative private pool area. Lynn Street is a frequently traveled street for seniors, children, residents, individuals walking pets who are commuting to the metro during dining, shopping, and for exercise. I like to think of our building at the representative of having the most fit, active, and vivacious residents and seniors specifically. We deserve safe walking area, as do our children. The current plan does not include all of the current demographic to include elderly, homebound, and disabled who enjoy a safe stroll with caregivers or step onto a balcony with fresh air, many of which are veterans, retired, leaders, and public servants. The River House is a unique apartment 3-building campus that is less transient than many other complexes. Many have made it a permanent home, as my mother did for over 20 years. The potential for even more crowded streets, Lynn and Army takes away all the potential for a safe walk. Lastly, the school situation is a 911, and there's absolutely no plan for this. At a minimum, 2 to 3 schools would need to be a dominant part of this plan. The plan is far too aggressive, and in an area, be it condo or apartment, where there are multi-dwelling buildings already.
Thank you, Keith.
Let's reconsider this plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Thornton.
Our next speaker is Christopher Burnett, followed by Sophia Hawkins.
Good morning, members of the board. My name is Christopher Ney, and I'm a renter at the River House complex. And I too want Pentagon City to have sustainable development, which is why I asked the board to adopt this proposal. This land has already been heavily developed, and the location of River House allows for sustainable commuting. This is Pentagon City, not Pentagon Village or Pentagon Wilderness Sanctuary. This development sits next to a major highway and a mall. Ecologically speaking, River House is already a sunk cost. The plan calls for an extra 1,000 units. If these units were to be built elsewhere at the same density as River House, and that's a very big if, it would require about 22 acres, which is only available far outside DC, such as areas near Springfield. These people would have to drive into DC, which brings me to my second point. By building these apartments, more people can commute to work much more sustainably. The River House property is easily walkable to both the Pentagon and the planned Amazon HQ, and furthermore is 2 blocks within the Pentagon City Metro Station, which is only 2 stations away from central DC. Instead of driving, these new residents would be able to leave their home and go to work in 20 minutes without ever touching a car. Furthermore, one can bike to DC in half an hour. I know because that's how I get to work. The development's planned low-stress bike facility, along with increasing popularity of electrical bikes, will encourage people to abandon their cars and bike to work, which is much more sustainable. These 3 methods of transportation combined will increase the number of sustainable commutes in the DC area. To conclude, this development is sustainable because it does not destroy wildlands in order to house more humans and will allow for more people to have an eco-friendly commute. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Burnett.
If everyone on Teams could mute if you're not speaking, thank you very much.
I didn't tell them, but I keep putting in and they won't put me
Our
in.
next speaker is Sophia Hawkins, followed by Audrey Clement.
Hello, it's Rochelle Marsh.
I'm sorry, is that Ms. Hawkins?
No.
No, it's a previous speaker who just was able to connect.
Okay, I'm sorry, we've already called you. We're looking for Sophia Hawkins.
Rochelle Marsh here.
I'm so sorry. In the interest of time and given the number of speakers, we do have to move on, Ms. Marsh. We have your written comments, though, I believe. Thank you. I think now we're looking for Sophia Hawkins.
We will go now to Audrey Clements.
Hello, Dr. Clement.
Yes, can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, thank you. There's been a lot of community opposition to the latest Pentagon City Sector Plan, the PCSP, but you wouldn't know it to hear the county's rubber stamp commissions. In addition to the Planning Commission, both the Forestry and Natural Resources Commission and the Climate Change, Energy, and Environment Commission, C2E2, gave the updated PCSP the green light. Steve Sockwell of Forestry even declared it a model green plan at a February 2nd Planning Commission meeting. Since county commissioners as well as local developers are tone deaf to the numerous objections raised by Pentagon City residents to the PCSP, I am going to recite some of those raised at the February 2nd Planning Commission meeting and at a February 4th Arlington Ridge Civic Association meeting. Mark Capistran, an Arlington Ridge condo owner, said he's for density that makes sense and tripling the density of River House just doesn't. Alyssa Marlowe, a 19-year planner, said it's not a plan, it's a business case. David Amador, who moved here from Seattle, indicated that he's already seen the effects of excessive density there. One River House resident with a doctorate in sociology recommended deferring the plan. Another River House resident observed that 18 buildings and 3,500 units at River House is insane. Dennis Miller recommended delinking the PCSP from River House, a recommendation echoed by Douglas Neal at the ARCA meeting on February 4th. Carol Weiser, who spoke here today, a 10-year resident lawyer, said she opposes upzoning in general and the PCSP in particular. David Saar, a PC resident or a Pentagon City resident, recommended deferring the plan. A 7-year River House resident said the shadow study conducted by the county ignored the loss of light that upzoning will bring to Lynn Street and the attendant loss of mature tree canopy as a result. Richard Reeb, who lives in a nearby condo community, reported that the Arlington Way was not observed. Caterina Garcia, president of ARCA, confirmed that the plan surfaced in April 2021, but Jim Klein averred that inclusion of River House in the plan was first mentioned in July 2021. It was also averred that whereas the plan was posted elsewhere in Pentagon City, it was never posted in River House. I would like to relay more reactions of Pentagon City residents to the latest PCSP debacle. Unfortunately, I was kicked out of the ARCA meeting on February the 4th when all non-residents were ordered to leave the virtual meeting because the Zoom limit had been reached and Pentagon City residents still wanted to get in. And I think they still want to get heard. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Dr. Clement.
Our next speaker is Kevin Combs, followed by J.P. Rick.
Good afternoon. My name is Kevin Combs. I am 31 years old, and I've been a resident of River House for about 7 years. I'm speaking today in my personal capacity as a transit advocate and a member of the River House community. I'm here today to voice my support for the Pentagon City Sector Plan and my broad support for higher density development near our transit corridors. 7 years ago, when I moved to the capital region, living at River House was an easy choice. I chose it due to the excellent balance of price, proximity to metro, convenient location near downtown DC and National Airport, and a wide array of other amenities, all within walking distance. I am a staunch advocate for the car-free lifestyle, and River House was the place that enabled me to finally start living it. I moved here from St. Louis, and within a year, I got rid of my car. Not only do I find personally living car-free more enjoyable, it's a sustainable lifestyle, and one we are going to need millions more Americans to adopt if we want to stand a chance of stopping climate change. Unfortunately, housing within a reasonable distance of high-quality transit is all too scarce in this country. With demand outstripping supply, rents are surging, and the car-free lifestyle is financially out of reach for too many people who want it. To turn the tide, we must increase density near our transit corridors. River House, with its underutilized surface parking lots just a quarter mile from Pentagon City Station, is an ideal place to do it. If not here, then where? While this plan is not a perfect one, I firmly believe it is a move in the right direction for both our area and the country overall. And I have confidence that many of the concerns raised today can be ironed out as specific site plans are developed. I believe this plan will attract more business, will be a catalyst for improved transit service, and will expand access to the car-free lifestyle to thousands more people. If we don't adopt this plan, needlessly delay it, or don't build densely enough, it will only serve to push even more people into unsustainable, sprawling, car-oriented development, and we will push out current renters who cannot afford ever-increasing rents. I hope you will adopt this plan soon, and I look forward to welcoming my future neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Combs.
Next speaker is JP Reike, or Rick, followed by Tina Galati.
Good afternoon. My name is JP Reich, and I'm here to continue my story. As I said before, I was born and raised in Fairfax County and moved to Arlington 10 years ago. My mom is a retired NICU nurse, and my dad is a retired life sciences teacher and soccer coach. Why is this important to you? They were both leaders on and off the job. They led their teams to work together, learn from each other, and execute. Their goal as leaders was to build trust between one another and their respective teams. They realized when they did not have all the stakeholders working together, a plan would fail and not be executed successfully. They built trust in their process. We as a community have come together and recognized that the proper stakeholders were not engaged in this planning process for this plan. Trust has been lost between our community and the county. We are asking our leaders to be leaders right now. Stop, understand, listen, and learn from the community. Help us as a community regain trust in you and the process. The proposal that you are voting on today for the Pentagon City Sector Plan is a marketing PowerPoint. Provides no true value for the county. There's no tangible metrics or KPIs for us as a community, county, developers, or businesses to meet. There's a rushed marketing deck with no meat, and the community does not appreciate the marketing deck that has been put forth. It has pitted the community and county against each other. In the future, it could pit neighborhoods against each other for valuable community resources that are needed today. The community's input has been dismissed until a last-minute effort this week to try and include some of our feedback, for which more metric-based studies and quality feedback sessions are needed on every front. Let's not use this as an out and think our feedback has been heard. Take this from my own professional experience. Rushing a marketing plan, not including the right stakeholders from the start, and trying to add last-minute feedback will always result in a bad plan. It never sets the right tone for the future. The proposed Pentagon City Sector Plan is not setting the right tone for Pentagon City's future. Arlington is made of urban villages made of multiple monocentric microcities loosely connected for one another. On paper, it looks like it does not require major investments, and it can be managed easily. This is a fantasy. Planners are basing their design on the assumption that people and businesses will somehow manage to match the locations perfectly and organize themselves in an appropriate cluster. This is not the reality in the Northern Virginia region. I have lived through and seen what has happened in Northern Virginia as a region. People will live where they want to live, and the principle of supply and demand does not apply. Planners should focus on monitoring our county and providing it with proper infrastructure. As you have heard today, we need to work together to make important decisions for our community and future generations. As a county board, take a breath, listen to our community, and understand what is needed in our community. Let's get this Pentagon City Sector Plan done right and not right now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Tina Galati, followed by Godman Schick.
Good afternoon. I'm a first-generation American who moved from Baltimore to River House in 2000 to work at the headquarters for what was then Arlington County's largest private employer, U.S. Airways in Crystal City. In 2018, I was able to invest in a small unit in the Pentagon Ridge condominium, which abuts River House. I've remained a resident of River House for the past 21 years, and I'm a registered and active voter. You've heard from many speakers who have been asking you to defer the plan because they were not aware of it or were not aware that it included River House. Well, I am different from those speakers. I have been aware of the planning studies since the beginning and participated in the public workshops, but it wasn't because of any outreach CPHD, JBG Smith, or the Condo Owners and Renters Coalition did. I happen to already be subscribed to several of the county's newsletters. When I participated, discussion about River House was mainly about connecting Virginia Highlands Park to Grace Murray Hopper Park. When I asked CPHD about the status of JBG's 2019 site application and where it would be reflected in the sector plan, I was told the application was on hold while JBG focused on office construction. So I was shocked when I saw the first draft of the sector plan contain proposals far in excess of JBG's 29 application. Yes, it makes sense to add density at and near metro stations. But what those speakers don't realize is that has already occurred for Pentagon City. Density has been steadily added over the past 20 years, even as recently as the Whitmer that was built on top of the metro in 2019, and the Milton that is currently under construction on the same block. No one here has said there should not be any growth at River House. All we are asking is you to defer today's vote until 1, statistically valid community engagement, and 2, appropriate impact studies take place. If you have confidence in what this plan proposes, then you should not be afraid for those 2 steps to occur. If we are wrong, then we will accept being proven wrong. Please don't say you're going to approve the plan anyway, because we can still comment later on a site application basis. We don't want you or us to be playing whack-a-mole for the next several years. All we want are validated parameters so we can all move forward knowing that Pentagon City will grow in a truly sustainable way for us and our future neighbors. Thank you.
Next speaker is Godwin Schick, followed by Peter Amato.
Thank you all for taking the time today. We definitely appreciate it. We know it's a long day, and thank you to the staff for staying a little bit later than I'm sure you normally do. Hopefully you got some overtime out of it. At least there's some upside, maybe. My name is Godwin Schick. I've lived in the Arlington Ridge area since 2010. I grew up in PG County, so I'm pretty much a local to the DC metro area. Worked at the Pentagon City Mall as a 16-year-old. Very familiar with the area, and I feel very privileged to be able to now own a condominium at the Ridge House, which abuts the River House property. I'm coming to you today as a representative of our condominium community. I'm the president of the Condominium Association. Today I'm asking you to defer the vote on this plan until the many failures that are in this plan have been resolved. You've heard all of these failures throughout the day from my neighbors. I will not spend a lot of time repeating what my neighbors have already highlighted around density concerns, green space, especially engagement. These are all very, very important concerns, and I think we have a lot of work to do on all of those issues. Instead, I would like to focus on 2 specific things. I would like to focus on affordable housing, and I would like to focus on the school that has been sort of trailing through the plan in very interesting ways throughout this process. But first, when I talk about affordable housing, I want to talk from the perspective of somebody who has been on a condo board for the last 6 years. It's been an eye-opening experience for me. I've learned a lot that I didn't know before, especially about community engagement and especially about the dynamics between small landlords renting and large landlords renting. So let's talk a little bit about where we are. We are right next to the River House property. The Ridge House was built around the same time as 2 of the buildings for River House. Same materials. These are block and concrete buildings. Ours is 9 stories. Theirs are like 16, I think. Same location, basically the same amenities. Whenever our owners have to leave the country for military deployments or stations of the State Department or just move on to a new neighborhood because they have a different lifestyle, they will usually rent out their units. And whenever they rent out the units, they have to submit those lease terms to the condo association just to keep them on file. So I see what these owners are charging these new renters that come and become valued members of our community, sometimes for a very, very long time. Looking at the published rates in River House, and you can look online right now, and as someone else said, they are about 10% vacancy rate right now. We are 20% lower on average. And our renters actually can pick up a phone and call an owner and get something done. Also, in our building, all utilities are included in that rent. And we don't have amenity fees, which you can't say about for River House. So it's actually substantially more expensive at River House. So I'd like to know how 2 properties that are the same age, basically the same thing, one of them is expensive, one of them is affordable housing. And the only solution I come up with is JBG Smith, Bernardo, and others have been sole owners of that property for a long time. They do not have the same financial market dynamics that affect small landlords. We should be looking for ways to break up not build up these giant landlords who can weather a storm, don't have to lower rents, don't have to be accountable to an individual person, person to person. When I look at this plan at the 10% minimum, which will also become the maximum, I guarantee you, JBG Smith is a REIT. They have a responsibility to shareholders, right? That's fine. That's what they are. Nothing wrong with that. But it is something we have to take into account when we're thinking about the math of this deal. They will only do what we tell them is a condition for the increased zoning that they are asking for, or let's just say the increased density. So why aren't we asking for more? If they want to build all this, and if we have an affordable housing crisis, which the YIMBY say we do, I say we do, I think all of you said we did in the last meeting, right? Why are we saying, all right, cool, well, 10%, and that'll be the minimum, but we all know that's probably where it's gonna stay. Why aren't we asking for more? They are not entitled to this density increase. They bought River House knowing it was maxed out. I think they could put another 100 units on it, maybe by right. So they're coming to us, they're asking this community for the ability to build triple what they have now. And the best we can do in this deal is 10%. But
Thank you, Mr. Schick.
Thank you, Mr. Schick. That was 5? Anyway.
Goes fast.
Please defer the vote. Thank you for your time.
Appreciate
The
it.
next speaker is Peter Amato, followed by Luca Gattoni-Selli. Mr. Amato?
I saw Mr. Amato on earlier. May not be with us. Mr. Amato. Okay, gonna keep moving.
Hi, can you hear me now?
Here we go. Hi, Mr. Amato.
Good afternoon. I am Peter Amato, an urban planner. I hold a PhD in urban and regional planning from Cornell University. I taught over 10 years at the U of Wisconsin-Madison and served as full professor and chair of our urban and regional planning department. After USAID retirement, I created and have chaired over the past 15 years the Representative Condo's Pentagon City Advisory Committee, PCAC, which I'm sure many of you have heard about. My duties are to advise and inform our board and residents on matters external to our building and premises that may directly and materially affect resident well-being and co-owner property values, and to engage decision makers and developers to make our interests and concerns known. Here, I wish to address the River House plans. I'm a neighbor, an owner, happily living in the representative for over 22 years. Acting as PAC chairman, development proposals for Pentagon City are crucial for my duties. I've invited members of our county board, our planning commissioners, and concerned realtors to discuss their work in the past. I've had good contacts with CPHD, and I'm well known to many members on your current board who are very pleased and most willing to speak to us at several of our town hall meetings. Understandably, the coronavirus brought many of these face-to-face communications to a halt. But alarmingly, in the fall of 2021, ARCA's then president, who sat on the sector's focus plan, informed me that, wow, the plan was, in his words, putting the cart before the horse, revising the sector plan without adequate infrastructure plans, including the larger 22202 area. Yet, during this entire period, now listen carefully, I was not contacted by any responsible county official, including CPHD, to inform and include our residents on this fast advancing sector plan. So accordingly, I called CPHD's lead person, inviting him to speak to us at a town hall meeting. He replied that talking to the Rep Condo residents would not be friendly and would put him in a hostile situation, that we at the Rep were only concerned about our views. I responded that this was not the case. We respect all our guest speakers and are just as much troubled by the proposed housing densities for River House and the environmental infrastructure, transportation capacities to support the plan. Not receiving a positive reply, I invited a member of the newly formed Density That Makes Sense DTMS group speak at our town hall meeting. That meeting worked out very well regarding the information sharing with our residents. Thus, one of the most fundamental tenets of good planning, timely information sharing, and meaningful dialogue with us has failed. My honorable county board members, you work very hard for us. You should not be rushed into accepting the sector plan as written. More work is needed. Support ARCA's resolution not to approve the plan until it meets all critical good planning steps, one that includes comprehensive studies and sufficient input from all its affected residents. Let's make Pentagon City and River House a community we can continue to be genuinely proud of, a well-balanced, socially mixed community, one that equitably resolves its competing development issues, and they are here, fully considering the concerns and issues of all its residents. This plan before you does not do that. It's another look we should take at an earlier JBG Smith lower density and height proposal plan for the River House. It has many desirable features, including townhouses that could be much more affordable and could lead to a greater acceptance by many senior citizens. I then trust you will hear the advice and concerns of all of us. I thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Luca Gattoni-Selli, followed by Ala Kamins.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can.
Hi, good afternoon. I was going to say good morning, but good afternoon. My name is Luca Gattoni-Selli, no problem. I am a former Arlington resident and currently reside in Alexandria. I am the founder of YIMBYs of Northern Virginia. We are a grassroots organization dedicated to ending our region's acute housing shortage so every resident can afford a good home. The shortage can be quantified, as a matter of fact, in the months of housing supply on the market at a given time. The real estate industry considers 6 months a healthy, normal number. Our region has about 1 month of housing supply on the market. Until homes are abundant across our region, they will continue to be unaffordable. Zoning and related policies have made housing a financial hardship for most people and were explicitly created to exclude non-white and poor residents. Our group enthusiastically welcomes new neighbors. We say yes in my backyard. The Pentagon City Sector Plan enables a desperately needed expansion of housing stock. Valid but ultimately separate concerns such as school capacity should be addressed, but we must not lose sight of the big problem hanging over this discussion, which is that Northern Virginia is increasingly unwelcome to residents who are not already affluent. Expensive housing threatens the cultural diversity that helps make Nova a truly wonderful place to live. I have young children, which is why I have these bags under my eyes, and think a lot about the future of the community they will grow up in. A number of our group's members reside in Pentagon City or nearby. They are excited about this sector plan and want to ensure it helps absorb the population growth we have all been expecting for more than 3 years from Amazon HQ2, not to mention demand for housing from the world's largest office building. We must act decisively to prevent the housing affordability crisis from becoming a catastrophe. I have recently personally visited the River House site on 3 separate occasions. It is underutilized land in an urban setting. Half-empty parking lots and ribbons of concrete sit a stone's throw away from office buildings, transit, and other amenities. It is difficult to imagine a more suitable place for additional housing. This is a golden opportunity to start relieving pressure on rents and home prices. The Pentagon City Sector Plan has already been approved unanimously by the Arlington County Planning Commission, Housing Commission, and Transportation Commission. I urge all members of the Arlington County Board to approve it as well, without any modification that would curtail the expansion of desperately needed housing stock. Allowing more denser housing to be built is the only viable course of action to make homes affordable for regular people in Arlington and in Northern Virginia as a whole. I'm not going to use all 5 minutes of the time that you've given me today, but seeing that I have some time left, I just want to mention a personal anecdote as well that is relevant. I live in Alexandria, but I live right out this window, right next to Southern Towers. It's the largest apartment complex in Northern Virginia. It houses more than 2,000 residents. These people are my neighbors. They've come into my neighborhood. I see them at the store. I just want to say, I live in a place that's actually denser than River House. And it's nothing to be afraid of. We can handle this, but we have to be smart about it. But, speaking from my own experience, I really think it's just so important that the county board move forward. And I thank you for your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gattoni-Celli.
Our next speaker is Ala Cummins, followed by Arthur Fox.
Good afternoon, everybody. I am here to represent 1,800 people. That's why I have this folder with me. This is a petition that we started just on December 9th. And my name is Ala Cummins. I have lived in Crystal City for 3 years as a renter and on Arlington Ridge for 18 years. I'm an immigrant. Unlike those people who try to portray us as rich people, I came to this country with $200. Buying my condo was a very momentous time in my life because that was my first permanent address in the United States. I have been very active in the community, but I never spoke to the board before. And today I am speaking on behalf of my neighbors, as I said, 1,800 people who have been completely left out of the plan of enormous proportion and consequence. And I want to set the record straight. We're pro-development. We like walkable streets. We like bike lanes. We like public transportation. That's what I use. And we also actually live in high density. I live in one-bedroom apartment. And I never lived in a house. The plan before you today has a lot of failures, and I would like to focus on several. First is inequity. For all the talk that the county is doing about equity, this is a very inequitable plan, as you already have heard from many of our neighbors. The River House site already carries the burden on affordability, on housing. There are more than 2,000 people living in that area already. And the way the discussion is going on right now, the way that River House site is treated like it's an empty space, it reminds me of many sad moments in our world history where people come in and they completely disregard the existing community and their needs to improve the land. It's actually already a thriving community. I also wanted to mention the way people say housing, now we just heard it's a catastrophe, apparently. Okay, 90% of those units that are going to be built are A-type luxury buildings, built by a company that is a monopoly in Crystal City that owns half of land. And I was also surprised to learn that even this building is owned by the same company. We deserve better. And I want to also mention that the comment, if not there, where? Crystal City, Pentagon City is already mostly built up. You've heard today testimony that we already, as residents of Crystal City and Pentagon City, have least access to public open space. We already live in high density, surrounded by concrete. And you know what? We are humans too. We also need open space. Because there was metro, It was built before I moved there. It doesn't mean that I don't need open space. Just like people in the rest of Arlington, we deserve better. I also want to talk about Green Ribbon. Curiously, nobody from Livability spoke today. You probably noticed that, right? However, the county staff talked for a whole slide how great the livability effort was. It wasn't county's effort. It was neighbors' effort. Neighbors banded together to prepare for runaway density. And what I hear the narrative being changed and hijacked, now basically saying that neighbors are asked for extra density to improve the streets. That's not true. And I wanted to set the record straight. One of the people who is for the plan wrote to you that the green ribbon is actually not sufficient. In many places, actually, there is nothing green. There are going to be elements pasted into concrete to resemble something green. And I also wanted to mention that just like before, Crystal City, Pentagon City, is looked at as a cash cow. And we who live there right now, residents, are just used for benefit somewhere else in the rest of Pentagon City. And while community benefits that would benefit us remain conceptual. I've respectfully ask this board to really listen to us. You've heard many of us today. It's clear we haven't been heard. Please defer the plan until we have been engaged fully, until our concerns have been heard, and until you've realized what impact it will have on us and the rest of Arlington. Thank you.
Is Arthur Fox, followed by Richard Rebb.
Good afternoon, Mr. Fox.
Madam Chair, members of the board, I'm Arthur Fox, appearing on behalf of the Arlington Ridge Civic Association, and in my capacity as its representative on the study's focus group. From the very outset of this study, it was all about vertical and horizontal square feet, huge physical structures, and sources of money. Barely was there any mention of people. Their added numbers, their needs for clean air, sunlight, water, sanitary sewers, medical services, schools. So also was infrastructure barely ever mentioned. The one exception was the very narrowly focused transportation study, many of whose flaws are set out in Kateri Garcia's and my written submissions. The need for an additional elementary school in our 22202 geographic fortress did get mentioned at the very end of the public access study, or the focus group portion of the study. Herein, however, lies a problem. It's called the scarcity of available sites in 22202 that could accommodate a new school. As a consequence, it is critically important that an appropriate site be identified and dedicated now, not years from now, when APS finally decides that the numbers require the construction of a second school in 22202. By then, the availability of a suitable site for the school will have vanished. So I really urge the board to reach out to APS and to collaborate with them on this selection process, site selection process. Our major concern is the River House property, which received no attention until the very end of the study that included the focus group, when it became necessary to plot the most westerly portion of the green ribbon through the property and to consider the county's controversial proposal to consume a portion of JBG's River House property in order to reroute Joy Street and enlarge Virginia Highlands Park. That's when we were treated to a slide of all 37 acres of, or 36, whatever it is, of the River House property, illustrating what it might look like someday if 18 new buildings were to be constructed on the property. However, there was no discussion of the size, shape, or location of these many structures penciled in on the concept drawing, Rather, discussion during the study's waning meetings was focused around the green ribbon, the relocation of Joy Street, and, oh yes, the need to limit the height of any constructions on the River House southern boundary, which is shared with single-family ARCA homes on the 16th Street, to no more than four stories. However, there was no mention of how much density that the possible collection of 18 new structures on the property might contain. That disclosure appealed for the very first time, of my awareness at least, in late June with the publication of the first draft of the planning study, which sounded a 100 decibel alarm within the nearby ARCA neighborhood for reasons set forth in the ARCA resolution that I hope has been distributed to you. If not, maybe you'll see it in a moment. During the course of the study, there had been no prior discussion of, much less any kind of a consensus achieved for this edict, allowing construction of 5,500 apartments on this site, or what's left of it after the county acquisitions. And this is to be accomplished by an end run around the Commonwealth zoning laws, by arguably exceeding even the county's Dillon authorization, a topic I've set forth in my written submission. In any case, this extraordinary density authorization spontaneously catalyzed an avalanche of criticism, which is much deserved. And as requested in our resolution, by the way, we do not oppose all growth. We're in favor of growth on the River House property, but as long as it's smart growth. As requested in our resolution, our community must,
Thank you, Mr. Fox.
Thank you.
I submit that we will all of us be rewarded if we,
Thank you, Mr.
by our pausing of the study, how best to move forward with the River House property.
Mr. Fox,
Thank you so much. We appreciate you coming in.
Our next speaker is Richard Rebb, followed by Karen Feely.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
Good evening. I'm Richard Rebb, born in Arlington, 30-year resident. My Army father rented at River House to walk to the Pentagon, then bought a condo on the Ridge where I now live with my wife. I'm speaking for the 205 households at the representative. There's something called the Arlington Way. Today is about what that means. Moritz Kafritz built River House. He used a zoning loophole to sneak in more floors and pack his by-right density into 3 towers, leaving major open space in between. His finagle resulted in these garden-style high-rises, and why we're here, to decide how we should think about that in-between open space. With Metro's arrival, what we know as Pentagon City was created, being split off from River House, and then 12 acres of that became the Virginia Highlands Park. The two of them formed a green ring, buffering the neighborhoods on the outside from dense Pentagon City inside. Planning for Pentagon City at that time had public engagement. According to a Washington Post article at the time, participating residents saw their roles as less than substantive. What was mainly discussed was where to put, this is a quote, what was mainly discussed was where to put park benches and what kind of trees they should plant, said John Marr, representative from ARCA. Deja vu all over again? Yes, this plan had public engagement on green ribbons and bike lanes, but on upzoning of River House, no. By design? First, the most vocal community about River House, the condominiums in Arlington Ridge, did not know River House was on the table. Public engagement advertised a Pentagon City planning study with no mention of River House. River House has never been part of Pentagon City for land use. But you know us. We and you and JB had just talked about standalone upzoning of River House until those talks strangely went on hold. So you knew we were not involved. Even those who were learned about the full build-out 95% into the engagement. Public engagement up to the first draft spanned 277 days. Images of dense scenarios to explore were suggested briefly on day 273 at the 85% point. Only on June 10th, at the 95% point, was the plan we have today for maximum river house density presented as a draft plan for reaction. People spoke out against it, but there was no time. Effective engagement, this is our Arlington way. You said the study would evaluate redevelopment scenarios and impacts on transportation, infrastructure, et cetera, with, quote, evaluation criteria including, quote, equity of benefit/burden and other principles confirmed through public engagement. The plan's failure to do that is why people are upset. This plan is a radical departure from the 97 plan. That plan painted a future vision of reducing height and density between Joyce Street and Fashion Center to preserve views from existing high-rise, increase green space in public areas. Those are your words, including continue to push density to the northeast, not the northwest. This was reinforced in the 2008 Pentagon Center Plan in a photo showing how buildings inside Pentagon City need to taper down to Joy Street. This is why Pentagon Row is 5 stories today. Losing River House's open space would be a major blow. We have 20-lane highway to our north, full density and high-rises on Arlington Ridge, huge density in Pentagon City. The openness of River House is our only relief. Your plan leaves us with less green space and covers openness with buildings. Think of this area as our lungs. You're choking us. Where is the equity of benefit/burden in that? What you're really saying is we break our 45-year commitment. The future demands it. Too bad. Move out. River House falls first. Single-family homes within a half-mile radius of Metro. Watch out. Is this really about Amazon or density to a metro station? No. Amazon says they don't need this housing. The county's own population forecast post-Amazon question adding this much housing supply. And the Pentagon City Metro Station is already one of the busiest for density living near a metro station, as shown by commuting to jobs elsewhere. 1 or 2 among Virginia stations, 2019 data. We bought here relying on a deal, codified in zoning, that would have the island of relief from the density that surrounds us. What's changed? JBG has appetite to build, and you're being asked to serve us up. We are the voters. There's more of us than them. Donald Trump didn't get elected because people felt everything was okay. People felt disrespected. The relentless push for ever more density is becoming a cross-county rallying point.
Thank you, Mr. Rick. Our next speaker is Karen Feely, followed by Alice Hogan. Karen Feely, followed by Alice Hogan.
Hello, my name is Karen Feely. I'm a small business owner who has lived for 18 years at the Pentagon Ridge condominiums on South Arlington Ridge Road. I am the association's current president, and I have submitted a letter to the county on behalf of them. Today, I am speaking on behalf of the 57 residents of that building. Pentagon Ridge is a mid-rise building that is the closest multifamily dwelling to the River House property. We are only 350 feet from the closest River House building. To put that in perspective, that is closer than the distance from here to the county jail. Only a parking lot and a small green belt separate us. As you can imagine, living this close, we are extremely concerned about the proposed land use changes. We oppose the current plan because we believe it is not environmentally or socially sustainable, and it runs counter to Arlington County's stated goals. First, environmental sustainability. The current plan requires removing the green belt buffer between our properties. While we acknowledge that the plan also calls for planting new trees along the green ribbon, we believe that replacing tall, old-growth trees with small, new trees that are maybe this big is not in line with the county's stated environmental goals of becoming carbon neutral by 2050 and of reversing the decline in Arlington's tree canopy. The plan allows placing multiple mid to high density buildings in the area directly behind us and close to each other. We believe that this will cause a Canyons of New York effect that blocks everyone's access to open skies and sunlight. The ensuing years of construction will increase the noise pollution level in the area and be particularly disruptive to residents of Pentagon Ridge and other neighborhoods. After the construction finishes, the increased number of people and cars means that noise, light, and air pollution levels are also going to rise. All these, again, run counter to Arlington's stated goal of retaining the predominantly residential character of the county and protecting the environment. Next, social sustainability. We note that the plan calls for the creation of a green ribbon around Pentagon City with a connection up 15th Street South to Arlington Ridge Road at Lynn Street. While this might seem like an expedient way to extend the walkway, it has disastrous consequences for us. 15th Street is Pentagon Ridge's only ingress to and egress from our building. Prohibiting motor vehicles on it is going to have one of two negative consequences. Either it will strand 36 vehicles inside the building and make it impossible for trash collection to happen for our garbage, or more likely, people will continue to drive their vehicles on it anyway. Given the increased foot traffic on the route, we think this would lead to a higher number of accidents. The road is not wide enough to support both motorized and pedestrian lanes. Currently, it is one car wide with a few parallel parking spots. These spots are essential for our sustainability as they provide the closest non-permitted parking. Contractors who service our building, guests, and even some residents park there. The next closest parking spots are about 500 feet away, which is not easy for the elderly, people with mobility issues, or parents with young children in strollers. We believe that putting the green ribbon along 15th Street runs counter to Arlington County's inclusivity goals. So what is our ask? Ideally, we would prefer that the board deny the request for changes to the River House site, but we recognize that change is inevitable and we want to partner with the county. We request that the county do a comprehensive good faith impact study and address the concerns of all impacted stakeholders, including those on Arlington Ridge Road. 2, we invite the board and committee to come to our building and take a tour of the property so you see the situation and concerns of your constituents. And if nothing else, we urge you to move the placement of the green ribbon to somewhere other than 15th Street.
Thank you,
or
Ms.
not
Feely.
at all. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Alice Hogan. Alice Hogan?
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. I'm speaking today on behalf of, I apologize. I'm speaking today on behalf of the Alliance for Housing Solutions. The Alliance is in full support of the draft Pentagon City sector plan that the County Board is considering now. AHS would like to commend Arlington County Planning Division staff and the staff of several other departments who joined forces to produce this sector plan. The Pentagon City area is a rapidly developing segment of Arlington, and yet it lacks a comprehensive planning document. This sector plan process offered the Arlington community at large and the local local neighbors in particular the opportunity to articulate our collective values regarding housing supply, green space, transportation, biking, walking, community services, and more. We thank the Livability 2202 Coalition of adjacent civic associations and other local groups, as well as the county planning staff for their efforts to gather and distill expressed needs and goals of the Pentagon City area from hundreds of Arlington participants. As we know, housing supply is at crisis levels throughout Arlington, and acutely so since Amazon arrived in Pentagon City, where average rents have been rising rapidly and the area is gentrifying quickly. Low rent housing is disappearing and the area is not well planned to handle the expected density in the years to come. By today's standards, Pentagon City still has relatively low density, considering its adjacency to multiple forms of public transportation, business, retail, and a major airport. This sector plan includes important new expansions in planned density that will result in many new housing units on underutilized space, especially on surface parking lots at the River House complex, while proactively preserving green space and improving walkability and bikeability across the area. Currently, there are a total of 342 committed affordable units, CAFs, in the study area, of which 300 are age-restricted units located in the Claridge House building. There are 42 more CAFs being designated as part of a previous site plan in the larger National Landing area, and 35 more CAFs in production, for a total of only 377 CAFs in the Pentagon City area. Arlington's Affordable Housing Master Plan calls for 2,200 CAFs in the greater Pentagon City and Crystal City areas. So this sector plan will go a long way to adding much needed housing supply, including affordable units. In a bold and new way, this plan establishes a threshold of at least 10% of all net new residential density be designated for on-site affordable units. It should be stated that it is unprecedented to require a 10% minimum CAF count in a sector plan, and AHS applauds staff for including this important element among the community benefits it will require from developers. That said, the county should further explore how these CAF units would be retained after their 30-year period of affordability ends. What kind of creative and outside-the-box thinking can we bring to this challenge? It should also be noted that this is a minimum requirement in the plan, meaning that as individual sites come for site plan review, the county will have an opportunity to further negotiate the required CAFs on a case-by-case basis. For example, requesting more on-site units or a higher percentage of family-sized CAFs, or that CAF units be available at less than 60% AMI. According to the draft sector plan, much of the new residential density will be located on the surface parking lots scattered on the River House site. This is a prudent use of space to concentrate additional density near where it already exists while permanently preserving the surrounding open space and protecting the lower density residential areas found in the larger Pentagon City area. As per the language in the plan, these scattered green spaces will be consolidated over time and secured as public, green, and open space, whereas today they are primarily privately controlled spaces and as such could be redeveloped by right at any point and lost as open space forever. The plan also requires a minimum tree canopy be maintained or restored as sites are redeveloped. In conclusion, the proposed sector plan reflects the current vision of the Pentagon City area, and it anticipates the needs of future residents in a planned and organized manner. By including on-site affordable units, along with the emphasis on sustainable, walkable neighborhood, this plan will expand opportunity and housing choice and helps Pentagon City evolve in an even more livable neighborhood for its current and future residents and owners of all.
Thank you, Ms. Hogan. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, before we go on to our last speaker, we were able to confirm that we had one speaker who signed up and we failed to put him on the list.
All right.
That is our mistake. I apologize to the board and to Mr. Eltridge. If you don't mind, if we could call him.
It's all right. With 113 speakers, I think at least one mistake was bound to happen. We appreciate the speaker for bearing with us, Ms. Siegel for bearing with us. We'll have him give he's virtual?
Yes.
We'll have him give his remarks and we'll close with Ms. Speaker. And our last speaker, he's a 2-minute speaker, 3-minute speaker?
3-minute.
Okay, excellent. So please stand by. Thanks everyone for your patience.
Andreas Eltridge.
Howdy. Thank you for, sorry if I interrupted, but appreciate the opportunity to speak. And I thank the chair. Just wanted to briefly speak in support of the plan. Definitely am a big proponent of additional housing and development in the area. I think it's very much needed. Personally, I came here supporting Defense Department as a young technical a contractor. And my personal opinion, I think we need a lot more technical talent supporting places like the federal government, and folks like that need places to live. So building more housing definitely help with accommodating folks to attract talent, young talent here. Also think it's necessary to increase just the nation's economy, national competitiveness. We need to have folks, spending money and supporting local businesses here, being able to live, not have to come in via car or metro or other, inefficient means. So they can just live more densely and more, conveniently. I think everyone has should have some, ability to achieve that. And in general, I think more taxpayers supporting public works in the area is a good thing, not a bad thing. I think it'll help with the local economy, with current taxpayers and their livelihoods. And I definitely think it will put a lot less pressure on metro and highway systems that are very much strained in the area. All this sprawl and, housing that's far away from major businesses forces folks to take the metro, and even worse, take a car in, clogging up the highways. And if people were allowed to live here and use more efficient means, walking, biking, or short-term bus and metro rides, it's going to cause a lot less congestion instead of the opposite. So with those brief remarks, I yield the rest of my time back to the chair. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Aldrich. All right.
Okay, and now our final speaker, Jane Siegel.
Welcome, Ms. Siegel. Officially, good evening.
Is it evening? I was wondering how to begin. So, good evening, Chair Crystal and members of the County Board. It's a pleasure to be here today in person. My name is Jane Siegel. I'm a former planning commissioner and have lived in the Arlington Ridge neighborhood for 35 years. Jim Lantelme, a current planning commissioner, and I functioned as citizen co-chairs of the Pentagon City Planning Study, now Sector Plan. The plan we review today is the product of a collaborative effort among Arlington County, its citizens, and Pentagon City property owners. As co-chairs, our goal has been to help ensure the widest, most robust citizen engagement possible. We participated in all aspects and phases of the work of the evolving plan. We helped ensure that information got out and comments came back. We co-chaired the focus group, a diverse assembly of stakeholders. We collaborated with the staff consultant team, and we worked to support an open dialogue among citizens, the county, and developers. Through this countywide process, we reached consensus on the vision, goals, and principles for the redevelopment of Pentagon City and its connections to National Landing. Since the 1970s, Arlington County has concentrated most of its development around our metro corridors. The county has applied smart growth principles to this development and so has transformed auto-centric districts into walkable, livable neighborhoods. The Pentagon City Sector Plan will allow this district to reach its full promise and potential and will balance density with well-designed public spaces and community amenities. Arlington places a high value on citizen perspectives. The county encourages citizens to make their preferences apparent and to engage at every step of the process. As everyone knows, we call this the Arlington Way, at the heart of which, I believe, is the conviction that through collaboration, review, discussion, we can mediate our differences and harmonize our ambitions. Ensuring robust citizen engagement is a daunting challenge. People approach issues with a wide variety of preferences and opinions. They come from different perspectives and are motivated by different, often conflicting interests. The Pentagon City Sector Plan incorporates the vision and recommendations of Livability 22202. This work was done in 2019 by 3 civic associations in that zip code and led to the 6 guiding planning principles, which were developed and reviewed during many well-attended, interactive, online community engagement sessions. The staff consultant team held online office hours, adding another engagement tool to the toolbox. Key Arlington commissions were consulted, civic associations briefed. In fact, just 5 days ago, staff held another 2-hour listening session and has incorporated additional changes for today. It is important to note that this plan will have further review. After board action, the process will continue with community benefit-based phased development site plan review for larger sites, of which the River House is one, perhaps affording an opportunity for further issues that were raised today. After that, we will have site plan review for specific projects. We can attest to the fact that this plan has been improved by citizen input. The staff consultant team responded to hundreds of separate comments and modified many items as a result. Where staff could not make requested changes, it explained the challenges and decision-making. We salute Matt Matusak and his team for their dedication and tireless efforts on behalf of citizen engagement. Inevitably, there will be trade-offs, but there will also be opportunities to find creative accommodations as this transit-rich district becomes Arlington's new downtown. The consensus achieved during the 18 months of discussions, conversations, proposals, revisions supports a plan that will make Pentagon City thrive and be a place where people want to live, work, and play. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Siegel. All right, Madam Clerk, does that conclude our public speakers?
It does.
Okay, excellent. In a brisk 4 hours. Thank you all so much for coming to speak with us today. We certainly appreciate the opportunity to hear such a variety and diversity of perspectives, as well as the many in number. The conversation is now with the board. Colleagues, I am going to propose roughly the following format for our questions. In general order, to spend some time first broadly talking about sector planning, the role of the sector plan relative to other plans either previously adopted or to come, as well as engagement in process, which is of course a significant area of discussion. From there, I'll propose that we'll move to talk plan-wide to discuss issues throughout the sector plan, like open space, trees, parks, other public facilities, transportation, housing, and then finally conclude with questions and discussion on River House specifically, including the heights and density, the tree canopy and green space, circulation and parking. Addition, comments, welcome. Those are broadly, I think, the buckets of conversation in which to organize us. Does that work for all? So, yeah? Okay, great. Add more as we go. By no means is that rigid. Just it's an effort to march through a number of issues. So let me begin with questions about sector planning. As colleagues gather their thoughts, perhaps a way to start us off would be to simply ask Mr. Matusak and anyone else from planning who wants to sort of answer that question directly. To begin, well, let's go backward looking. Regarding other comprehensive plan elements, for example, the public spaces master plan, the affordable housing master plan, how are those factored into sector planning in general and this sector plan in specific?
Great, and thank you for that question. One thing I think might be helpful as I speak is to share a visual that we used at the Planning Commission hearing. Let's see if I can just bring that up on the screen. And this is one I think we've used in previous kind of planning 101 discussions in terms of how the county operates, the way in which all of our different policies, practices, and review elements, I think, work in concert to address the many challenges the county faces. What I think is really noteworthy here is that there is a very broad element of other master plans that not only inform decision-making and funding processes, but also on their own at a regular basis we have considerable review and are updated as needed. Most notably, the sub-elements of the Master Transportation Plan, the Public Spaces Master Plan. We actually have several that are ongoing right now that we are reviewing before they are updated. But this really, I think, presents a larger case for how does the county address all the things I think we've heard tonight in terms of the prioritization of facilities, infrastructure, and really, how does the sector plan or even an area plan fit within that? And the other piece that's kind of worth noting here is the capital improvement plan, which if you've ever taken a look at the 10-year projection of how we are spending our dollars there, you can see on an annual basis just the amount of infrastructure improvements, whether it's stormwater, utilities, road pavements, and many other facilities that require constant monitoring. We don't rely on the sector plan to address those. There's commitments from dedicated staff and departments that regularly evaluate those. And when that work happens, information found in our sector plans, informed by regular forecast updates on what we anticipate happening in terms of growth, development, and other activities, feeds into that information so they have a pretty accurate sense of what to expect. We may have a sense today that's described in the sector plan of what the next 30 years could look like, but without annual and regular check-ins and monitoring, that information doesn't become as critical and relevant. So staff works across different departments. We work with our partners in Arlington Public Schools and even our regional partners in COG and City of Alexandria to share that information and make sure we have the most current data available to us. When we look at beyond just the master plans, the area-specific documents, such as a sector plan, do typically involve consistent components that you can see here. An analysis of the geography that's being studied, a framework for how future growth can be accommodated, and how additional steps may be needed to implement that vision. So I think we've been consistent with the categories you typically find in a sector plan, and those sometimes occur through a document that's called a sector plan. Sometimes it may be an area plan. Sometimes it may be a revitalization plan. I think one of the things I've heard earlier as well is, why are we calling it this? The effort, the planning effort began as something else, which is true because in many cases we have a planning study that culminates in a document that will live on and kind of help us implement it moving forward. So the study itself, I think, does ultimately end up in a specific document that in this case represents a sector plan because of what the area that it encompasses generally represents our metro station area. If you look at Pentagon City, and we had an earlier map that kind of depicted that broader boundary, that is generally where the parcels in our study area were located. So I want to give everybody a sense of the common practice and how does the sector plan relate to those other policy documents.
Really helpful. Let me turn over to Ms. Garvey to continue this line of conversation.
Yeah, no, exactly. Thank you. And I really appreciate this. I think a lot of people who've come to this, who can be familiar with everything that we do? It's just overwhelming. And I can see there's sort of a feeling, well, you didn't call out transportation, you must not be doing it. Well, if you look into that, we did a transportation study of the area. We have a transportation master study. That all goes in. There's been criticism that we don't do stormwater. We have a stormwater management plan. That's our whole water treatment plant was planned for the kind of growth up to 2040. We do that. I think I talked about transportation. Schools, we stay in touch with schools all the time. So a little bit of the concern, hearing people being upset. I understand people are upset, but they're assuming that we're not planning and thinking. Our plans have plans. And our staff really work very hard, and they update it every year. So it's sort of we do know what we're doing. Now, you may disagree with some things. We can talk about that. But to say that we haven't done this and our staff hasn't done this is it's very unfair to our staff who has been working years on this. And they work very hard and, again, update it every year. So I just kind of wanted to make that, Mr. Matuszek said it much more artfully than I. But I just kind of wanted to tick off everything that people were concerned about that we haven't looked at, we looked at, and we've been looking at for years. Thank you.
And Mr. DeFerenti.
I have a question that's related to planning, and it sort of focuses in on the supplemental report. It's page 3. There's some language in there that I just want to really focus in on, just to make sure I understand it. It's the policy approach, the bullet that talks about, and this, this is a recent. It responds to Monday, so I think it was posted yesterday. But I just want to make sure I understand. There's some language that's proposed to be added on page 55 that includes some language that talks about the requirement that concurrently with any site plan application, there would be a phased development site plan required. And that it specifically mentions River House. And I just want to make sure, just confirm sort of, and see if Mr. Matuzik could speak at all to, this is sort of clear that we're going to have this conversation in different form again, and it would be a little bit more specific. But can you speak at all to what that sort of phased development site plan might consider because of the language that's on page 3 of the supplemental report?
Sure, and then let me bring up that excerpt that you just mentioned right here. There it is. So much of the language that's actually highlighted here was already present in the version 4 of the sector plan that was released in late January. And it reflects, I think, regular feedback we received from stakeholders who, I think, rightfully so, shared concerns about the long-term challenges that come with implementing a sector plan of this nature on sites that we know will require likely decades to ultimately complete the entire vision that we have in that plan. And that naturally, I think, and even logically, highlights the difficulties of having the continuity of having regular staff monitor this, especially with turnover over the years, community engagement, that's folks come in and out of the area, commission members. So all around, I think we needed to make sure there was a vehicle in place in addition to the site-specific site plan review element of this that allowed us to track over time, how are we making progress and ultimately realizing the vision that's in the sector plan. So when we looked at the entire study area, there were obviously a number of sites that we believe may likely redevelop in just one phase. The TSA site along 12th Street and Hayes is one of them. But the larger sites, Fashion Center, West Post, formerly Pentagon Row, and obviously River House, clearly maybe years away from initially redeveloping, and even then, subsequent phases of that work may be years apart as well. So what we wanted to do is really borrow from an example that is already demonstrated its benefits in Crystal City along Crystal Drive, where a number of different properties under same ownership were able to come in and redevelop per that sector plan. And what we've tried to do is really distinguish through this language what this expectation is, because I think when folks hear phased development site plan, you almost naturally hear and recall what we have in place in Pentagon City and Pentagon Center, even Potomac Yard, where it's a pretty robust document, including a lot of design guidelines, a lot of additional features in terms of heights and open space. And the sector plan really accomplishes that. So we're not trying to use the term PDSP in this context to re-envision what could happen at River House, but really, how do we make sure we are still implementing the vision that the sector plan captures for these larger sites? And as they come in, is each phase of development delivering what they were expected to in terms of the affordability, the public realm improvements, sustainability, and perhaps later down the road, other priorities that may need to be identified. So this vehicle, we believe, is able to do that for us, specifically in tracking that community benefit discussion. And I think if that gets reviewed concurrently with individual site plan applications, I think we won't result in a overly extensive review process. And I think there'll be enough collaboration between the community and those reviewing it to kind of assess both documents at the same time.
Great. I'm sure others will have questions on this, but one or two follow-ups quick. That's very helpful to know that it's not a rediscussion of the 176-page full document and the full work that's here, but it's a new it looks to me like a new commitment to make sure that there is at least some, from the broad plan that we have, some narrowing and focus to the individual sites that are not necessarily an individual building, but the site of River House, for example. Is that a fair, there's kind of a narrowing of our community benefits, which, we include transportation, housing, school's been mentioned, but that's something that we would now include. It's all under 4.1, but it's a narrowing of the focus a little bit, but it is a new commitment that staff is making by putting, and that is part of the plan that we will adopt should we move forward today. Is that fair?
I would say it is fair, and I think the true benefit lies in it serves as another opportunity to address what will be a very delicate conversation because we're dealing with community benefits, benefits that I think the plan has been very clear we want to maintain in this area because that's where the development is being proposed. But until we see exactly how those applications look like and how the developers are responding to the sector plan, interpreting all of that language, and figuring out how on these larger sites they want to proceed forward in terms of where their initial phases of development may be and how far apart perhaps subsequent phases might take place, it's going to become really critical to verify that we are getting what we were expecting with each phase of development. And essentially keeping everyone honest, if you will. And we felt that this was a reasonable request that really benefits everyone moving forward.
Great, and I think all of us on the dais might be aware, but just that means that there would at the very least be a request to advertise and then a final action with this phased plan, correct? Because it would be concurrent with the any site plan that would be submitted. Is that right?
This would be another line item in terms of actions that would need to take place with the site plan itself. So the county board ultimately at that time would be taking action on a site plan and a phased development site plan.
Got it. And at least as I understand it, and someone can correct me if it's not the case, that means 1 month, an initial discussion, and then a following month, or it could be 1 month later, it could be multiple months later, there would be additional final consideration. At the board level. Thank you.
Many more months.
Yes.
Indeed.
Yes.
Right.
Thank you for clarifying that there's the discussion, but I just feel like it's important to at least point out that at the board level, we would have those 2 public discussions in addition, I believe, with the site plan that would occur.
I'm sorry, that's not our practice on site plans. So before we say that, we should be certain our practice
I
on
think
site plans is to do one here.
If I can just clarify,
Sure.
I think that sometimes happens if there is a rezoning involved or a GLUP change. I think one of the benefits of this entire package coming together is that we are addressing those additional elements up front for consistency with the sector plan. So the additional kind of administrative elements of what we typically find ourselves reviewing, such as a rezoning, are addressed up front in a way that allows us to maintain the existing zoning districts as they are. So I think to the other point that was made, we would be kind of having that in a single county board meeting moving forward.
But there's
If I may, Mr. Ferrenti, I think what we've heard from folks today, that it actually having 2 board hearings is sort of not the issue, right? I think
sure.
a lot of the folks today would say they had 2 board hearings, and so
Sure.
Appreciate the clarification. Let me go to Mr. Karantonis.
Thank you. Mr. Ferrenti covered that all, and I think Mr. Matusik's answer is quite informative here. So at the level of the sector plan, though, do we review the parameters of the sector plan? So, for example, if we wanted, to up our environmental requirements, and so do we do that regularly? Should we stipulate a time for review?
That does happen from time to time. What we've tried to do with respect to documents like the community energy plan, rather than, I think, replicating much of the language that exists in that document and understanding that it will at some point be updated again, as I think all of our thresholds and expectations continue to rise and be more aggressive. We want to establish that relationship so that if projects are delivered 5, 10, 15 years from now, that relationship will still exist. And I think we'll be in a position to ask for additional standards or additional levels of sustainability. And at some point, there will be other elements of the sector plan that we believe might be updated on a countywide level and will need to be addressed at that time as well.
Okay, thank you.
It's a great question. Thank you. Mr. Dorsey.
Sure, and it's going to sound a little weird, but it seems the essence of the point of what we heard from a lot of speakers today is concerned that this plan is going to bake in acceptance of future consequences if they should be revealed, and therefore wanting us to study as much as we can to reveal all consequences today. So I just want to put a scenario to you, Mr. Matusek, and it's going to sound like I'm leading you to an answer. I probably am, but it's late. So in the event that the applicant responding to this plan, if it were approved, were to submit an application under SPRC for something that generally was accepted as being consistent with the plan, but through further analysis and study by staff at the SPRC level, it was revealed that it created consequences and impacts that weren't sufficiently mitigated. There is nothing within the fact that it was consistent with this sector plan that would prevent staff from perhaps making a recommendation that the site plan is not appropriate.
That's exactly right. Two topics that automatically come to mind are stormwater management, which the plan, has no way to supersede local, state, and other regulations that apply. Things like the fire code, for example. The fire marshal, in their review, I think, will have the final say if we have proper access, separation between buildings, and additional parameters as different sites are redeveloped. I think most notably, however, is while the plan depicts potential to reach certain densities, until site plans come in and demonstrate how they are mitigating that density through a transportation plan, particularly a multimodal transportation analysis, it's really through that review at that stage will they have a better sense of whether or not they can actually reach those densities. And I think the plan reflects that in several different ways to set the expectation that as we continue moving forward, that review will occur at the time of the site plan to verify, A, are some of these sites actually maximizing the density, and at the time of the actual submission and the location of their site, plus the context in which they are located, because the MMTA analysis does factor in other surrounding projects that we either know about, are under construction, or already operating. It's really in that review, as we are finding out this year and last year with Penn Place, they will have an impact. And if we feel like those impacts are not mitigated, the proposal will need to be revised.
Thank you. And if I could just ask our attorney, if such a review produced such an unfavorable finding of an SPRC application, there's no legal or reputational risk to the county board concurring and not moving forward with such a building, correct?
Nope, absolutely not.
Thank you.
Important. We're creating no legal obligation to accept something that is not advantageous to the community. Well, by way of perhaps moving us to sort of the other sub-bucket of this bucket to talk a little bit about engagement, Ms. Thornton, actually, her remarks about her engagement in Pentagon Row, which I think was developed under a site plan amendment in 1998, were fantastic. She was describing, I think, what it felt like to be engaged in that site planning process for Pentagon Row and how neighbors participated in it and how they were notified. And so I know that there has been a great deal of discussion about standards of engagement at the sector plan level, but I think it might help all of us to understand a little bit about what public engagement looks like at the site planning level, because this is a sector plan that will ultimately be flowed to probably over a dozen, if not more, individual site plans, which is often a great opportunity to discuss some of the trade-offs, circulation, all of the things that have been brought up today. So I'm going to ask Mr. Matusek, but we also are fortunate because we have two former Planning Commission chairs with us who I think over their times also chaired many SPRCs. So if there's anything you two would like to add about what the engagement process for an SPRC, a site plan review committee process looks like, who's at the table, how residents are engaged, and so forth. So whomever would like to take that first, maybe we could give Mr. Matusek a break and go to Mr. Lantelmi and Ms. Siegel.
Sure, thank you. Again, Jim Lantelmi for the record. When we are contacted by staff to start chairing a site plan review committee, the first thing we really do is figure out who should be at the table. We always try to be more inclusive rather than exclusive. Certainly, the civic association that the site is in, plus surrounding civic associations, plus any condos that are near, condo association, homeowner associations that are nearby. If there's a bid, they will be notified. Even if they're not at the table, they will be notified. And we often will notify people who are not necessarily at the table to know that this is going to be going on. And that is usually pretty much the very first thing we're really trying to do is who needs to be here. Jane, do you have anything?
Yes, thank you. That's just a wonderful question and a difficult process. The county has partners in advertising and getting information back, and the civic associations really are the first line of defense. This is not to challenge anything that Jim has just told you. That is the process. But beyond that, we do look for civic associations to weigh in. And often, as you know, county board members go to meetings, entertain questions. Beyond that, we do have kind of informal representation by commission members from different areas of the county. So I live in the Arlington Ridge neighborhood. I was not aware that the River House issue was a hot issue until recently. The members can informally, is what I really want to say, informally reach out to people you just know because you meet them when you go to the grocery store, you walk down the hill, you walk your dog. I would just like to add that there have been, in all areas of the county, to my knowledge, difficulty in getting into or having this sort of back channel or, well, call it a back channel way into apartment buildings. We have relied on the developers to talk to the building managers, and they have a different view. Their view is keep everything peaceful and cool. I know that at Met Park, I can't speak about River House, but at Met Park, we asked again and again and again, could the Civic Association bring a table into the lobby once a week, once every other week, and wave a sign saying, we're a Civic Association, we would love to have more participation. I just kind of wanted to put that on the table. So we do have the formal outreach and then the sort of informal chain of people talking to people.
And I did neglect to mention various of the county's commissions also are at the table. Parks and Rec, Transportation, Housing, Neighborhood Conservation, Pedestrian Advisory, Bicycle Advisory. They all can participate. A number of them are specifically, we try to really bring them in because it might be highly relevant that they have their expertise or their comments, their questions for that particular site.
Yeah, thank you. And Mr. Matuzik, anything to add? I know it's not uncommon, for example, for planning staff to work with SPRC members to lead walking tours or have more open-ended feedback opportunities. I know it's not uncommon at all for a developer to take their plan directly to a civic association. So I think it may have been Ms. Thornton or others who recall developers coming to visit the civic association in the past. I think it's generally been part of a site plan review process. But Mr. Matuzik, anything to add there?
Yeah, absolutely. Just to build on what we heard, there is a more localized, surgical, if you will, approach to identifying who should have a seat at the table, if you will, when specific applications are received. So I think there is a different level of customization that happens at that stage where folks have a much more hands-on approach. But I think to step back a little bit, I think we have to acknowledge that we can always do better in our outreach. I would like to acknowledge that there is a countywide effort to really work beyond just the civic association partnership that we have and really reach all of the multifamily buildings, whether they be rental or condo, because it's really, I think, through that collaboration and level of support that is a very much two-way street there that I think we can reach the level of audience that we always strive for. Clearly, that didn't happen in this process, given how many folks are indicating they've heard about this very late in the stage, which is unfortunate. A lot of the modeling and images depicting River House and its various ways in which it could redevelop, they were starting to be shown publicly as early as April of last year, not just in our focus group meeting, but in one of those broader public workshops. And I feel like if more people, I think, were tuning in at that stage and following us more closely, some of the questions that we heard tonight and concerns probably would have been addressed at that point. But going back to, I think, what our main goal is countywide, we do really want to establish a point of contact in all the multifamily buildings across the county. We've made a lot of strides in doing that. But I think as that begins to take place, we really want to keep working with the civic associations, which I think share some of that challenge as well in their outreach when they're putting out their newsletters and other announcements for their meetings. So it's something that we're going to continue to welcome all ideas and suggestions on to make sure we can improve that process moving forward, particularly when we continue to rely on the more electronic and virtual environment right now.
Thank you. And, I'll take the opportunity before I turn it over to Ms. Garvey on engagement about that point about the multifamily building context to just say as a point, I think all of us are going to be very interested in following up with JBG Smith about some of the things we've heard with regard to taking down comments posted on the listserv about coming out to events like this. I know there's a sort of a chain between the development arm and the property management arm, but I think that is certainly working at cross purposes with where we're trying to go as a county and where the community is trying to go. So I think that is something we're all going to be very interested in following up on. So Ms. Garvey.
Absolutely. Yeah, no, there's always challenges with communications. And, we put forth such an effort with COVID and with the complete count. We sort of had different techniques, and maybe we want to look at some of those too, just sort of out of the box thinking on how we reach people to make sure we get in touch with them. I wonder if it would be helpful perhaps for Mr. Lantalamy or Ms. Siegel to describe a little bit, sort of specifically, what you look at in a site plan review committee. Because you've talked about the process of getting people in, but so what actually is the work of the site plan? Do they look at pictures? Do they look at, what do they do?
We look at everything. We look at height and massing. We look at zoning. We look at transportation, which includes parking, pickup and drop off, access to public transportation, bicycle elements. Transportation is very comprehensive. We do, of course, make sure that we look at the design of the building. What does it look like? How tall is it? How does it affect its surroundings? All of those are included. Parks and Rec, what sort of open space is it going to provide? What sort of, what greenery can it put anywhere? We look at sustainability. Will it have, is it going to have gas piped in, or is it going to be all electric? Solar panels, what energy efficiency does it have? We look at biophilia, what sort of elements, natural elements are going to be incorporated into the site. Is there bird-friendly glass on the lower levels? My gosh, what else am I missing? Like I said, it is everything.
Comprehensive. I would just add that I heard a number of comments about the green ribbon. And I think there's a lot of confusion as to what it actually is and does. When you get to the site plan, and even I think PDSP, Mr. Matusak, can correct me if it's incorrect, you will get a very clear look at where that green ribbon goes. In fact, at site plan, a developer can say, well, you've recommended 60 feet wide green ribbon, which is it's not for cars, just for people, and we think bikes. We can't do 60 feet because of the grade change. We can do 50 feet.
What are they going to do?
And at that point,
they have to go through all the talks and questions.
Mr. D'Amato, could we trouble you to mute yourself? Thanks, sir.
At that point, everyone at the SPRC, even people not sitting at the table in the conversation, but the public, can ask questions. Does this ribbon go to the east? Does it go to the west? The SPRC will focus on some of the issues that I think were troubling people and where we didn't see consensus even in some of the criticism.
Right. We get down to the level of how many trees are going to be along the sidewalks and what kind of trees are they going to be? What other greenery are we going to be having there? What sort of bump out is going to be on the curb? what the delivery, where is the loading dock going to be, and how many trucks are going to go into it, and how wide is it going to be, where the garage entrance is going to be, how many cars are going to be parked in that building, and are they going to have EV chargers in there, and how many if so. Affordable units, how many affordable units will they be on site, what is it going to be a contribution. We go through all of these type of things. How welcoming is it going to be to the general public? Are we going to have public easements on open spaces? So it really is highly detailed in just so many, just about really every aspect of that project is under the microscope when it comes to the SPRC.
And projects get shaped at SPRC.
Yes, so that was my next question, because people are concerned about where the green ribbon goes. It could get changed in the SPRC, right?
Absolutely.
That can be, it is.
And it does. It will.
And it will be changed, Okay,
Emphatic
thank you.
responses all around. Thank you so much, Ms. Kirby, for engaging in that line of questioning. I think also possibly some of that discussion explains why it's really hard to do that for more than a dozen sites at a time at a sector planning level because of the granularity. Mr. Carantonis, questions on process, things to add there?
That was just for the process right now. So in the testimony we heard on River House, it is an unusual situation that you have so many neighbors that are condominium associations, so that there are consistently mostly condominium associations. So, this is a flag that, I was on the board of a condominium association, so I would expect some call and outreach. So how was the outreach with this specific type of neighbor?
And to clarify, I think that was a question for Mr. Matuzek.
Yes.
Yeah.
So is it part of our standard repertoire when we do a sector plan to focus on sometimes on this kind of clustering of specific type of a class of neighbors that we would pull in?
Yeah, I think where the customization, if you will, occurred is really when this would be fall of 2020. We just got past the community kickoff, which was very well attended. We had, well over 100 people and great breakout group discussions. But knowing that several very important public workshops were still ahead, a few more later that year and several others in early 2021, we really thought about how do we continue to spread the word out and not just rely on the typical resources. And it was at that time where a number of posters were located, not just in the study area, but just outside of it, even in Crystal City, along public right-of-way, streetways, public parks, areas where we knew, I think, folks tend to congregate, and really just increase the visibility there. And I think we were very strategic in terms of placing a lot of them along the River House property to make sure as folks were entering or exiting had a chance to see that. It is unfortunate that it seems like the strategy worked, but because of the naming and I guess the historical understanding of where certain lines were either drawn or understood, folks may have ignored that message and presumed that River House was not included in the analysis.
Thank you.
All right, other questions on this topic of engagement before we start to move into the substance of the plan? Mr. DeFranti, to you.
Very succinctly, I want to follow up on the concerns about the June. Two speakers mentioned June as the time when they learned about the River House inclusion, or July, and I want to follow up then. But I also, just to be as clear as I can, we got to find a way for renters. In the case of River House, we had probably 95 people speak, and 20 or so, or maybe 25 from River House. So I want renters to be contacted in this one. It's a non-negotiable for me as we go on a site plan. Is that something that's possible, Mr. Matuzek?
Yeah, one of the things that certainly I think stood out is our ongoing progress that has to continue to be made with the property management, the property owner, and knowing that such a large volume of renters exists on the site of that scale. That would certainly be something we would be addressing at the time of any site plan opportunities. And I think, as was mentioned earlier in the evening, throughout the county, as site plans come in, we do encourage the developer on their own prior to the public process being initiated to visit with the impacted civic association or the condo board or whoever may be impacted most and start presenting even initial ideas of their project. Those are not prohibited. We encourage them. And I think in some cases we've actually had quite success in terms of the initial feedback and the ways in which that raised awareness, which presents a much better starting point for the site plan review committee process. So that is certainly something we're going to have on our radar, not just for this site, but others in the study area. I think to your other point, in terms of when certain things were made, either made public or became aware, the fact that River House is in our study area was there from the very beginning. Summer of 2020, when the initial documents were put forth and we had our community kickoff in September, I'm not sure how someone could have misinterpreted that. We're clearly delineating the study area boundaries and certainly clarifying and walking people through of what's in and what's out. I think from what I've caught in the public testimony today was really at what point did we know so much density was going to be shown at River House, which is kind of, I guess, accounting and assuming that River House is in the study, but we're not sure exactly what the recommendations are. So if we are taking that next leap in terms of what is the plan going to say, there's a reason why I think it took until April of last year, so 10 months ago now, until we started to depict potential modeling on River House and other sites. It wasn't that River House was somehow behind schedule and we were somehow delaying what we were depicting on that site. It was because of the very strategic and logical progression that the study took from the very beginning. We began in late 2020 by establishing planning principles, which were guiding forces throughout the entire process and will continue to serve a purpose at the Site Plan Review Committee. Once those were established, we started to look at the public realm improvements throughout the study area, including River House, and trying to figure out where did it make sense to really focus our connectivity. We wanted to make sure we implemented that vision from the livability initiative and make sure some of these mega blocks had a more convenient way to allow people to access the metro station, access existing and future planned open spaces, or even new ones that we would create through the sector plan. And only after I think that work became somewhat solidified after feedback, and we kind of started to develop this green ribbon network, of which there were 3 or 4 other opportunities and scenarios that we ultimately moved away from. Only after that carving out of each property that we started to establish what some potential development opportunities might be. We didn't quite have the exact numbers associated with those figures, but I would like to share one screenshot from an April public workshop, which was depicting kind of a bird's eye view. This is looking northwest of the study area, but these images were shown at the April public workshop and focus group meeting, depicting just one way in which redevelopment could start to frame those public realm improvements. You can already see here at that time, the realigned Joy Street, creating the expansion of Virginia Highlands Park, the green ribbon that continues to cut across and all the way to Lynn Street, as well as other opportunities at the super blocks here, the TSA site, and Fashion Center. So this information was already there from April moving forward throughout the study. And it is true, it wasn't until about June, July, where I think specific numbers were associated with that growth, so we can get a better sense of just what the totality of that might be. And I think as the plan continued to evolve in the fall of last year, that information became more and more redefined as we reacted to feedback on the drafts.
Thank you, that's helpful.
Yeah, appreciate that. All right, let's go ahead and move into some of the specifics. I think it makes sense to start with the plan-wide and then drill down a little bit into some of those River House specific questions. But broadly, I think we have some good questions throughout about open space, trees and parks, other public facilities, transportation, and then housing. So perhaps we could just march through those to talk about open space, trees and parks. I can get us started with a question. The 10 acres of new green space is sort of the marquee headline, right? That's envisioned on page 10. Is that net new acres of green space relative to the current space, or the idea is when fully built out, there will be 10 acres of green space throughout the sector area?
It is the latter. I think when we say new, that directly responds to publicly accessible and improved and activated spaces. Many of them are not even landscaped today. Some of them are existing parking lots, but there are several portions which are landscaped, privately owned, and unimproved or unprogrammed, which really don't lend themselves to a lot of usability and represent missed opportunities.
Okay.
So that it will be the latter definition you just mentioned.
Got it. Okay. So, so the 10 acres of new green space is both currently privately owned with varying levels of accessibility converted to publicly accessible, in addition to any new county facilities.
Correct. Portions of that number represent sites that are currently, or portions of sites that have pavement or are not landscaped at all. So it wouldn't be just a public access aspect of this, but also making sure that we were dealing with pervious parcels, either parks or plazas. And for all the numbers that you just mentioned, with the exception of the Virginia Highlands Park expansion, the new parks and plazas would also be redesigned at the time of the site plan review committee through their park master planning effort. So if and when portions of sites that have a park called for in the sector plan, that parallel process would be initiated, much so like it is right now with Penn Place, when we would be looking at the site plan development, but also the park development, and they would all be coming together for a single county board action.
So that's great. And if colleagues will indulge me, I want to follow up on that because I do think this has been a subject of real misunderstanding, particularly with Grace Hopper Park. I think there's maybe a perception out there that the idea that there'll be a master planning process is code for that park is going to be paved over. And I understand, I know, in fact, from having participated in some of these parks master planning processes, that that is not the case. So can you talk to us a little bit about when we say an area would be added to or part of a master planning process, help us give some assurance that that does not mean paving over or relocating a park, that it is in fact about growing that park, and maybe a little more about what people could expect from that kind of park master planning process.
Absolutely. So one of the things that the sector plan identifies, and it does so through narrative, through some illustrations, even watercolor images to kind of really try to highlight what the vision really is trying to accomplish here, because in many times when there's so many different layers involved, it's kind of difficult to just visualize. And in that particular instance, we're dealing with a private property that has a public access easement today, the Grace Hopper Park. That certainly provides some usage. It is more of a passive area, but with additional growth, and I think some of the programming needs that exist in that area, it could be so much more. The sector plan does two things. It initially sets the stage for the realignment of South Joyce Street as it expands the Virginia Highlands Park. And at the time of that site plan redevelopment, we would have a better sense of exactly how Joyce Street is beginning to reconnect to its existing connection with 15th as well. That could be somewhere through the Grace Hopper Park. It could be along its edges, but it will most likely include some improvements as we figure out exactly what is the best alignment for that roadway. As it's currently depicted in the sector plan, it relies on an existing signalized intersection that would really help improve some of the safety and operations in that area. If that were to happen, you would essentially be bifurcating that space into two different areas. And as that happens, we would anticipate some initial improvements with that first realigned portion of it, of South Joyce, but more importantly, the space that becomes dedicated to the county, giving us full control, not just a public access easement, that would be subject to a subsequent park master planning effort associated with the Virginia Highlands Park. And that becomes something critical because we do recognize that there may be many different priorities and needs that have to be met. We want to make sure we have as much land to work with when that park master planning begins. There is a pavilion depicted in the sector plan as an idea, something to consider further through that park master plan. It may not be the use that ends up being selected until those stakeholders can sit down, understand what needs to be in the scope of that effort, and have the right process, I think, be initiated. We won't know exactly what is the best use of that space, other than that it can help contribute to meeting all the different needs.
That's great. And I think I'm mindful of so many of the comments we heard about how people love and use green space in the community, whether it's walking a dog or playing with your children or bird watching or seeing foxes. And so I think that I know we have seen so many of our parks master planning exercises are about balancing all of those different desires within the community, and having more space, more green space to Virginia Highlands Park and Grace Hopper Park is really going to increase our ability to entertain more of and create more balance among those many different interests and uses for our green space in this area. Matt, over to you, or Mr. DeFranchi.
No worries.
Wheels are coming off the way.
So I don't want to belabor. I think that helps me on the parks. The Aurora Highlands, there's an open space discussion for the conclusion that I think, but on trees and related to this, slides 31 and 32 I drove over and looked at some of the trees that are sort of on the part of my, on the closest to 395 section, which is the 2 acres that's depicted on slides 31 and 32. And it's my impression that this is not, that is where there are some taller trees. Perhaps they were planted in 1976 when this was started, but that's not a contract to say every foot of that 2 acres is going to be preserved for trees, but it is a planning tool so that that is the anticipated outcome. Is that, have I described it accurately? Because the pictures are helpful, and we have learned as a community how much 1 or 2 trees can be so important in terms of an older tree is so much more benefits than a new sapling that we would replant. So can you sort of help me through that a little bit, sort of what the planning framework is? It's not like a contract, but it is a full intention that we would be trying to preserve those 2 acres and the trees therein. Is that fair?
Certainly, and I'll see if I can do a good job of that. First, I think it's important to note that there was always an expectation in the sector plan that certain areas of River House will be preserved, given what their current contribution is to the quality of life. As I think some feedback began to be submitted in the fall of last year, I remember actually having a site visit to that area, particularly where Lynn Street intersects with 15th Street. Even met some of the condo owners there who ended up sending me a lot of images of what their views are through their balconies onto the River House site. And really, I think stemming from those conversations, we decided to add additional language that directly responded to what the zone of approximately 60 feet on the western edge of River House and up to 40 feet on the southern edge of River House should be, to make sure we're very explicit, so that if in the future other folks are trying to interpret the sector plan, there wouldn't be as much ambiguity about what this meant or what our drawings were trying to depict. What I wanted to do, and let me see if I can just share this, is really overlay the sector plan on top of the existing River House site. So right now we're looking at the existing tree canopy that's on that site today. This is shown in that green color. You can see the existing buildings. The gray here is the parking lots. So all the paved areas throughout the River House site. We are cutting off some open space near Army Navy, but I think everything else will speak for itself. So if you just isolate this site and look at the tree canopy that's there today, some things that I really feel could be beneficial to the conversation include initially the preservation of the existing 3 buildings, which from a building code perspective and other requirements immediately prohibits some development happening in those general zones because of how close they would be to the existing buildings. Beyond just those 3 structures, if you look at where we are calling for the expansion of Virginia Highlands Park along Joy Street, combined with the tree preservation along the western edge and the southern edge, we are left with less and less of the site that can be redeveloped. On top of that, we are calling for an expanded 1-acre park right across from West Post, formerly known as Pentagon Row. And on top of that, we have the entire Green Ribbon network that spans the entire site, connecting multiple north-south and east-west connections. Now, what's really important here is that if you look at the in-between areas that have not been identified yet by these various polygons, this is where redevelopment could happen, as long as it meets all the other requirements that are in the sector plan. So what I wanted to do is take any one of these, for example, where you have a lot of extensive parking lot areas, and look at the actual requirements that exist in the sector plan, where in those site areas, the kind of areas of disturbance, if you will, as projects come in, we have very specific requirements that speak to how much of that area that's being built in itself, separate from everything else in the property, has to have some tree canopy and vegetation. And the numbers you see here are representative of the entire study area. But what we've done, if you look on the bottom, we've actually bumped those figures up by 5% if we're dealing with the River House property, because we want to stay close to, if not exceed, their current tree canopy. So these numbers actually represent 20% for tree canopy, and when considering additional vegetation, add up to 30% on the River House site. And that's really important because those 20 and 30% figures are applying to the areas where development is potential, not the areas that we are preserving or already dedicating to the county for a public park space. Some tree canopy could be added and accounted for if we are meeting those larger preservation goals for the entirety of Pentagon City. But this is really, I think, the layering that's involved with respect to River House and how we're trying to, through different mechanisms, identify the prioritization of the existing tree canopy.
Thank you. That really helps for me. I'm good on that topic.
Please, Mr. Karantonis.
Quick question, Mr. Matusek, relevant and close to there. There is this 2-acre north parcel, so the green space that is just adjacent to Prospect Hill Park, which has also kind of a tough topography, if I'm not mistaken. So this wouldn't count to the tree canopy goal because it wasn't included in your map here.
Yeah, I can share another slide here, which this is from the supplemental staff report that speaks to the larger 1-acre space here across from Pentagon Road. But yeah, this park, which was cut off from the other image, is still in the sector plan. And it does include the green ribbon kind of entering into this space. Yeah. Again, it is an expansion of existing, I think, landscaped areas and some amenity spaces. Some of it, there's a slither here that is already within county right-of-way. But that is something that would need to be reconfigured as we start to see how the applicant, the property owner, begins to respond to the regulations in the sector plan. There is language that speaks to achieving some greater tree canopy requirements in which these areas can help contribute, but they're within the site-specific boundaries of where redevelopment is proposed. Those do have to meet the other figures that I had on the screen.
Okay, thank you.
Excellent, thank you. And this is, I think, a very good transition, although we'll maybe get there in a second, to just the specifics on River House. The only thing that I'm not sure was teased out, I think you intimated it, Mr. Matusek, when you were saying sort of current. We have a GIS mapping that gives us the capacity to understand about how much of the current site is tree canopy, and I've heard some different numbers bandied about today. So could you give us a rough sense of what the current tree canopy is of the whole of the River House campus from our GIS?
Our estimates are roughly about 1/3, 33%, 35%.
Okay, 33% to 35%. And so when you were saying the plan calling for an absolute floor of 30% tree and vegetation cover on River House, that's to keep it roughly at par with where it is currently.
Either on par, if not to exceed it, if development is focusing on the surface parking lot areas and not other parts of the site.
Great, thank you. I think that's
so.
Really
if I could ask a question, and please, folks in the audience, I'm going to ask for a point of personal privilege. No one, when they disagreed with things that were misrepresented or misasserted, did anything in terms of body language or raising signs to say lies. We appreciate that you may disagree with perspectives that are aired, but let's have the same showing of respect that everyone else was afforded. If I could ask with my question, I thought, Mr. Matusek, the essential point for River Place was, in existing to the preservation efforts, what we were looking at is not only a rough targeting of a 30% an absolute floor of 30% that we're looking to see from new proposals, but that would actually have to be delivered with each disturbance proposal. So no one would be able to kick the can down the road to try and minimize that requirement in one phase and put it off for a future phase, so that there's a little bit of certainty that it's delivered as we go forward, so that we don't end up in a place where we have to make compromises later on. Is that correct?
That's correct. These are all minimums. There is language on some sites where if tree canopy, let's say on the Fashion Center site where you have significant low levels of tree canopy, if we're dealing with a specific phase that perhaps is just short of the minimum, somewhere else on the site, additional trees can be planted to help us achieve that greater vision. So I think we have that flexibility built in as long as it actually remains on the site and is still delivered at the time of that initial project.
Thank you.
Excellent, thanks. I think given the hour and the fact that these are naturally going to flow into one another, I'm going to merge my buckets and just suggest as we talk about these issues plan-wide, we should certainly feel free to get into the specifics with regard to River House. Should we talk, are there other questions about tree canopy and green space? No? Okay. Let me just make sure I've got all of mine answered there. I think I have. Thank you. So let's talk maybe for a minute about transportation, which includes traffic, bike and ped, circulation and parking on the River House site. To start with one question I have, we'd heard from a couple people concerned that the 15th Street with regard to the green ribbon visualized, I think if I'm characterizing it correctly, basically it's a conversion of vehicular access on 15th Street to ped only. Could you help us understand what the green ribbon actually does with regard to 15th Street?
Certainly, I can start, and then if other staff that are on the call want to contribute at all beyond what I say is definitely welcome. But I want to bring up an image of the green ribbon, if you spare me 1 second, there we go. I think we should do it. So what we're focusing on is this arrow here that depicts a general location for the alignment of the green ribbon. And again, in our legends, in other language in the sector plan, these arrows are meant to be flexible. We know that we have not done specific engineering plans for every single phase of development. As was mentioned earlier, that's going to come at the Site Plan Review Committee. And there is a design menu and variety of cross.
Oh no, you got muted.
Mr. Matusek, you're muted.
Oh, no, I think he was muted.
You guys that are muted. So someone up here needs to get it.
Mr. Matusek, you're on mute.
I think we're also on mute.
Oh.
So we're just in this recursive loop.
Hey, Matt, I think you're on mute.
Oh my God, I solved everything. What I wanted to highlight is the connection that's made to the green ribbon as it relates to 15th Street and Lynn would not be aligning exactly where the current, I think, traffic volumes are, accessing the parking and the other amenities for the building here. We recognize that obviously some improvements have to be made to the landscaping in that area. The property line is just around here, to the left of which JBG Smith owns. So if and when redevelopment was envisioned there, and we would have the opportunity to have the green ribbon be materialized, we would be looking at some of these portions to help improve those connections so as to avoid any potential conflicts. So I think when we look at the actual map, which I just had on earlier, where that green ribbon arrow is simply depicting where the endpoint might be, it's not to suggest that we're going to be removing paved areas and removing vehicular access. We know that's required, necessary, and needs to be separated from the green ribbon for purposes of safety and convenience, and also to make up for that steep topography change that exists there. This would likely be engineered at the time of the site plan, at which point we would have a better sense of alternatives and options that might be available to us that the property owner is willing to install as part of their community benefits package.
I'm certainly not going to propose any amendments to this plan. Oh, we're muted still, I think. Great. Are we good? Mr. Matusek, can you hear me? Yes?
Yes.
Okay, good. I'm not going to propose wordsmithing any amendments to this from the dais, God knows, but can you envision it being appropriate to add, for example, a footnote to specify a recognition that vehicular access is required to be maintained on 15th Street and that the green ribbon should be placed in a way that is non-competitive with that, just given the concern it's the current renderings are providing to people in the community, perhaps having a notation in the plan itself assuring that that is not the intent and in fact would not be acceptable, might give some comfort.
I think that sounds more than reasonable.
Okay, great. Thank you. Other transportation questions, circulations? Mr. Dorsey. Vestigial? Mr. Carantonis.
We have talked about this before, and it's not in the River House area. So it's the 12th Street and the dedicated bike lane or a protected bike lane. I can still not reconcile the idea that such a central axis, it's really a real connector, people connector, transit connector, that we are not going to satisfy the needs of a critical model here. So why is that? Is it mostly the conflict with Transitway, or are there other considerations as well?
To help answer that, I'm going to rely on our staff from DES, either Dan Marloff or Dennis Leach.
Hi, sure. Dan Maloff, I hope you can hear me. I'm happy to answer that question. Pleasure to be here this evening and all day. Basically, what we have on 12th Street is a situation where there's very limited right-of-way, and there are a lot of demands, not just the Transitway, although the Transitway is the priority one at that location. But basically, we need the full width of the street in order to make the Transitway work. And so that means it's not just the Transitway itself with the bus lanes, but also we don't want the Transitway to be blocked by other vehicles that are stopping on the street, pickup, drop off, freight pickup, drop off, cars going through, bikes going through in the general purpose lane. We don't want the Transitway to be blocked. And so in order to have that, we need both a functioning general purpose lane and a functioning curbside that can be used for pickup drop off, possibly, bus stops or other access, things like that. So essentially the issue with the Transitway is that on this one street, there's not enough room for all of those activities unless we were to widen the street, add more lanes, which would have downsides of its own. So we've had a very robust discussion about this at both Transportation Commission, Planning Commission. We, from a staff perspective, would like to provide a facility there. There will be nothing that says bikes can't use the street there in general traffic. But in terms of our priority for planning the street, well, this is the one place where it does have to be the Transitway, and the needs of the Transitway dictate not only the bus lane, but the other lanes of the street as well as the curbside. And that's essentially the problem there.
Okay, thank you. I knew that I wouldn't get where I wanted to go, but I wanted to try it nevertheless. Do you see any possibility in a future site plan, for example, to see improvement there? Is this something we should pursue?
I think it would be very difficult on the section of 12th Street with the Transitway, given the plans that are on the books and that are anticipated. I will say that the fact that we don't think we're able to provide a separated bikeway on 12th Street is why we worked so hard to get them on parallel facilities, why 15th Street that Mr. Matutsek highlighted earlier was, despite a lot of difficulties there as well, frankly, we came down on the decision that we did need to provide a bikeway there. Bikes were a priority on 15th Street, particularly if they were not going to be on 12th, as well as on 11th, where, frankly, there's been some, robust discussion about whether a bikeway can fit on 11th, and we've been very firm that it needs to. So, unfortunately, I have to answer that I don't see a future with a bikeway on 12th, but that's why we're trying really hard to put them in parallel streets.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you for raising that one. Thanks as well to staff for the improvements that have been made, at least to emphasize areas of low stress bicycle networks being of importance to many of us. Okay, if there is a transportation, circulation.
Just big picture, appreciate the traffic impact analysis in the plan. And I know that Maybe if you could speak very briefly, for site plans, traffic impact analysis will come back, correct? I don't know if that's for Mr. Matusik or Mr. Malouf. You get to do a lot of that, perhaps, or help do a lot of that, perhaps, but I was just seeking to confirm. For the site plans, and it looks like.
It's like Dennis would like to.
Yes, I'd be happy to take that. So every PDSP, every individual site plan is required to do an MMTA, a multimodal transportation assessment. So while we did robust transportation analysis for the sector plan, it's not done. Every single filing will be evaluated and looking at possible mitigation.
Thank you, Mr. Leach. Madam Chair, back to you.
Thanks so much. Okay. The only other item I think I have here is just about housing. There was a good question from the Housing Commission that I thought was interesting with regard to whether and to what extent the sector plan speaks to or envisions a change for Claridge House, which has been noted by both the Housing Commission and I think other speakers tonight, is home to 300 affordable housing units for seniors, which is really important. So was that discussed at all in the sector plan and how might it show up here?
It was, and one of the things that we've covered throughout the process was where I think the bulk of the growth was envisioned. In many instances, I think circling back to past studies, either there be the 1997 analysis or the Pentagon City Phase Development Site Plan, where we always wanted to concentrate growth further to the north and start to transition the densities towards the south. What you'll find in the sector plan are several different elements that work in concert with the general land use plan change that's proposed. And maybe if I can just share my screen again. This is the general land use plan as it exists today, and on the right, what's being proposed. What you'll see is that the southern block on which Claridge House is located is essentially left unchanged, partly because of the other structures that exist there, the Dominion substation, and really only in the instance of Claridge House and Regency Care that are located along Fern Street, we've modestly updated the general land use plan to the next GLUB category of high medium. But specifically, we've also in the sector plan noted that the densities that may be permitted there are significantly lower than anywhere else in the study area. And that was a strategic move for a number of reasons. One, the current density on the Claridge House actually exceeds the medium density that's shown in the general land use plan. It's a fairly small site and has over 300 units on it. We wanted to make sure there was at least some more compatibility between what's currently improved and what our vision, as depicted in the general land use plan map, depicts. So beyond that compatibility between the documents and the existing improvements, what we also wanted to do is realize that we're dealing with aging properties. We know at some point they may want to consider some modest improvements, modest expansion, and specifically with respect to the renovations that at some point will be likely extensive, having the opportunity to have modest expansion possible, legally speaking, at least with our adopted plans, presents an opportunity for someone like Claridge House to consider where some small growth could happen as they renovate the existing building and are able to perhaps continue to utilize and continue their operations during that extensive renovation. Okay. So that's always been kind of the mindset in terms of what's happening along Fern Street, where these two particular sites have been called out for modest gains in density, but not so much so to incentivize wholesale redevelopment, as might be the case further north, where the GLUB category is high office apartment hotel and comes with much greater densities.
Really helpful. Thank you for that. I'll note, given the hour, I'm not going to belabor, but I will note that I am somewhat interested. We have a couple of good points, one from Mr. Levengood and then one from Mr. Schick about a desire to see more condos versus apartments, where at least Mr. Schick's point was about preferring owner-rented units in condo buildings to corporate apartments. This has been an ongoing conversation we've had with our housing staff. I'm going to put a pin in that. We, I think, historically been a little limited in our land use tools to incentivize the development of condos versus apartments, but I know this has been a longstanding interest of 22202 neighbors, and so just adding that one for the record that we can follow up on at a less late hour. Mr. Dorsey, other things on housing or?
Yes,
Yes,
thank
please.
you, Madam Chair. Not a question, but a comment, since a number of people addressed the issue of this not being an affordability vehicle and the linkage of that assertion with what they had experienced with their rents. And I just wanted to address that by generally saying the principle by which affordability is talked about in the context of this plan is as it relates to supply. Fundamentally, there are a lot of vagaries to the housing market, but it does operate on supply-demand principles. And to the extent that our housing unaffordability today is driven by more demand than we have supply, increasing the level of supply will adjust prices from what they could be otherwise. So it doesn't mean that prices will go down, but will increase less than they would have otherwise. But more specifically with this plan, there is an affordability component. Anything that is any density that's awarded above a baseline has a requirement that at least 10% of it be delivered in the form of committed affordable units for 30 years. So when people talk about the build out of this plan producing affordable units, it is through that lens, and that calculation, if fully realized, would almost add up to about 75% increase within the study area of what's there right now. So I just wanted to clarify that for people. It's not that more units means prices go down. It just means that they go up less than they would otherwise, all things being equal.
Thank you, Mr. Dorsey. Mr. Karantonis.
Yeah, and just to add a kind of a framing fact, the Route 1 corridor, which includes our sector plan, is the place where only 4% of all 60% AMI units are today, as of the metrics of our Affordable Housing Master Plan indicators of last year. So to give you a comparison, the Rosslyn-Boston corridor has 21%, and my neighborhood, the Columbia Park, is 42%. So this corridor has been delivering, because it's so central, so well with transit, because land is so expensive. This is why rents and why it's so difficult to produce affordable housing in that desired place. So that's one of the. This is why it's so important that this plan delivers actually this 10% requirement as a floor.
As a floor, absolutely. All right. The only other item I had plan-wide was public facilities. Mr. DeFranchi, did you want to talk a little more about that?
Sure. You may have pieces, but Ms. Garcia, Ms. Thornton about her 8-year-old grandson, and Mr. Hall all spoke compellingly about schools and public facilities. And I think in the development framework, it's 1.6 is where I don't have the page number for certain. Maybe Mr. Matusik, you could speak to how we've sought to clearly, and I think there have been some changes. I don't know if it's in the supplemental, but we've sought to clearly identify that schools and public facilities are an early priority that we really would want to get to in the course of this this sector plan. And yet there's some, I want to signal that it's a huge priority from my point of view for the area. But I also know that there's some limitations. We just have to be considerate of that we our form of development, we have to be careful that we can prioritize it, but we cannot quite specifically say we must have this in 3 years, as one of the letters indicated. Can you speak at all to schools, public facilities, how it is a priority, but how we can't be, say we want it in 2 years, 600, or 2 years and 200 days or something?
Certainly, and I'll pull up on the screen here the two references in the sector plan, both from the development framework and the implementation matrix that kind of speak to this more broadly. See if I can maximize this for everybody. There's obviously, I think, a larger umbrella of community facilities, public facilities that are talked about. The evolution of the sector plan allowed us to really elevate the importance of expanded facilities, particularly with respect to the library and the community center, both of which I think even today need to be expanded. They certainly will need to be if we experience further growth moving forward. What we've done is given ourselves multiple ways to achieve this. And it's done in a way that maintains flexibility and has kind of a plan B, if you will, to make sure that if plan A is not as successful, that we don't have to just kind of keep punting that issue down the road. We've elevated the library and community center to a level that qualifies as a community benefit, helping us meet the plan goals. So if some of the near-term developments are able to somehow accommodate those uses in their ground story spaces, perhaps, we are willing to and encourage those property owners to have conversations with us to see how that fits within that other, the overall approach to community benefits. So because they're counting in the same way as affordability, public realm improvements, we think there's a solid chance that at least the conversation can take place. But we do have to find a willing partner whose program and potential development scenario is able to accommodate that and really look at the costs. If it's going to be located on private property, what are the ongoing investments? What is the lease term? There's a lot that goes into that analysis because we have less control if it's not on our property. But should those initial efforts prove unsuccessful, what we've identified is a fallback plan where in the near term, as the plan recommends, Virginia Highlands Park to be master planned and account for that additional 1 acre that we talked about on the western edge of it with Joy Street. That would be the next opportunity where if those initial efforts proved unsuccessful, we would be able to figure out how best to site those uses in the broader conversation of what needs to happen with that park space as we identify potential trade-offs, consider the different other priorities that exist, and continue to meet the needs of the community. With the schools, it becomes slightly a different factor in that we also recognize that a school is going to be needed there. I think once you get to that threshold of conversation, the next question is, well, when do you need one? And I think, as several of the speakers mentioned, staff is completely in alignment with the fact that we don't have the luxury of waiting until, I think, Arlington Public Schools firmly dictates we need one in 5 years. We need to plan for that now. It kind of goes against the grain of how we sometimes typically approach schools. But in this case, with the amount of limited land available and knowing that development is coming and we're in this very incredibly active wave of projects being filed, we really need to find a way to reserve that space now, even if its actual construction improvement may be years away. So I think having something like that with certainty really spells the case for how we are approaching and prioritizing an elementary school in this area. I think some other speakers mentioned other school needs, which again, I think would be subject to further discussions with APS in terms of what is an elementary school in this location mean for other schools, our boundaries, and other levels of education at middle school and high school. So certainly, I think much more engagement that has to happen and continued collaboration between the county and their partner at APS.
Thank you, and I think I appreciate you being careful there because we do have to be ultimately responsive to where schools are. We have to plan, but the student count, it is not for. We work with, but there's some expertise and final statement that would come from the schools. So that works for me, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Garvey.
Yeah, just to pursue this just a little bit more, Mr. Matuzik, thank you for talking about, possibly having a private partner. Obviously, Amazon is already building a high school for us, or for APS, which is great. And I'm a little concerned that I just want to make sure that my understanding is right and get it out there. When we talk about our existing property and the park, Virginia Highlands Park, if we need to put a school there, it doesn't mean we're going to necessarily take parkland, right? We could be building up. We can do parking underground. There's a big parking lot there. I'm worried that people listening to this are going to assume and be out there saying, oh my God, we're losing the park because of schools. And that's not in the plan. And I think there are many ways we can design things to not take any parkland or take very little and actually reconfigure it and make the space work better. Again, we've got big parking lots there that we might be able to use differently. Yeah. Is that a reasonable assumption? I just want to make sure to put words in your mouth, sort of.
Well, I think what you're touching on, I think, is really the deliberate statements that are in the implementation matrix that speak to the need to be collaborative and comprehensive when the park master planning efforts begin, and that we are mindful of recognizing that some space will need to be set aside likely for a new elementary school, and knowing that space then needs to compete with and accommodate all the other uses and programming needs that exist on that space, I think will lend itself incredibly well to that process, because the stakeholders will have that front and center, as opposed to having some type of a school siting effort happen independently, potentially siloed much further down the road, at which point it may very easily begin to conflict with some of the other decisions and recommendations that may have been produced in that park planning process. So we really wanted to really set the scope of it now and set some markers down so that as staff, our partners at APS, and other folks in the county begin to approach that at some point, they recognize the different elements that have to be considered when that process begins.
Right, thank you. So that we think it through and so that we don't end up having to build on the park, we have planned for it ahead of time. I just want to reassure people, because it's one of those things people just get instantly, they leap to bad conclusions.
Well, I just wanted to say, Ms. Garvey, too, I mean, neither of these things are sort of magicking away design challenges. These are things that this community has literal experience in doing. You know, I think a couple of you have referred to the Amazon site, the decision, once we knew that schools had in their CIP that they needed a new home for the community high school, staff was able to rapidly work with a development partner who could identify that space in Amazon. So it is, it's not wishful thinking to imagine that once schools are ready to site a new elementary school, that we can find development partners. We have done that, and we can do it again in the future. And then to your point too, about co-locating schools with other facilities, we have had we have been down this exact road, and if I may say, I think it ended really well with the new elementary school at Thomas Jefferson. The concern there was nearly identical, which was the notion that this was a beloved senior center, a gym site, a park, fields. There was an elementary school already on that site, or a middle school already on that site, and a great deal of worry that siting another school there would lead to a reduction in park space. It led to an increase in park space, actually, as a result of building that school and using that surface lot for structured parking, adding more park space. There are fabulous benefits to the existing uses. There is a great plaza now associated with that elementary school that is home to areas for receptions before people go in to use the theater in the middle school. And so it is not, it's not magical thinking to essentially to emphatically add to the point that you were making. We have experience in doing both Plan A and both Plan B in ways that generally do improve the livability as we site schools.
Thank you. I do indulge in magical thinking sometimes, but in this case, I'm not. Thank you.
Thank you. All right.
But the plan recognizes the need. So the question is where and how and when.
And when.
And this is one of the nice sectors where you have more opportunities outside the sector plan as well. They're actually in walkable distance. So that's
right.
an additional assurance that this is not magical thing.
All right. Thank you so much. So I think in my buckets, the last remaining thing to talk about so far is heights and density at River House. So I want to add some time for us to explore that, and then anything else we've missed. Mr. Diffrin, you want to take the first crack at this one?
That's exactly where I was thinking, and just to sort of see if we can start out, I think it's slide 30 and page 49 of the staff report. Probably if we could pull up slide 30. I just want to make sure that I'm understanding the supplemental, which indicated we had some testimony that said you're not listening to us on the height, and then we also had testimony that said the fact that you changed this so recently is a problem, and those two pieces of testimony are in tension, I guess I would say. So on the height, there was a supplemental. We went. And it's 250. If you could, I just want to make sure, because I drove over and I want to make sure I understand. We got I love this slide, and color coding is good for me. But the non-color coded are now limited to 250 below where the green ribbon goes across. Or can you just explain how the supplemental works with this slide, the limitation from 350 to 250? That would be helpful for me.
Absolutely. And I'm glad you brought this up, because I recall several speakers, I think, were beginning to confuse the 250-foot dimension that we just recently added with, I think, the content that's from this slide, and represents the version that we, I think, initially posted in November of last year. What this attempts to do is give a sense of the varied building heights maximums that are permitted in the sector plan, And it really achieves several different things. There's obviously a intentional transition zone as the River House property nears its western and southern edges, beyond which I think we have significantly lower densities in residential neighborhoods. But there's also, I think, a more strategic effort to kind of vary the skyline there. If you compare this to the discussion we're having and had last year with Crystal City, and the original purpose behind that sector plan is to kind of vary the skyline, but strategically and meaningfully. This was kind of the same application of thought here with the River House property, giving its very long north-south orientation. And you can see here that in the yellow zones furthest to the south, there's a specific limitation of 3 to 4 stories, ranging up to 5 within specific zones. In the next zone, if you will, to the north, depicted in the orange color, there's a height restriction of 8 stories. The building that's depicted here, and again, this is just one way the sector plan could be interpreted. This is not a required location for buildings. But in this building, which is located outside of these orange zones, that height is corresponding to the final bullet that you see on the screen, which is, let me make sure I point to it, this building here corresponds to the final bullet, which addresses buildings that cannot exceed the current Ashley building height. So we wanted to make sure that that language was in there. So essentially, the potential building locations south of the green ribbon, which you can see cutting across the site here, have been addressed since November, and there are no plan changes there. In November, we've also already talked about setting additional restrictions along the entire western edge along Lynn Street. We already have a lot of topography which can play directly into how the buildings begin to step down and not begin to compete with the existing heights of the River House buildings today. So in this zone, if potential buildings were located there, the height restrictions would be from 10 to 12 stories, which is that blue area you see here. And as you mentioned, there are some portions of the River House property at the time and through January of this year that were not further restricted in height, meaning that they had access to the same densities and heights that other parts of the study area have, which is 350 feet. So we particularly started to focus on these two potential building footprints, which I think were also subject to previous River House applications in the years back. And what ended up happening through consistent feedback we've heard really over the last several weeks, but I think most pronounced at the Monday listening session, is that there was a perception that potential buildings here would really create a wall and further reduce, I think, shadows and light, light and air into the rest of the property. So we wanted to figure out, is there a way, even at this late stage, to address those comments, but do so without really impacting other properties, without significantly contradicting or undermining the ultimate goals of the sector plan, and maybe in the process expand open space so that we're kind of beginning to differ the scale balance of proportionality between open space and density. So that relationship, I think, was more reinforced. And I think these two portions of the River House really became the primary candidates where we could depress the heights further at 250 feet. That is something in the lower 20, 22, 23 story range, which would be just slightly over the 16, 17 story buildings that we have today. So that helps us with this varied skyline, but it isn't a number that we've kind of just, plucked out of thin air. It's really informed by the economic analysis that took place with our consultant team, which we actually have in the back of the sector plan in the appendix, but also through multiple conversations with our focus group, where the analysis indicated that on many of these sites, the feasibility was really, I think, reaching a sweet spot, if you will, in the lower 20, 23-story range of buildings, beyond which going any taller did not present enough of an incentive for development to occur, despite the additional views that it would benefit from because of the added parking requirements and cost of construction. So we knew that really beyond 250 feet, the economic analysis, at least in this case, may not really prove beneficial and really helped us further support this 250-foot limit. So what ended up happening since November, we introduced the Western and Southern Area Tree Preservation Guidance. That's depicted in that, as I just mentioned, restrict the height to 250 feet for those parts of River House that were not previously talked about in terms of height restrictions, and then expand the open space that was originally called for here so that it's actually 1 acre instead of half acre, and has a more direct relationship to that existing forest line that's along Lynn Street.
Thank you. That was very helpful. And it turns out sometimes you ask a question and you get a good full answer, and I'm done. So with
That's
that
great.
part of it.
I want to be make sure I'm especially clear. So it's 250 feet. That was a really helpful answer about how we were able to address that desire from that was heard so clearly from the public comment in the final version proposed. 17 stories that you described for the unplanned areas, that is also the tallest that any building will get, or there's some relationship between the 250 feet and higher than 17 stories?
Well, it's a up to, so it's a maximum building height. And again, until we see an actual application from the property owner, it's unclear exactly where they may end
How
up.
may they configure their stories?
Right.
Got it.
It does, however, have, because I think I may have heard a question from the Housing Commission member about what is the relationship of that adjustment at this late stage to the affordable housing calculations that we have either anticipated or forecasted in the plan. It would, as a consequence, reduce the amount of affordable housing we can expect to gain through River House property redevelopment. But I don't think at a significant level where we felt that it was inappropriate. I think the amount of things that this late change, I think, accomplishes and solves for is something that we can certainly justify and support, even if it ultimately gains us a slightly lower committed affordable unit count.
Yeah. Wow, that gives me a flashback to an issue we heard 6 weeks ago. Oh, no, this morning. That was this morning that we heard that issue with the same tension. Okay, great. Mr. Karantonis.
It was 6 weeks ago. Felt 6 weeks. Mr. Matusek, the height limits in the addendum, and in the additional board report, do they have any impact on the idea of sculpting the place, of creating buildings later that are more diverse in their heights, mass, orientation, etc., so that they adapt better to the an urban form that's more enticing and interesting. And sometimes you want to have some leeway so that you can have a higher building, a lower building, so that it breaks and it's not so, it doesn't present itself like a uniform mass.
Yeah, I think there's several ways to answer that. If I'm just speaking to the intent in the sector plan, it does try to encourage a certain, I think, general form of buildings that have a clear separation of a podium and a tower, kind of a lower and upper portion of the building, specific guidance in terms of how that relationship exists, the kind of step backs and reduction in the building footprint as it gets taller are talked about. The variation in facades and architecture are also addressed. And I think the heights and densities that you see here are really, I think, encouraging concrete construction for many of these buildings, which, while clearly I think is more expensive, it is also more durable. Buildings that are constructed that way, I think, do last longer. We want them to have a longer lifespan as the Pentagon City redevelops. And in many cases, as the buildings do reach a certain height, certainly upwards of 12, 14, 16 stories, it does present much more opportunities for better articulation and really flexibility in design. I think when you're dealing with wood frame construction that generally doesn't exceed 6 to 7 stories, we are fairly limited in terms of the architecture we can see, the type of reactions to the building form and transitions that happen. So where we could, I think we've tried to set the stage for that and be very mindful of how it may be interpreted by development community, and try to have some guidance in our design guidelines, specifically when speaking to the site standards and lot coverage of certain things that have to be accommodated, but still within reason and still with some flexibility that allows the site plan review committee later on have a better sense of verifying if, in fact, the sector plan has been met.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much for that. Okay, I'm going to turn now to Mr. Dorsey with a motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I move that the county board adopt the 5 elements associated with the Pentagon City Planning Study. They are to adopt a resolution to adopt the Pentagon City Sector Plan, a resolution to amend the General Land Use Plan, map, Public Facilities Map, and booklet, a resolution to amend the Master Transportation Plan, map, and an ordinance to amend the Arlington County Zoning Ordinance, Section 6.5, covering RA 615 multi-family dwelling districts, Section 7.12, CO 2.5 mixed-use districts, and Section 9 special planning area regulations, as detailed in the board report dated February 4th, 2022. And that we 5, adopt further refinements through text amendments and edits to the framework map as identified in the supplemental report dated February 11th, 2022.
Is there a second? Seconded by Ms. Garvey. Okay, Mr. Dorsey, would you care to speak to your motion?
Yes, I will. You know, it's interesting. I came into today hoping to find some solution of bridging what was a clear divide between many people who came to speak on this issue and trying to figure out if deferral, some other level of process could somehow bridge the gap. And after the testimony today, and I'd like to thank everyone who not only came to say their piece, but stuck with it as they had to wait many hours to do so, it became pretty clear to me that we're not really going to get to a level where this particular product, this plan, is going to be improved because there's a fundamental disconnect. The people who are opposed don't want more people on this site. And there's guidance from various stakeholders as well as our planning team that this site could accommodate it, and it sets the conditions under which that should occur, and that fits within our normal process to evaluate on a very site-specific, project-specific basis whether or not the proposals are consistent with our plans. So, you know, much of what people are looking for, the specificity, the data, the ability to understand impacts and mitigations and effects, those can't come at this point. There's nothing we can do to this product to actually meet those needs. And that can only come when we get to that site plan and PDSP specific level. So as much as I would have loved to have been able to get greater consensus on this plan, seems like we would spin over and over again, meeting after meeting, with this whole idea of people not wanting this level of density and never being willing to accept that. And the other professional viewpoint that's coming from our staff and other stakeholders that, well, yes, it could be accommodated under these circumstances. We'll set some general benefits we think you can expect from it, and then leave it to you to decide as people offer projects to realize it. So I'm comfortable with that being how we move forward from here. There are people who have outlined so many things that are unanswered at this point, as I think we've explained or at least discussed through questions. That is a feature, not a bug. And so I think this offers a good framework. And I think at the end of the day, I heard something very instructive from a member of the community, and I appreciate the sentiment. They want this plan to be the place where the rules are expressly laid out so that they don't have to monitor each and every proposal that comes before the community. And I really appreciate that sentiment, because it's a lot to engage in this work. You have to develop a lot of time. There's maybe perhaps not a background or experience in planning principles that you have, and to feel like you have to do that over and over again is burdensome. And you kind of just want to set it, forget it, make sure this plan protects all of your interests, and then you can kind of move on. That to me is something that I can't deliver today, but it's a challenge that I think we really need to accept, to figure out how to make it so that big phase changes such as what's envisioned here don't have such a steep barrier to entry for people in the community to be engaged and to monitor, because that's just way too much to expect. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thanks, Mr. Dorsey. Mr. DeFerranti.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A couple of quick notes, and then I'll be succinct. A couple of folks said that they didn't think legal notice was sufficient. I respectfully, I think our county attorney signs on this, and she's confirming that I think legal notice under Virginia law is sufficient. They were really arguing fairness questions, and I hear that, and I acknowledge that. There are 2 or 3 speakers who indicated that, who were very compelling, Ms. Ryan and who have disabilities, and I very much don't expect, I think there will be a need for cars, and I respect those concerns. I don't come out in the same place. And I'm sorry, but I don't come out in the same place as to this plan. So I will say that I will be at the site plan stage looking forward. We're going to need to confirm that there is engagement, and there is further engagement, and we have to step up to do everything possible looking forward. And I think that's relevant for the developer, JBG, and I think that's relevant for staff. I appreciate Mr. Matuzik mentioning that this isn't perfect. So those are the thoughts. I did a tally of everyone who spoke. I have reams of notes on it. I have listened. I respect how deeply you feel differently. I do think we have a housing supply problem, and I feel that that is the driving item that says that significant additional density near Metro is necessary. I can remember when I didn't know if I would ever buy a place. And I hope we can all try to remember that. That's not the same as the outcomes that, or the conclusion that many of our speakers reached. But I lived in San Francisco. If you don't build homes, everything becomes more unaffordable. I agree with Mr. Dorsey's economic analysis in that regard, and that is the guiding piece which leads me to support the plan.
Thank you, Mr. DeFranti. Ms. Garvey.
Thank you. I'd like to thank everybody for coming and sticking with us, too. I'm surprised at how many people are still here. It's been nice to kind of get to know more people in a way, get a feel for the community and certain people we haven't obviously heard from, because a lot of people are just engaging for the first time. I really would like to follow up somehow in the future with Mr. Dorsey's suggestion. We've got to figure out a better way of lowering the barrier to sort of entry to understanding our processes and how they work. And I'm not sure exactly what that is. Sometimes we sort of try one-pagers. It's really, communication is a constant challenge. And if folks actually have some suggestions for us, which some of them have left some suggestions, I know, can we just mail to people? Maybe that will help. There are all kinds of different odd ways that we might get in touch with people we're not using now, and we'll look at that. And I look forward to seeing a number of these folks when we start looking at actual site plans and start looking at the kind of information that you've been concerned about and wanting to have, because that's when we're going to be starting to address it. And I'm ready to support the motion. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Garvey. Mr. Karantonis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, thank you everybody who came and engaged to this final stretch of this process for this plan. This is just amazing. 10 hours plus here. You have given really very, very valuable testimony. You should never consider that this testimony is not listened to. It's very well. It arrives very well. It paints a very clear picture about what concerns are, what individual aspects are. I mean, talking about the testimony of our fellow residents with disabilities, those who have economic concerns about the value of their condo, about the value of their investments, etc. All this is really very, very important input. And it goes places because, as you have heard, even if Ms. Kiladi believes that that it would be guacamole with side plans later. And I agree that to the degree that it is, these are many processes and they are taxing on all of us. Doing the right thing, aligning with and satisfying major needs, like one of the most difficult ones, like housing, is really a process that needs a lot of power and a lot of investment from the community first and foremost. So thank you again for this. And I thank you also for your outreach before this meeting, your hospitality when I walked the neighborhood with you and I saw specifics and I understood how things are better, because it's always better when you do that with neighbors on site. So I remember in 2016, there was a young mother who recently moved to Pentagon City with her family. And she wrote an Arl Now op-ed, and the title of the op-ed was, Am I a Burden for Arlington? She was referring to the feeling that her recently arrived family was not seen as an opportunity, but rather as a problem. So if soaring rents weren't enough of a burden, Arlington at that time seemed not to be welcoming newcomers. So the impact on her family, on county resources, on schools, on the environment, this impact was considered by everybody who was already established and was already a neighbor here as too high. So the message to her was that it would be better to find another place. The community was signaling that we are pretty full. We are and only accessible to those who can afford it. So somebody said tonight that Arlington County is bringing in new residents. No, we don't. Who brings new residents are jobs, is higher education, economic activity, investment, and opportunity. So National Landing, the part of which we are planning today, is a dynamic, very fast-growing part of Arlington. It's the very heart of the metropolitan region. So make no mistake, this is the vitality that makes Arlington the community we know, we appreciate, and we are proud of. And leveraging our investments in public infrastructure and leveraging transit to support housing and our economy and our community, this is what we have been doing successfully for decades to the benefit of our residents, first and foremost. So Pentagon City is among the best connected urban spaces in the nation. So it's the epicenter of opportunity. Yet this epicenter I mentioned before only contributes 4% of the 60% AMI units in the county, which means that we have to catch up a lot. Housing pressure is a very, very serious problem. It's not only the displacement of people, the displacement of small businesses, the basically closing the county for economic development because people who good jobs here cannot find appropriate housing. It produces this eternal, vicious circle of skyrocketing rents and excessively expensive home ownership, and actually actively degrades and compromises our future. So I do think that this plan delivers on the basic vectors of where we want to go and what we want to achieve. A lot more will have to happen. We have to see whether the new buildings will be appropriate, whether they will come in with good architecture, where biophilia will be actually a important concept that is applied here, whether the green ribbons, which I believe is a great idea, will find a great implementation, which right now it's not very clear. I understand that. So I believe that the message tonight, I am supportive of the motion. I think this is the time to make that decision and go and put this process in motion. It is about time, and we are already 2 or 3 years after the Amazon headquarters, so we are already late. So I think we are moving into the right direction, but with your help, we'll have a lot to correct still. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Mr. Karantonis. And Mr. Dorsey.
And briefly, I just wanted to put out an offer for anyone for whom some of the details of this plan are still as clear as mud and are really looking to understand what is proposed and impacts and get beyond some of the normative judgments about them and just really try to really understand the plan and the perspectives. I certainly am willing to work with people in the community on that. Don't worry, I'm not volunteering you, Mr. Matuzik. but it was very clear today that we had many, many, many misperceptions and misunderstandings about just what exactly this was. And if those still persist even after this hearing, we avail ourselves to you to make sure that at the very least, we can get to that level of common understanding.
Thank you so much, Mr. Dorsey. And on a related note, just a few thoughts from me in conclusion. One of the things that seems very clear to me from the many people who spoke today, whether it was expressed in very personal terms or professional terms or impassively or emotionally, is that people really love their neighborhood. And if there is anything I have learned from my time as a parent, it's that when you love something a lot, you are really vulnerable to catastrophization. And so I think it bears, I am keeping in mind that famous Daniel Patrick Moynihan quote that we are all entitled to our own opinions, but not our own facts. And so I just want to take a second and really talk about some of the facts that were on the table today. I'm not talking about the areas of disagreement, like whether the plan is sufficiently specific about citing an elementary school or whether 10% of committed affordable housing is enough. I'm talking facts, right? That the plan envisions that River House will go from about a third, currently treed and vegetated, to a minimum of 30%, and probably more. That there are 10 acres of newly accessible public parks. There is no paving over of Grace Hopper Park. There is no paving over of any park. There is, in fact, a gain of public spaces where people can engage in the kind of nature-loving activities that were described so compellingly today. Not only is it untrue to say that there's no plan or no data about transportation, it obscures a decade of hard data demonstrating that 80% of trips taken in Pentagon City and Crystal City are taken by non-single occupancy vehicles. And that substantiates the extensive multimodal network that is planned for and detailed throughout the plan. I do respect that some are still going to need cars. We heard some really compelling testimony about why cars are the only workable mode of transportation. But planning for 20% of trips with non-single occupancy vehicles, again, that data is substantiated by studies, is very different than planning for 100% of trips being taken. And this plan does absolutely accommodate for those 20% of car trips that will need to remain. The comments that somehow our facilities are so lacking in planning that they're going to endanger the life safety of people who live in Pentagon City now or the surrounding neighborhoods or into the future is not correct. There are specific plans detailed in this sector plan explaining how we will maintain our emergency services at the level of the National Fire Agency standards of a 4-minute response time. I am very open to the idea of improving community engagement, but I have to admit that I'm not wildly optimistic about county government's ability to overcome what is clearly misinformation that seems to be dedicated to persuading residents who love their neighborhood that this plan contains what it does not and does not contain what it does. The plan that we just heard so many people testify on, a plan that would denude Pentagon City of trees or pave over beloved parks or add more residents than EMS could responsibly handle, that would indeed be a folly of a plan to approve, but it bears very little resemblance to the plan that's before us. And it should note that the plan that is before us was one endorsed by Arlington residents who care so deeply about urban forestry, about parks, about transportation, walkability, and about the future of 22202 that they have dedicated hours and years of their lives completely uncompensated to the betterment of these issues. That when these folks dug most deeply into these plans, they saw not a perfect plan, nor one that addresses every potential need of the future, nor even one that represents the end of the story when it comes to the trade-offs between public interest and private benefits. But they saw what I saw and what I think my colleagues saw, which is a plan that is first based on the recognition that Pentagon City, with a rich transit network and an abundance of access to economic opportunity, is an ideal place to welcome more homes for Arlingtonians, and that uses that basis to create a plan that envisions the transformation of privately owned spaces to public parks, envisions the creations of new streets, new walking paths, more ways for residents to connect to nature and to connect to one another. I thank everyone so much for coming forward today. I hope that we can breach the chasm between the catastrophe that was envisioned in so many comments and what I believe this plan truly represents. And I look forward to working very hard in the years ahead through the many planning exercises still to come to demonstrate that that is the case. I'll end where I began to say that I do think the silver lining of hearing so many comments is it is a humbling and exciting thing to know how much Arlingtonians love where they live. And that is a responsibility that I take really seriously. And I think my colleagues do too. So we appreciate your engaging with us. I certainly appreciate our staff, Mr. Matuzik. Thank you for all that you've done, and the staff that stands behind you from parks, planning, transportation, and other divisions. This is not even the end of the beginning, or this is not even the beginning of the end, it is perhaps the end of the beginning, and we will have many more opportunities to shape the future of Pentagon City together still ahead. With that, I think we are ready for a vote on Mr. Dorsey's motion. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? That carries unanimously. Thank you all so much. Okay, our final item to come before us, I think, is under other business. Is that right, Madam Clerk? I'll turn it over to you to call that item. Or?
It's actually item 30, which is a presentation of the FY23 budget.
Thank you so much, Mr. Manager. Over to you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This evening, I'm going to make a presentation and give an overview of the fiscal year 2023 budget proposal, which, as of right now, most of the material is online, and this presentation has been posted. So let me start off, and I think we're going to try to get the slides up there. Yes, thank you very much. So if we could go on to the next slide. Now, including today, since February of 2020, which is 24 months ago, we've proposed 4 operating budgets, 2 capital improvement plans. And these 6 efforts over the past 24 months have taken us through a lot of change. And this is especially for you, Mr. Dorsey. We are finally slaying the bridge metaphor. We have made it to the other side of the bridge, and now we're looking ahead to many hills and valleys of unexplored terrain. So you'll be hearing a lot of that new metaphor. Our commercial real estate market is adjusting to changing work habits. Our residential real estate markets are seeing very strong increases in values, and rents are pushing ahead to levels we have not seen before. So we could go to the next slide. The County Board laid out guidance in October, which I've done my best to follow, focusing on a number of areas, but first, funding stability, making sure that we reduce our reliance on one-time funding. In my proposed budget, I've done that by reducing our reliance on one-time funding by 50%, as many of our revenue sources are recovering, but we're not yet back at where we were before that time in February of 2020. Tax rates in my proposed budget remain unchanged given the growth of real estate values and other tax revenues. My proposed budget focuses on equity considerations, our commitment to the workforce, and other goals identified by the board, which are listed here, including schools, focusing on climate change, affordable housing, implementing those recommendations that were, I think, referenced almost 12 hours ago by our police practices group, and meeting the other prior commitments we had laid out in the board's direction. So let's go to the next slide. The big story here is that overall tax revenues are up 7%. While real estate assessments increase at 3.4%, which is a mix of residential and commercial, our other taxes, sales, meals, hotel, and car rental, are up 19%. And I think most people are familiar if they're living in a single house residence. I'm going to try to learn the lingo, not say single family residence anymore. That they have seen those values, and I'll talk a little bit later about how our neighbors are doing in that area. Let's go to the next slide, which talks about what our budget is. We are approaching another milestone. We're almost at $1.5 billion for our overall budget. And our major expense, as it is every year, and as it should be, is the transfer we make to the Arlington County Public Schools. $576 million is the transfer this year. And if you can see it, it's sort of in small print there, but an 8.7% increase for our colleagues at Arlington Public Schools. Meanwhile, for county operating totals, that increase is a 3.6% increase. Go on to the next slide. As I mentioned, with Arlington County Public Schools, you can see here the funding trend over the last 4 years. And also we have put here some estimates as to enrollment. And so people will be able to take a look at that. The reason why schools has increased by a percentage higher than we have is obviously they're starting from a lower base, and some of the one-time funding that they are getting. We will go into this into a lot of detail at our revenue work session. But for fiscal 23, schools are projecting a 2.5% growth in their student population, though overall the growth through 2026 is expected to slow. And between now and 2031, actually, overall enrollment is expected to decline by close to 2%. We just saw, I think over the last 8 hours, one display of how we engage in public engagement. We have went out, I think probably back in October, and asked people to rank their priorities when it came to importance of programs and services, and if there were a shortfall, how they would prioritize programs. And you can see from the graphic, we were fortunate to get close to 1,400 participants. We did, and I want to thank our communications and public engagement staff. We had pop-up engagements even during COVID, where we got over 300 participants. And you can see from the graph what it is that the community prioritizes. That doesn't mean, just because arts came down lower on it, that means that people didn't appreciate or value the arts. They just said as a relative priority in comparison to other needs. And those needs are what helped inform part of what we were doing in budget formulation. Let's go on to the next slide. This is a slide I think that's familiar to members of the board, which is how we're going about looking at achieving racial equity in the 5 questions we ask. I think the part that got, no, it's there. It's the who is missing part. It's cut off on my slide. We had many meetings considering budget priorities, and we worked with our chief race and equity officer and also each of the people involved in the process to go through and review these 5 questions. My proposed budget also includes an additional $215,000 to support our equity effort, and that brings the total to $240,000. But you know, I've said this in briefings that I gave to each of you. We have a lot of work we're doing internally, whether it's on our demographic dashboards, our training modules, working with the dialogues on race and equity in the community. But I think some of the true tests of how we're doing on equity is how we're doing as a community in addressing our health disparities, how we're doing in addressing our achievement gap at schools, and how we're doing trying to redress and address the clear structural impediments to success for people of color that were built into our land use policies beginning 90 years ago. So let's go to the, what for me is something that's an incredible priority, and I know for this board has been something, the board did something that is unprecedented in my 16 years of being here, which is that in budget guidance, you gave me direction to make sure we focused on our employees first and foremost. So following through on that, my proposed budget offers a proposed increase of 4.25% for all general employees and 6.5% for our public safety employees. We're also proposing moving the budget range, which means those people at the lower end will move up 3%, and those people who have been, quote, maxed out will also have the ability to earn a 3% raise. I'm also proposing a one-time $1,600 bonus. That's a gross total. The net will come out something less than that to approximately $1,000. We're continuing our effort every year we focus on job studies. We're looking at some very large job classifications to see how they do in comparison to our comparators in the region. We also have, where we are hiring sometimes people who are coming in at above the starting pay and are showing up in the workforce, and sometimes making more money than their colleagues, or sometimes there are people who have been here for a few years who have more tenure and people are coming on at a higher salary. We need to try to address that pay compression. And fortunately, another year without premium increases for health insurance. Now, I did not put on this slide, but I think it's important to emphasize that just a month ago, at the direction of the county board, we had a 1% market pay adjustment for our entire workforce. We also have a bonus that the board implemented that's going into effect this month, and I think that's approximately $450. And I do not want people to forget that even over the last 2 years when we weren't able to do a lot, there still were increases of 1% last year and an additional bonus. And we'll lay that all out for people. I wish we could do more, but this is a start. Next, I wanted to focus on a priority that the board has talked about and which we emphasized in the proposed budget, which is housing. So we have focused on eviction prevention over the last 2 years and direct housing support. You'll see in the proposed budget that we are increasing the amount we devote to eviction prevention. We're increasing the amount of housing grant funding. We're also increasing the amount of permanent supportive housing. We have an increase in federal housing choice voucher funding. And I'm happy to say we're going to maintain, at my proposed budget, the funding level for the Affordable Housing Investment Fund. In addition to that, as this board well knows, through site plan contributions, we have seen significant additions to AHIF, our Affordable Housing Investment Fund. And I anticipate with site plans coming to this board in the next several months, there will be other significant increases in that. But don't want to lose the sight, it's down at the bottom of that slide. More than, close to about 5.5% of our operating budget is dedicated to housing. And more than 16% of our operating budget goes to safety net services and housing. And we'll come back to you as we go through the budget work sessions with an analysis showing how that percentage has grown and how we stand in comparison to our sister jurisdictions. Another area of absolute priority for this board and for me and for our workforce is to try to address climate change. This is the single biggest area of increased funding in my proposed budget outside of employee compensation. We're making approximately $4.5 million of additional investments to combat climate change. And they're detailed here in this slide and again online. The biggest investment, $1.5 million, is going for assessment of government facilities to replace some green roofs on some of our facilities and to improve energy performance. We also have another, I've set aside and proposing a $1 million action fund for following through on the elements of our community energy plan, hiring additional staff and consultants, and also moving ahead as aggressively as the supply chain will allow us to bring electric vehicles into our fleet and adding EV charging infrastructure and solar panels to our facilities. Other budget priorities, again, not to lose sight. We have just gone through 2 years of incredibly difficult battle with COVID. We're continuing the investments we need in community recovery and COVID response, whether that is with our vaccines, whether it is providing masks and other resources to our community. Just this past week, we started distributing test kits to our nonprofit partners. Also, we've received over $3 million in grants from the state to help with our recovery of our tourism industry. And we're going to be working closely with Arlington Economic Development to advance those efforts. We're following through on all the commitments that this board made, and we talked about them earlier this morning, for investments in a crisis intervention center so that it is not the police that are necessarily responding to all incidents in our community. We are moving ahead with the Civilian Oversight Board. And also last year, the board invested in traffic enforcement so that we could have our police department, non-uniform officers move ahead with aiding in traffic enforcement. That process is moving ahead. And then following through on the commitments we made through our work with the outside consultant to improve our policies in our police department. Public safety, and additionally, we're following through on the body-worn camera program. We're adding wellness positions. I think that it's not overlooked by me and I think by many members of our community, but our police officers and firefighters and our emergency communicators are very stressed in their positions, and we are committed to their well-being. Having a well-trained and a very public safety force is incredibly important for us. Adding some additional premiums, and I'll talk a little bit about in a minute about why we're doing that. Adding staff for our development review, and also maintaining our commitment to Metro. Capital investments, we are through a multiple set of sources, whether it's our pay-as-you-go funding, our short-term financing, and use of bond premium. We're going to be making about $40 million in investments. We've had to take a pause in some areas over the last several years, and that's all laid out here on the slide. It's ranging from investments in completing the Bluemont tennis courts, improvements to playgrounds, investments in transportation and technology. Before we go to the next slide, I did want to pause for a second and lay out for you what I consider the single biggest challenge we have before I talk about the tax and fee burden on the average household. The ability to recruit and retain personnel is our biggest challenge at the moment, and you'll hear a lot about that as we go through it with each of our departments. So we could go to the next slide. The tax and fee burden on the average household in Arlington County, you can see, if you can sort of squint there, $505 is what the average household, now there is no such thing as an average household, but we try to estimate the real estate tax increase and the other kinds of fees that an average household would pay. And you can see it's a 5% increase with the tax rate staying where it is and values of housing going up. And that compares to about a 4% increase that we saw from last year, from 21 to 22. So this year it's about a 5% increase. And then the board will take up that question of whether they want to advertise the tax rate at the level I'm proposing. Next slide. And I did want to focus on this, and I don't know how well you can see it, but we have added a bit of information. Normally we have what our proposed tax rate is. If you can look to the right there, there's a comparison of how we are doing on our residential assessments. If you can see, Arlington is there at 5.2%, that's the bar, and Alexandria is at 5.4%. If you look for our friends in Loudoun County, residential assessments went up 14.6%. And we have some details on that in the budget, but our friends in Prince William went up 11.5%, and Fairfax County 9.6%. So we expect, and as you can see, Loudoun is lowering their tax rate. They're able to do what I consider a finance director's dream, lower the tax rate and still have more money. Which is obviously the best situation. But we will face some challenges in trying to recruit, given that our neighbors are seeing incredible increases in land values, and we'll be able to address that with potentially additional increases in compensation for their staff. So on to the next slide, which is really the subject matter of what we're going to do on Tuesday evening. All these budget reports and proposals are posted online. I encourage the public to go take a look, but you can see there's no proposed change to the real estate, personal property, or our business and professional occupational license taxes, tax rates. On fee change proposals, we have a decrease in our household solid waste. Some of that actually owes from the fact that we're seeing much higher rates paid for our glass that's being recycled. We also, our water sewer rates are increasing slightly. And then there's a series of user fees, which we will go through and explain in greater detail. For example, at the Lee Arts Center, to make sure that arts program is viable, we're increasing fees. They haven't been increased there in 5 years. We're going to be increasing some of our emergency medical fees, which are usually covered and paid for by insurance. We are increasing our development fees so we can increase staffing, so that people who have residential development plans or our commercial partners are able to get the service that they are entitled to. We have other types of fees in parks, which we take a look at every year, which are increasing. And so a lot of detail on those board reports, and we'll probably go into more detail on those on Tuesday when the board considers advertising those rates. So looking ahead, you know, we're going to continue to work on the COVID-19 pandemic. I know everybody would like it to be just done, and hopefully we will get to that point. We're going to continue to monitor our long-term impacts on revenue, and we're going to continue to focus on what our priorities are. But again, the main challenge, and you're going to hear this a lot from me, is how do we compensate our employees in a time where the way work is done in our country has changed? Employees are no longer physically tethered to one location. They can pick up and move. I'm not talking about our first responders, who obviously our first responders and our water sewer workers and our park staff have to show up, but it's a very difficult job market. And not only that, we're facing inflation for the first time in a significant way since the early 1990s. So that is the single biggest challenge I think we face. And I've already thanked the board for your commitment to that, and I know we'll have a lot of conversation on that. So we will focus on that and the other priorities that we laid out. If we go to the last slide, which I think it's the last slide, yeah, which lays out our timeline, you can see we are here, which is February 12th, and then on Tuesday evening, the board will take up the advertisement of various fees and taxes. On February 24th, our colleagues at Arlington County Public Schools, the superintendent will present his budget. Starting March 1st, we will have a series of county board work sessions that will go during the month of March and into the first week of April. And then, as the members of the board know, and just to mention to the community, I will come back to you during the month of March with an assessment of how we're doing on our current fiscal year and see if there are any re-estimates as to how our revenue is doing. In this room, March 29th, there will be a public hearing on the proposed budget, and on March 31st on tax rates and fees. And the board has tentatively scheduled adoption of the budget on April 23rd. I know it's late. I normally would have gone into a lot more detail, but we'll have the opportunity to go into that. And I really want to strongly encourage people to go online because there's an enormous amount of detail there. And with that, I thank you for the time, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Mr. Manager. And I should have done a better job of framing before I handed things over to you to say that the importance of doing this presentation tonight is that our county community has a little bit of time to digest it, because on Tuesday, as you implied, we will be acting to set the tax rate. So I'm sure everyone who joined us at 8:30 a.m. is still listening at this point and saw your presentation in full. If not, they can find it online, and we look forward to any feedback that people may have to share with us before we do that public hearing or take that public action on Tuesday night to set the rate of our taxes as well as fees, and we will take public testimony at that time. Mr. Manager, thank you. I know that we are going to spend the next 3 months engaged in a detailed analysis of all that you've presented to us today. For now, I think here we are. Nearly 12 hours after we began. And Madam Clerk, I think there is nothing left to come before the board. Tell me I'm right.
That is right. You are correct.
Very well. We are adjourned until 3 p.m. on Tuesday. Look forward to seeing everyone then. 11.